Chapter 16 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Allen. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. Chapter 16. The Storm Rages. Hardy was early in the chapel the next morning. It was his week for pricking in. Every man who entered, from the early men who strolled in quietly while the bell was still ringing, to the hurrying, half-dressed loiterers who crushed in as the porter was closing the door and disturbed the congregation in the middle of the confession, gave him a turn, as the expressive phrase is, and every turn only ended in disappointment. He put by his list at last, when the doors were fairly shut, with a sigh. He had half expected to see Tom come into morning chapel with a face from which he might have gathered hope that his friend had taken the right path, but Tom did not come at all, and Hardy felt it was a bad sign. They did not meet till the evening at the river, when the boat was down for a steady pull, and then Hardy saw at once that all was going wrong. Neither spoke to or looked at the other. Hardy expected someone to remark it, but nobody did. After the pull they walked up, and Tom as usual led the way, as if nothing had happened, into the Choughs. Hardy paused for a moment, and then went in too, and stayed till the rest of the crew left. Tom deliberately stayed after them all. Hardy turned for a moment as he was leaving the bar, and saw him settling himself down in his chair with an air of defiance, meant evidently for him, which would have made most men angry. He was irritated for a moment, and then was filled with ruth for the poor wrong-headed youngster who was heaping up coals of fire for his own head. In his momentary anger Hardy said to himself, "Well, I have done what I can, now he must go his own way." But such a thought was soon kicked in disgrace from his noble and well-disciplined mind. He resolved that, let it cost what it might in the shape of loss of time or trial of temper, he would leave no stone unturned, and spare no pains to deliver his friend of yesterday from the slough into which he was plunging. How he might best work for this end occupied his thoughts as he walked towards college. Tom sat on at the Choughs, glorifying himself in the thought that now, at any rate, he had shown Hardy that he wasn't to be dragooned into doing or not doing anything. He had had a bad time of it all day, and his good angel had fought hard for victory, but self-will was too strong for the time. When he stayed behind the rest, it was more out of bravado than from a defined purpose of pursuing what he tried to persuade himself was an innocent flirtation. When he left the house some hours after, he was deeper in the toils than ever, and dark clouds were gathering over his heart. From that time he was an altered man, and altering as rapidly for the worse in body as in mind. Hardy saw the change in both, and groaned over it in secret. Miller's quick eye detected the bodily change. After the next race he drew Tom aside and said, "Why, Brown, what's the matter? What have you been about? You're breaking down. Hold on, man, there's only one more night." "Never fear," said Tom proudly, "I shall last it out." And in the last race he did his work again, though it cost him more than all the preceding ones put together, and when he got out of the boat he could scarcely walk or see. He felt a fierce kind of joy in his own distress, and wished that there were more races to come, but Miller, as he walked up arm in arm with the captain, took a different view of the subject. "Well, it's all right, you see," said the captain, "but we're not a boat's length better than Oriel over the course after all. How was it we bumped them? If anything, they drew a little on us tonight." "Aye, half a boat's length, I should say," answered Miller. "I'm uncommonly glad it's over. Brown is going all to pieces. He wouldn't stand another race, and we haven't a man to put in his place." "It's odd too," said the captain. "I put him down as a laster, and he has trained well. Perhaps he's overdone it a little. However, it don't matter now." So the races were over, and that night a great supper was held in St. Ambrose Hall, to which were bidden and came the crews of all the boats from Exeter upwards. The Dean, with many misgivings and cautions, had allowed the hall to be used, on pressure from Miller and Jervis. Miller was a bachelor, and had taken a good degree, and Jervis bore a high character and was expected to do well in the schools. So the poor Dean gave in to them, extracting many promises in exchange for his permission, and flitted uneasily about all the evening in his cap and gown instead of working on at his edition of the Fathers, which occupied every minute of his leisure and was making an old man of him before his time. From 8 to 11 the fine old pointed windows of St. Ambrose Hall blazed with light, and the choruses of songs and the cheers which followed the short intervals of silence which the speeches made rang out over the quadrangles, and made the poor dean amble about in a state of nervous bewilderment. Inside there was hearty feasting, such as not been seen there for aught I know, since the day when the king came back to enjoy his own again. The one old cup, relic of the Middle Ages which had survived the civil wars, St. Ambrose's had been a right royal at college, and the plate had gone round without a murmur into Charles I's war chest, went round, and rival crews pledged one another out of it, and the massive tankards of a latter day, in all good faith and good fellowship. Mailed knights, grave bishops, royal persons of either sex, and other our benefactors, looked down on the scene from their heavy gilded frames, and let us hope not unkindly. All passed off well and quietly. The out-college men were gone, the lights were out, and the butler had locked the hall door by 11:15, and the dean returned in peace to his own rooms. Had Tom been told a week before that he would not have enjoyed that night, that it would not have been amongst the happiest and proudest of his life, he would have set his informer down as a madman. As it was, he never once rose to the spirit of the feast and wished it all over a dozen times. He deserved not to enjoy it, but not so Hardy, who was nevertheless almost as much out of tune as Tom. Though the university coxswain had singled him out, named him in his speech, sat by him and talked to him for a quarter of an hour, and asked him to go to Henley and Thames regattas in the Oxford crew. The next evening, as usual, Tom found himself at the Chuffs with half a dozen others. Patty was in the bar by herself, looking prettier than ever. One by one the rest of the men dropped off, the last saying, "Are you coming, Brown?" and being answered in the negative. He sat still, watching Patty as she flitted about, washing up the ale-glasses and putting them on their shelves, and getting out her work-basket, and then she came and sat down in her aunt's chair opposite him, and began stitching away demurely at an apron she was making. Then he broke silence. "Where's your aunt tonight, Patty?" "Oh, she's gone away for a few days for a visit to some friends." "You and I will keep house then together. You shall teach me all the tricks of the trade. I shall make a famous barman, don't you think?" "You must learn to behave better then. But I promised aunt to shut up at 9, so you must go when it strikes. Now promise me you will go." "Go at 9? What, in half an hour? The first evening I have ever had a chance of spending alone with you. Do you think it likely?" And he looked into her eyes. She turned away with a slight shiver and a deep blush. His nervous system had been so unusually excited in the last few days that he seemed to know everything that was passing in her mind. He took her hand. "Why, Patty, you're not afraid of me, surely?" he said gently. "No, not when you're like you are now. But you frightened me just this minute. I never saw you look so before. Has anything happened to you?" "No, nothing." "Now then, we're going to have a jolly evening and play Darby and Joan together," he said, turning away and going to the bar window. "Shall I shut up, Patty?" "No, it isn't 9 yet. Someone may come in." "That's just why I mean to put the shutters up. I don't want anybody." "Yes, but I do, though." "Now I declare, Mr. Brown, if you go on shutting up, I'll run into the kitchen and sit with Dick." "Why will you call me Mr. Brown?" "Why, what should I call you?" "Tom, of course." "Oh, I never! One would think you was my brother," said Patty, looking up at with a pretty pertness which she had a most bewitching way of putting on. Tom's rejoinder, and the little squabble which they had afterwards about where her work-table should stand and other such matters may be passed over. At last he was brought to reason and to anchor opposite his enchantress, the work-table between them, and he sat leaning back in his chair and watching her as she stitched away without ever lifting her eyes. He was in no hurry to break the silence. The position was particularly fascinating to him, for he had scarcely ever yet had a good look at her before, without fear of attracting attention or being interrupted. At last he roused himself. "Any of our men been here today, Patty?" he said, sitting up. "There now, I've won," she laughed. "I said to myself I wouldn't speak first, and I haven't. What a time you were! I thought you would never begin." "You're a little goose. Now I begin then. Who's been here today?" "Of your college? Let me see," and she looked away across to the bar window, pricking her needle into the table. "There was Mr. Drysdale and some others called for a glass of ale as they passed, going out driving. Then there was Mr. Smith, and then from the boats about 4, and that ugly one, can't mind his name." "What, Hardy?" "Oh yes, that's it. He was here about 6:30, and—" "What, Hardy here after hall?" interrupted Tom, utterly astonished. "Yes, after your dinner up at college. He's been here 2 or 3 times lately." "The deuce he has!" "Yes, and he talks so pleasant to Aunt too. I'm sure he is a very nice gentleman after all. He sat and talked tonight for half an hour, I should think." "What did he talk about?" said Tom with a sneer. "Oh, he asked me whether I had a mother and where I came from, and all about my bringing up, and made me feel quite pleasant. He is so nice and quiet and respectful, not like most of you. I'm going to like him very much, as you told me." "I don't tell you so now." "But you did say he was your great friend." "Well, he isn't that now." "What, have you quarrelled?" "Yes." "Dear, dear, how odd you gentlemen are. Why, it isn't a very odd thing for men to quarrel, is it?" "No, not in the public room. They're always quarrelling there, over their drink and the bagatelle board, and Dick has to turn them out. But gentlemen ought to know better." "They don't, you see, Patty." "And what did you quarrel about?" "Guess." "How can I guess? What was it about?" "About you." "About me?" she said, looking up from her work in wonder. "How could you quarrel about me?" "Well, I'll tell you. He said I had no right to come here. You won't like him after that, will you, Patty?" "I don't know, I'm sure," said Patty, going on with her work and looking troubled. They sat still for some minutes. Evil thoughts crowded into Tom's head. He was in the humour for thinking evil thoughts, and putting the worst construction on Hardy's visits, fancied he came there as his rival. He did not trust himself to speak till he had mastered his precious discovery and put it away in the back of his heart, and weighed it down there with a good covering of hatred and revenge, to be brought out as occasions should serve. He was plunging down rapidly enough now, but he had new motives for making the most of his time, and never played his cards better or made more progress. When a man sits down to such a game, the devil will take good care he shan't want cunning or strength. It was 10 o'clock instead of 9 before he left, which he did with a feeling of triumph. Poor Patty remained behind, and shut up the bar, her heart in a flutter and her hands shaking, while Dick was locking the front door. She hardly knew whether to laugh or cry. She felt the change which had come over him, and was half fascinated and half repelled by it. Tom walked quickly back to college in a mood which I do not care to describe. The only one of his thoughts which my readers need be troubled with put itself into some such words as these in his head. "So it's Abingdon Fair next Thursday, and she has half promised to go with me. I know I can make it certain. Who'll be going besides? Drysdale, I'll be bound. I'll go and see him." On entering college he went straight to Drysdale's rooms, and drank deeply, and played high into the short hours of the night, but found no opportunity of speaking. Deeper and deeper yet for the next few days, downwards and ever faster downwards he plunged, the light getting fainter and ever fainter above his head. Little good can come of dwelling on those days. He left off pulling, shunned his old friends, and lived with the very worst men he knew in college, who were ready enough to let him share all their brutal orgies. Drysdale, who was often present, wondered at the change, which he saw plainly enough. He was sorry for it in his way, but it was no business of his. He began to think that Brown was a good enough fellow before, but would make a devilish disagreeable one if he was going to turn fast man. At the Chuffs all went on as if the downward path knew how to make itself smooth. Now that the races were over and so many other attractions were going on in Oxford, very few men came in to interfere with him. He was scarcely ever away from Patty's side in the evenings while her aunt was absent, and gained more and more power over her. He might have had some compassion, but he was spurred on by hearing how Hardy taunted the place now, at times when he could not be there. He felt that there was an influence struggling with his in the girl's mind. He laid it to Hardy's door, and imputed it still more and more to motives as base as his own. but Abingdon Fair was coming on Thursday. When he left the Chuffs on Tuesday night, he had extracted a promise from Patty to accompany him there, and had arranged their place of meeting. All that remained to be done was to see if Drysdale was going. Somehow he felt a disinclination to go alone with Patty. Drysdale was the only man of those he was now living with to whom he felt the least attraction. In a vague way he clung to him, and though he never faced the thought of what he was about fairly, yet it passed through his mind that even in Drysdale's company he would be safer than if alone. It was all pitiless, blind, wild work without rudder or compass. The wish that nothing very bad might come out of it all, however, came up in spite of him now and again, and he looked to Drysdale and longed to become even as he. Drysdale was going. He was very reserved on the subject, but at last confessed that he was not going alone. Tom persisted. Drysdale was too lazy and careless to keep anything from a man who was bent on knowing it. In the end it was arranged that he should drive Tom out the next afternoon. He did so. They stopped at a small public house some 2 miles out of Oxford. The cart was put up, and after carefully scanning the neighbourhood, they walked quickly to the door of a pretty retired cottage. As they entered, Drysdale said, "By Jove, I thought I caught a glimpse of your friend Hardy at that turn." "Friend? He's no friend of mine. But didn't you see him?" "No." They reached college again between 10 and 11 and parted, each to his own rooms. To his surprise, Tom found a candle burning on his table. Round the candle was tied a piece of string, at the end of which hung a note. Whoever had put it there had clearly been anxious that he should in no case miss it when he came in. He took it up and saw that it was in Hardy's hand. He paused and trembled as he stood. Then with an effort he broke the seal and read, "I must speak once more. Tomorrow it may be too late. If you go to Abingdon Fair with her in the company of Drysdale and his mistress, or I believe in any company, you will return a scoundrel, and she, in the name of the honour of your mother and sister, in the name of God, I warn you, may he help you through it. John Hardy." Here we will drop the curtain for the next hour. At the end of that hour Tom staggered out of his room, down the staircase, across the quadrangle, up Drysdale's staircase. He paused at the door to gather some strength, ran his hands through his hair, and arranged his coat. Notwithstanding, when he entered, Drysdale started to his feet, upsetting Jack from his comfortable coil on the sofa. "Why, Brown, you're ill. Have some brandy," he said, and went to his cupboard for the bottle. Tom leant his arm on the fireplace, his head on it, the other hung down by his side, and Jack licked it, and he loved the dog as he felt the caress. Then Drysdale came to his side with a glass of brandy, which he took and tossed off as though it had been water. "Thank you," he said, and as Drysdale went back with the bottle, reached a large armchair and sat down in it. "Drysdale, I shan't go with you to Abingdon Fair tomorrow." "Hello, what, has the lovely Patty thrown you over?" said Drysdale, turning from the cupboard and resuming his lounge on the sofa. "No." He sank back into the chair, on the arms of which his elbows rested, and put his hands up before his face, pressing them against his burning temples. Drysdale looked at him hard, but said nothing, and there was a dead silence of a minute or so, broken only by Tom's heavy breathing, which he laboured in vain to control. "No," he repeated at last, and the remaining words came out slowly as they were trying to steady themselves. "But by God, Drysdale, I can't take her with you, and that—" A dead pause. "The young lady you met tonight, eh?" Tom nodded and said nothing. "Well, old fellow," said Drysdale, "now you've made up your mind, I tell you I'm devilish glad of it. I'm no saint, as you know, but I think it would have been a damned shame if you had taken her with us." "Thank you," said Tom, and pressed his fingers tighter on his forehead, and he did feel thankful for the words, though coming from such a man they went into him like coals of fire. Again there was a long pause, Tom sitting as before. Drysdale got up and strolled up and down the room with his hands in the pockets of his silk-lined lounging coat, taking at each turn a steady look at the other. Presently he stopped, and took his cigar out of his mouth. "I say, Brown," he said, after another minute's contemplation of the figure before him, which bore such an unmistakable impress of wretchedness that it made him quite uncomfortable. Why don't you cut that concern?" "How do you mean?" said Tom. "Why, that chuff's business. I'll be hanged if it won't kill you or make a devil of you before long if you go on with it." "It's not far from that now." "So I see, and I'll tell you what, you're not the sort of fellow to go in for this kind of thing. You'd better leave it to cold-blooded brutes like some we know. I needn't mention names." "I'm awfully wretched, Drysdale. I've been a brute myself to you and everybody of late." "Well, I own I don't like the new side of you. Now make up your mind to cut the whole concern, old fellow," he said, coming up good-naturedly and putting his hand on Tom's shoulder. "It's hard to do, I dare say, but you had better make a plunge and get it over. There's wickedness enough going about without your helping to shove another one into it." Tom groaned as he listened, but he felt that the man was trying to help him in his own way and according to his light, as Drysdale went on expounding his own curious code of morality. When it was ended he shook Drysdale's hand, and wishing him a good night, went back to his own room. The first step upwards towards the light had been made, for he felt thoroughly humbled before the man on whom he had expended his own mind so much patronizing pity for the last half-year, whom he had been fancying he was influencing for good. During the long hours of the night, the scenes of the last few hours of the last few days came back to him and burnt into his soul. The gulf yawned before him, now plain enough, open at his feet, black, ghastly. He shuddered at it, wondering if he should even yet fall in, felt wildly about for strength to stand firm, to retrace his steps, but found it not. He found not yet the strength he was in search of, but in the grey morning he wrote a short note. "I shall not be able to take you to Abingdon Fair today. You will not see me perhaps for some days. I'm not well. I am very sorry. Don't think I am changed. Don't be unhappy, or I don't know what I may do." There was no address and no signature on the note. When the gates opened he hurried out of the college, and having left it with a shilling with Dick, whom he found cleaning the yard and much astonished at his appearance, and who promised to deliver it to Patty with his own hands before 8 o'clock, he got back again to his own rooms, went to bed, worn out in mind and body, and slept till midday. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jonathan Jones. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. New Ground. My readers have now been steadily at Oxford for 6 months without moving. Most people find such a spell of the place without a change quite as much as they care to take. Perhaps, too, it may do our hero good to let him alone for a little, that he may have time to look steadily into the pit which he has been so near falling down, which is still yawning awkwardly in his path. Moreover, the exigencies of a storyteller must lead him away from home now and then. Like the rest of us, his family must have change of air. Or he has to go off to see a friend properly married or a connection buried, to wear white or black gloves with or for someone, carrying such sympathy as he can with him, so that he may come back from every journey, however short, with a wider horizon. Yes, to come back home after every stage of life's journeying with a wider horizon, more in sympathy with men and nature, knowing ever more of the righteous and eternal laws which govern them, and of the righteous and loving will which is above all and around all and beneath all. This must be the end and aim of all of us, or we shall be wandering about blindfold and spending time and labour and journey money on that which profiteth nothing. So, now I must ask my readers to forget the old buildings and quadrangles of the fairest of England's cities, the caps and the gowns, the reading and the rowing for a short space, and take a flight with me to other scenes and pastures new. The nights are pleasant in May, short and pleasant for travel. We will leave the ancient city asleep, and do our flight in the night to save time. Trust yourself, then, to the storyteller's aerial machine. It is but a rough affair, I own, rough and humble, unfitted for high or great flights, with no gilded panels or dainty cushions or sea springs. Not that we shall care about springs, by the way, until we alight on terra firma again. Still, there is much to be learned in a third-class carriage, if we will only not look while in it for cushions and fine panels and 40 miles an hour travelling, and will not be shocked at our fellow passengers for being weak in their aitches and smelling of fustian. Mount in it, then, you who will. After this warning, the fares are holiday fares, the tickets return tickets. Take with you nothing but the poet's luggage. A smile for hope and a tear for pain, a breath to swell the voice of prayer. And you may have a pleasant journey, for it is time that the stoker should be looking to his going gear. So now we rise slowly in the moonlight from St. Ambrose's quadrangle, and when we are clear of the clock tower, steer away southwards, over Oxford City and all its sleeping wisdom and folly, over street and past spire, over Christchurch and the cannons' houses, and the fountain in Tom Quad, over St. Aldate and the river, along which the moonbeams lie in a pathway of twinkling silver, over the railway sheds. No, there was then no railway, but only the quiet fields and footpaths of Hinckley Hamlet. Well, no matter. At any rate, the hills beyond and Bagley Wood were there then as now. And over hills and wood we rise, catching the purr of the nightjar, the trill of the nightingale, and the first crow of the earliest cock-pheasant as he stretches his jewelled wings, conscious of his strength and his beauty, heedless of the fellows of St. John's, who slumber within sight of his perch, on whose hospitable board he shall one day lie prone on his back, with fair larded breast turned upwards for the carving knife, having crowed his last crow. He knows it not. What matters it to him? If he knew it, could a Bagley Wood cock-pheasant desire a better ending? We pass over the vale beyond, hall and hamlet, church and meadow and copse, folded in mist and shadow below us, each hamlet holding in its bosom the material of 3-volumed novels by the dozen. If we could only pull off the roofs of the houses and look steadily into the interiors, but our destination is farther yet. The faint white streak behind the distant Chilterns reminds us that we have no time for gossip by the way. May nights are short, and the sun will be up by 4. No matter. Our journey will now be soon over, for the broad vale is crossed and the chalk hills and downs beyond. Larks quiver up by us, higher, ever higher, hastening up to get a first glimpse of the coming monarch, careless of food, flooding the fresh air with song. Steadily plodding rooks labour along below us, and lively starlings rush by on the lookout for the early worm. Lark and swallow, rook and starling, each on his appointed round. The sun arises, and they get them to it. He is up now, and these breezy uplands over which we hang are swimming in the light of horizontal rays, though the shadows and mist still lie on the wooded dells which slope away southwards. Here, let us bring to, over the village of Englebourn, and try to get acquainted with the outside of the place before the good folk are about, and we have to go down among them and their sayings and doings. The village lies on the southern slopes of the Berkshire Hills, on the opposite side to that under which our hero was born. Another soil altogether is here, we remark in the first place. There is no chalk. This high knoll which rises above, one may almost say hangs over the village, crowned with Scotch firs, its sides tufted with gorse and heather. It is the Hawk's Lynch, the favourite resort of Englebourne folk, who come up for the view, for the air, because their fathers and mothers came up before them, because they came up themselves as children, from an instinct which moves them all in leisure hours and Sunday evenings, when the sun shines and the bird sings, whether they care for view or air or not. Something guides all their feet hitherward. The children, to play hide and seek and look for nests in the gorse bushes. Young men and maidens, to saunter and look and talk, as they will till the world's end, or as long at any rate as the Hawk's Lynch and Englebourne last, and to cut their initials, enclosed in a true lover's knot, on the short rabbit's turf. Steady married couples, to plod along together, consulting on hard times and growing families, even old tottering men, who love to sit at the feet of the firs, with chins leaning on their sticks, prattling of days long past to anyone who will listen, or looking silently, with dim eyes into the summer air, feeling perhaps in their spirits after a wider and more peaceful view which will soon open for them. A common knoll, open to all up in the silent air, well away from everyday Englebourne life, with the Hampshire range and the distant Beacon Hill lying soft on the horizon, and nothing higher between you and the southern sea. What a blessing the Hawk's Lynch is to the village folk, one and all. May heaven and a thankless soil long preserve it, and them from an enclosure under the Act. There is much temptation lying about, though, for the enclosers of the world. The rough common land stretches over the whole of the knoll, down to its base, and away along the hills behind, of which the Hawk's Lynch is an outlying spur. Rough common land, broken only by pine woods of a few acres each in extent, an occasional woodman's or squatter's cottage, and a little patch of attempted garden. But immediately below and on each flank of the spur, and halfway up the slopes, come small farm enclosures, breaking here and there the belt of woodlands which generally lies between the rough wild upland and the cultivated country below. As you stand on the knoll, you can see common land just below you. At its foot narrows into a mere road, with a border of waste on each side which runs into Englebourne Street. At the end of the straggling village stands the church, with its square tower, a lofty grey stone building with bits of fine decorated architecture about it, but much of churchwarden Gothic supervening. The churchyard is large, and the graves, as you can see plainly even from this distance, are all crowded on the southern side. The rector's sheep are feeding in the northern part, nearest to us, and a small gate at one corner opens into his garden. The rectory looks large and comfortable, and its grounds well cared for and extensive, with a rookery of elms at the lawn's end. It is the chief house of the place, for there is no resident squire. The principal street contains a few shops, some dozen perhaps in all, and several farmhouses lie a little back from it, with gardens in front, and yards and barns and orchards behind. And there are 2 public houses. The other dwellings are mere cottages, and very bad ones for the most part, with floors below the level of the street. Almost every house in the village is thatched, which adds to the beauty, though not to the comfort of the place. The rest of the population, who do not live in the street, are dotted about the neighbouring lanes, chiefly towards the west, on our right as we look down from the Hawk's Lynch. On this side the country is more open, and here most of the farmers live, as we may see by the number of homesteads. And there is a small brook on that side too, which, with careful damming, is made to turn a mill, there where you see the clump of poplars. On our left, as we look down, the country to the east of the village is thickly wooded, but we can see there is a village green on that side, and a few scattered cottages, the furthest of which stands looking out like a little white eye from the end of a dense copse. Beyond it there is no sign of habitation for some 2 miles. Then you can see the tall chimneys of a great house, and a well-timbered park round it. The Grange is not in Englebourn parish. Happily for that parish, one is sorry to remark. It must be a very bad squire who does not do more good than harm by living in a country village. But there are very bad squires, and the owner of the Grange is one of them. He is, however, for the most part an absentee, so that we are little concerned with him, and in fact have only to notice this one of his bad habits, that he keeps that long belt of woodlands which runs into Englebourn parish and comes almost up to the village, full of hares and pheasants. He has only succeeded to the property some 3 or 4 years, and yet the head of game on the estate, and above all in the woods, has trebled or quadrupled. Pheasants by hundreds are reared under hens from eggs brought in London, and run about the keepers' houses as tame as barn-door fowls all the summer. When the first party comes down for the first battue early in October, it is often as much as the beaters can do to persuade these pampered fowls that they are wild game, whose duty is to get up and fly away and be shot at. However, they soon learn more of the world, such of them at least as are not slain, and are unmistakable wild birds in a few days. Then they take to roosting farther from their old haunts, more in the outskirts of the woods, and the time comes for others besides the squire's guests to take their education in hand and teach pheasants that at least they are not native British birds. These are a wild set, living scattered about the wild country. Turf cutters, broom makers, squatters with indefinite occupations and nameless habits. A race hated of keepers and constables. These have increased and flourished in late years, and notwithstanding the imprisonments and transportations which deprive them periodically of the most enterprising members of their community, one and all give thanks for the day when the owner of the Grange took to pheasant breeding. If the demoralization stopped with them, little harm might come of it, as they would steal fowls in the homesteads if there were no pheasants in the woods, which latter are less dangerous to get and worth more when gotten. But unhappily, this method of earning a livelihood has strong attractions and is catching. And the cases of farm labourers who get into trouble about game are more frequent season by season in the neighbouring parishes, and Englebourn is no better than the rest. And the men are not likely to be much discouraged from these practices, or taught better by the fanners, for if there is one thing more than another that drives that sturdy set of men, the Englebourn yeomen, into a frenzy, it is talk of the game in the Grange covers. Not that they dislike sport, they like it too well, and moreover have been used to their fair share of it, for the late squire left the game entirely in their hands. "You know how best how much game your land will carry without serious damage to the crops," he used to say. "I like to show my friends a fair day's sport when they are with me, and have enough game to supply the house and make a few presents. Beyond that it is no affair of mine. You can course whenever you like, and let me know when you want a day's shooting, and you shall have it." Under this system, the yeomen became keen sportsmen. They and all their labourers took a keen interest in preserving, and the whole district would have risen on a poacher. The keeper's place became a sinecure, and the squire had as much game as he wanted without expense, and was moreover the most popular man in the county. Even after the new man came, and all was changed, the mere revocation of their sporting liberties, and the increase of game, and popular as these things were, would not alone have made the farmers so bitter, and have raised that sense of outraged justice in them. But with these changes came in a custom new in the country, the custom of selling the game. At first the report was not believed, but soon it became notorious that no head of game from the Grange estates was ever given away. That not only did the tenants never get a brace of birds or a hare or the labourers a rabbit, but not one of the gentlemen who helped to kill the game ever found any of the bag in his dog-cart after the day's shooting. Nay, so shameless had the system become, and so highly was the art of turning the game to account cultivated at the Grange, that the keepers sold powder and shot to any of the guests who had emptied their own belts or flasks at something over the market retail price. The light cart drove to the market town twice a week in the season, loaded heavily with game, but more heavily with the hatred and the scorn of the farmers. And if deep and bitter curses could break patent axles or necks, the new squire and his game cart would not long have vexed the countryside. As it was, not a man but his own tenants would salute him in the marketplace, and these repaid themselves for the unwilling courtesy by bitter reflections on a squire who was mean enough to pay his butchers' and poulterers' bills out of their pockets. Alas, that manly instinct of sport which is so strong in all of us Englishmen, which sends Oswells single-handed against the mightiest beasts that walk the earth, and takes the poor Cockney journeyman out a 10 miles walk almost before daylight on the rare summer holiday mornings to angle with rude tackle in reservoir or canal, should be dragged through such mire as this in many an English shire of our day. If English landlords want to go on shooting game much longer, they must give up selling it. For if selling game becomes the rule and not the exception, as it seems likely to do so before long, goodbye to sport in England. Every man who loves his country more than his pleasure or his pocket, and thank God that includes the great majority of us yet, however much we may delight in gun and rod, let any demagogue in the land say what he pleases, will cry, "Down with it!" and lend a hand to put it down forever. But to return to our perch on the Hawk's Lynch above Englebourne Village. The rector is the fourth of his race, who holds the family living, a kind, easy-going, gentlemanly old man, a doctor of divinity, as becomes his position, though he only went into orders because there was the living ready for him. In his day he had been a good magistrate and neighbour, living with and much in the same way as the squires round about. But his contemporaries had dropped off one by one. His own health had long been failing, his wife was dead, and the young generation did not seek him. His work and the parish had no real hold on him, so he had nothing to fall back on, and had become a confirmed invalid, seldom leaving the house and garden, even to go to church, and thinking more of his dinner and his health than of all other things in earth and heaven. The only child who remained at home with him was a daughter, a girl of 19 or thereabouts, whose acquaintance we shall make presently, and who was doing all that a good heart and sound head prompted in nursing an old hypochondriac, and filling his place in the parish. And though the old man was weak and selfish, he was kind in his way, and ready to give freely or to do anything that his daughter suggested for the good of his people, and provided that trouble were taken off his shoulders. In the year before our tale opens, he had allowed some 30 acres of his glebe to be parcelled out in allotments amongst the poor, and his daughter spent almost what she pleased in clothing clubs and sick clubs and the school, without a word from him. Whenever he did remonstrate, she managed to get what she wanted out of the house money or her own allowance. We must make acquaintance with such other of the inhabitants as it concerns us to know in the course of the story, for it is broad daylight, and the villagers will be astir directly. Folk who go to bed before 9 after a hard day's work get into the habit of turning out soon after the sun calls them. So now, descending from the Hawk's Lynch, we will alight at the east end of Englebourn, opposite the little white cottage which looks out at the end of the great wood, near the village green. Soon after 5 on that bright Sunday morning, Harry Winburn unbolted the door of his mother's cottage and stepped out in his shirt-sleeves onto the little walk in front, paved with pebbles. Perhaps some of my readers will recognise the name of an old acquaintance, and wonder how he got here. So let us explain at once. Soon after our hero went to school, Harry's father had died of a fever. He had been a journeyman blacksmith, and in the receipt, consequently, of rather better wages than generally fall to the lot of the peasantry, but not enough to leave much of a margin over current expenditure. Moreover, the Winburns had always been open-handed with whatever money they had, so that all he left for his widow and child of worldly goods was their few sticks of furniture, £5 in the savings bank, and the money from his burial club, which was not more than enough to give him a creditable funeral, that object of honourable ambition to all the independent poor. He left, however, another inheritance to them, which is in price above rubies, and neither shall silver be named in comparison thereof, the inheritance of an honest name, of which his widow was proud, and which was not likely to suffer in her hands. After the funeral she removed to Englebourn, her own native village, and kept her old father's house till his death. He was one of the woodmen to the Grange, and lived in the cottage at the corner of the wood in which his work lay. When he too died, hard times came on widow Winburn. The steward allowed her to keep on the cottage. The rent was a sore burden to her, but she would sooner have starved than leave it. Parish relief was out of the question for her father's child and her husband's widow, so she turned her hand to every odd job which offered, and went to work in the fields when nothing else could be had. Whenever there was sickness in the place, she was an untiring nurse, and at one time, for some 9 months, she took the office of postman, and walked daily some 9 miles through a severe winter. The fatigue and exposure had broken down her health, and made her an old woman before her time. At last, in a lucky hour, the doctor came to hear of her praiseworthy struggles, and gave her the rectory washing, which has made her life a comparatively easy one again. During all this time, her poor neighbours have stood by her, as the poor do stand by one another, helping her in numberless small ways, so that she be able to realise the great object of her life, and keep Harry at school till he was nearly 14. By this time, he had learned all that the village pedagogue could teach, and had in fact become an object of mingled pride and jealousy to that worthy man, who had his misgivings, lest Harry's fame as a scholar should eclipse his own before many years were over. Mrs. Winburn's character was so good that no sooner was her son ready for a place than a place was ready for him. He stepped at once into the dignity of carter's boy, and his earnings, when added to his mother's, made them comfortable enough. Of course she was wrapped up in him, and believed there was no such boy in the parish. And indeed she was nearer the truth than most mothers, for he soon grew into a famous specimen of countryman, tall and lithe, full of nervous energy, and not yet bowed down or stiffened by the constant toil of a labourer's daily life. In these matters, however, he had rivals in the village, but in intellectual accomplishments he was unrivalled. He was full of learning, according to the village standard, could write and cipher well, was fond of reading such books as came in his way, and spoke his native English almost without an accent. He is 21 at the time when our story takes him up, a thoroughly skilled labourer, the best hedger and ditcher in the parish, and, when his blood is up, he he can shear 20 sheep in a day without raising the skin, or mow for 16 hours at a stretch, with rests of half an hour for meals twice in the day. Harry shaded his eyes with his hands for a minute as he stood outside the cottage, drinking in the fresh, pure air, laden with the scent of honeysuckle which he had trained over the porch, and listening to the chorus of linnets and finches from the copse at the back of the house. He then set about the household duties, which he always made it a point of honour to attend to himself on Sundays. First, he unshuttered the little lattice windows of the room on the ground floor, a simple enough operation, for the shutter was a mere wooden flap, which was closed over the window at night and bolted with a wooden bolt on the outside, and thrown back against the wall in the daytime. Anyone who could have opened it at any moment of the night, but the poor sleep sound without bolts. Then he took the one old bucket of the establishment and strode away to the well on the village green and filled it with clear, cold water, doing the same kind office for the vessels of 2 or 3 rosy little damsels and boys, of ages varying from 10 to 14, who were already astir, and to whom the winding up of the parish chain and bucket would have been a work of difficulty. Returning to the cottage, he proceeded to fill his mother's kettle, sweep the hearth, strike a light, and make up the fire with a faggot from the little stack in the corner of the garden. Then he hauled the 3-legged round table before the fire, dusted it carefully over, and laid out the black Japan tea tray with 2 delf cups and saucers of gorgeous pattern, and diminutive plates to match, and placed the sugar and slop basins, the big loaf, and a small piece of salt butter in their accustomed places, and the little black teapot on the hob to get properly warm. There was little enough to be done indoors, for the furniture was scanty enough, but everything in turn received its fair share of attention, and the little room, with its sunken tiled floor and yellow wash walls, looked cheerful and homely. Then Harry turned his attention to the shed of his own contriving, which stood beside the faggot stack, and from which expostulatory and plaintive grunts had been issuing ever since his first appearance at the door, telling of a faithful and useful friend who was sharp-set on Sunday mornings and desired his poor breakfast and to be dismissed for the day to pick up the rest of his livelihood with his brethren porkers of the village on the green and in the lanes. Harry served out to the porker the poor mess which the wash of the cottage and the odds and ends of the little garden afforded, which that virtuous animal forthwith began to discuss with both forefeet in the trough, by way probably of adding to the flavour, while his master scratched him gently between the ears and on the back with a short stick till the repast was concluded. Then he opened the door of the sty, and the grateful animal rushed out into the lane and away to the green with a joyful squeal and flirt of his hindquarters in the air. And Harry, after picking a bunch of wallflowers and pansies and hyacinths, a line of which flowers skirted the narrow garden walk, and putting them in a long-necked glass which he took down from the mantelpiece, proceeded to his morning ablutions, ample materials for which remained at the bottom of the family bucket, which he had put down on a little bench by the side of the porch. These finished, he retired indoors to shave and dress himself. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jonathan Jones. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. Chapter 18. Englebourne Village. Dame Winburn was not long after her son, And as they sat down together to breakfast in their best Sunday clothes, she in a plain large white cap, which covered all but a line of grey hair, a black stuff gown reaching to neck and wrists, a small silk neckerchief put on like a shawl, a thin, almost gaunt old woman, whom the years had not used tenderly, and who showed marks of their usage, but a resolute, high-couraged soul, who had met hard times in the face, and could meet them again if need were. She spoke in broad Berkshire, and was otherwise a homely body, but self-possessed, and without a shade of real vulgarity in her composition. The widow looked with some anxiety at Harry as he took his seat. Although something of a rustic dandy, of late he had not been so careful in the matter of dress as usual. But in consequence of her reproaches, on this Sunday there was nothing to complain of. His black velveteen shooting jacket and cotton plush waistcoat, his brown corduroy knee breeches and gaiters sat on him well, and gave the world assurance of a well-to-do man. For few of the Englebourn labourers rose above smock frocks and fustian trousers. He wore a blue bird's-eye handkerchief round his neck, and his shirt, though coarse in texture, was as white as the sun and the best laundress in Englebourn could manage to bleach it. There was nothing to find fault with in his dress, therefore, but still his mother did not feel quite comfortable as she took stealthy glances at him. Harry was naturally a reserved fellow, and did not make much conversation himself, and his mother felt a little embarrassed on this particular morning. It was not, therefore, until Dame Winburn had finished her first slice of bread and butter, and had sipped the greater part of her second dish of tea out of her saucer, that she broke the silence. "I minded thy business last night, Harry, when I were up at the rectory about the washing. It's my belief as thou wilt get t'other allotment next quarter day. The doctor spoke very kind about it, and said how he'd heard as high a character of thee, young as thee bist, as are of a men in the parish, and as how he were set on letting the lots to they that do best by 'em. Only he said, as the farmers went agin giving more nor an acre to any man as worked for them, and the doctor, you see, he don't like to go altogether agin the vestry folk." "What business is it of theirs?" said Harry. "So long as they get their own work done. There's scarce one of them hasn't more land already nor he can keep as should be. And for all that, they want to snap up every bit as falls vacant, so as no poor man shall get it." "'Tis mostly so with them as has," said his mother with a half-puzzled look. "Scripture says, as to them shall be given, and they shall have more abundant." Dame Winburn spoke hesitatingly and looked doubtfully at Harry, as a person who is shot with a strange gun and knows not what effect the bolt may have. Harry was brought up all standing by this unexpected quotation of his mother's, but after thinking for a few moments while he cut himself a slice of bread, replied, "I don't say as those that shall have more that can't use what they've got already. 'Tis a deal more like neighbour's vineyard for aught as I can see. But 'tis little odds to me which way it goes." "How canst talk so, Harry?" said his mother reproachfully. "Thou know'st thou was set on it last fall, like a wasp on sugar. Why, scarce a day passed but thou was up to the rectory to see the doctor about it. And now thou'd like to get allotment. Thou'lt not go against them?" Harry looked out at the open door without answering. It was quite true that in the last autumn he had been very anxious to get as large an allotment as he could into his own hands, and that he had been for ever up towards the rectory, but perhaps not always on the allotment business. He was naturally a self-reliant, shrewd fellow, and felt that if he could put his hands on 3 or 4 acres of land, he could soon make himself independent of the farmers. He knew that at harvest times, and whenever there was a pinch for good labourers, they would be glad enough to have him, while at other times, with a few acres of his own, he would be his own master and could do much better for himself. So he had put his name down first on the doctor's list, taken the largest lot he could get, and worked it so well that his crops, amongst others, had been a sort of village show last harvest time. Many of the neighbouring allotments stood out in sad contrast to those of Harry, and the more energetic of the peasantry, and lay by the side of these latter only half-worked and full of weeds, and the rent was never ready. It was worse than useless to let matters go on thus, and the question arose, what was to be done with the neglected lots? Harry, and all the men like him, applied at once for them, and their eagerness to get them had roused some natural jealousy amongst the farmers, who began to foresee that the new system might shortly leave them with none but the worst of labourers. So the vestry had pressed on the doctor, as Dame Winburn said, not to let any man have more than an acre, or an acre and a half, and the well-meaning, easy-going, invalid old man couldn't make up his mind what to do. So here was May again, and the neglected lots were still in the nominal occupation of the idlers. The doctor got no rent, and was annoyed at the partial failure of a scheme which he had not indeed originated, but for which he had taken much credit to himself. The negligent occupiers grumbled that they were not allowed a drawback for manure, and that no pigsties were put up for them. "'Twas always understood so," they maintained, "and you'd never took to the lots but for that." The good men grumbled that it would be too late now for them to do more than clean the lots of weeds this year. The farmers grumbled that it was always understood that no man should have more than one lot. The poor rector had led his flock into a miry place with a vengeance. People who cannot make up their minds breed trouble in other places besides country villages. However quiet and out of the way the place may be, there is always some quasi-public topic which stands to the rural Englishman in the place of treaty or budget or reform bill. So the great allotment question for the time was that which exercised the minds of the inhabitants of Englebourn, and until lately no one had taken a keener interest in it than Harry Winburn. But that interest had now much abated. So Harry looked through the cottage door instead of answering his mother.
"'Tis my belief as you'd med almost have it for the asking,"
Dame Winburn began again, when she found that he would not reopen the subject himself.
"The young missus said as much to me herself last night. Oh, to be sure, things would go better if she had the guiding on them."
"I'm not going after it any more, mother. You can keep the bits of sticks here together without it while you be alive. And if anything was to happen to you, I don't think I should stay in these parts. But it doesn't matter what becomes of me. I can earn a livelihood anywhere." Dame Winburn paused a moment before answering to subdue her vexation, and then said,
"How can you let hankering after a lass take the heart out of thee so? Hold up thy head and act a bit masterful. The more thou makest of thyself, the more like thy heart to win."
"Did you hear aught of her last night, mother?" replied Harry, taking advantage of this ungracious opening to speak of the subject which was uppermost in his mind.
"I heard she were going on well,"
said his mother. "No likelihood of her coming home?"
"Not as I could make out. Why, she haven't been gone not 4 months. Now, do ye pluck up a bit, Harry, and be more like thyself."
"Why, mother, I've not missed a day's work since Christmas, so there ain't much to find fault with."
"Nay, Harry, 'tisn't the work. Thou wert always good at thy work, praise God. Thou art thy own father's son for that. But thou doesn't keep about like and take thy place with the lave on them since Christmas. Thou look'st hagged at times, and folk'll see it and talk about thee before long.
Let 'em talk. I mind they'd talk no more than last year's wind, said Harry abruptly. But thy own mother does, she said, looking at him with eyes full of pride and love. And so Harry, who was a right good son, began to inquire what it was that was specially weighing on his mother's mind, determined to do anything in reason to replace her on the little harmless social pinnacle from which he was wont to look down on all the other mothers and sons of the parish. He soon found out that her present grievance arose from his having neglected his place as ringer of the heavy bell in the village peal on the 2 preceding Sundays. And as this post was, in some sort, the corresponding one to stroke of the boat at Oxford, her anxiety was reasonable enough. And so Harry promised to go ringing in good time that morning, and then set about the little odds and ends of jobs till it would be time to start. Dame Winburn went to her cooking and other household duties, which were pretty well got under when her son took his hat and started for the belfry. She stood at the door with a half-peeled potato in one hand, shading her eyes with the other, and as she watched him striding along the raised footpath under the elms, when the sound of light footsteps and pleasant voices coming up from the other direction made her turn round and drop a curtsy as the rector's daughter and another young lady stopped at her door.
"Good morning, Betty," said the former. "Here's a bright Sunday morning at last, isn't it?"
"'Tis indeed, miss. But where have you been to?"
"Oh, we've only been for a little walk before school time. This is my cousin Betty. She hasn't been at Englebourn since she was quite a child, so I've been taking her to Hawk's Lynch to see our view."
"And you can't think how much I've enjoyed it," said her cousin. "It is so still and beautiful. I've heard say there ain't no such place for 30 mile round," said Betty proudly. "But do we come in, though, and sit it down a bit?" she added, bustling inside her door and beginning to rub down a chair with her apron. "'Tis a smart step for gentlefolk to walk afore church." Betty's notions of the walking powers of gentlefolk were very limited.
"Oh, no, thank you. We must be getting on," said Miss Winter. "But how lovely your flowers are. Look, Mary. Did you ever see such double pansies? We've nothing like them at the rectory."
"Or do we take some?" said Betty, emerging again and beginning to pluck a handful of her finest flowers.
"'Tis all our Harry's doing. He's amazing particular about seeds. He seems to make everything thrive, Betty. There, that's plenty, thank you. We won't take too many, for fear they should fade before church is over."
"Oh, don't ye be afeard. There's plenty more, and you'd be as welcome as the day." Betty never said a truer word. She was one of the real open-handed sort, who are found mostly amongst those who have the least to give. They, or anyone else, were welcome to the best she had. So the young ladies took the flowers, thanked her again, and passed on towards the Sunday school. The rector's daughter might have been a year or so older than her companion. She looked more. Her position in the village had been one of much anxiety, and she was fast getting an old head on young shoulders. The other young lady was a slip of a girl just coming out. In fact, this was the first visit which she had ever paid out of leading strings. She had lived in a happy home, where she had always been trusted and loved, and perhaps a thought too much petted. There are some natures which attract petting. You can't help doing your best to spoil them in this way, and it is satisfactory, therefore, to know, as the fact is, that they are just the ones which cannot be so spoiled. Miss Mary was one of these. Trustful, for she had never been tricked. Fearless, for she had never been cowed. Pure and as bright as the Englebourne brook 50 yards from its parent spring in the chalk, for she had a pure and bright nature, and had come into contact as yet with nothing which could soil or cast a shadow. What wonder that her life gave forth light and music as it glided on, and that everyone who knew her was eager to have her with them, to warm themselves in the light and rejoice in the music. Besides all her other attractions, or in consequence of them for anything I know, she was one of the merriest young women in the world, always ready to bubble over and break out into clear laughter on the slightest provocation. And provocation had not been wanting during the last 2 days which she had spent with her cousin. As usual, she had brought sunshine with her, and the old doctor had half forgotten his numerous complaints and grievances for the time. So the cloud which generally hung over the house had been partially lifted, and Mary, knowing and suspecting nothing of the dark side of life at Englebourn Rectory, railed her cousin on her gravity, and laughed till she cried at the queer ways and talk of the people about the place. As soon as they were out of the hearing of Dame Winburn, Mary began.
"Well, Katie, I can't say that you have mended your case at all. Surely you can't deny there is a great deal of character in Betty's face," said Miss Winter. "Oh, plenty of character. All your people, as soon as they begin to stiffen a little and get wrinkles, seem to be full of character, and I enjoy it much more than beauty. But we were talking about beauty, you know. Betty's son is the handsomest young man in the parish," said Miss Winter, "and I must say I don't think you could find a better-looking one anywhere." "Then I can't have seen him." "Indeed you have. I pointed him out to you at the post office yesterday. Don't you remember? He was waiting for a letter." "Oh, yes, now I remember. Well, he was better than most, but the faces of your young people in general are not interesting. I don't mean the children, but the young men and women, and they are awkward and clownish in their manners, without the quaintness of the elder generation, who are the funniest old dears in the world. They will all be quaint enough as they get older. You must remember the sort of life they lead. They get their notions very slowly, and they must have notions in their head before they can show them on their faces. Well, your Betty's son looked as if he had a notion of hanging himself yesterday. It's no laughing matter, Mary. I hear that he is desperately in love. Poor fellow. That makes a difference, of course. I hope he won't carry out his notion. Who is it? Do you know? Do tell me all about it." "Our gardener's daughter, I believe. Of course, I never meddle in these matters, but one can't help hearing the servants' gossip. I think it's likely to be true, for he was about our premises at all sorts of times until lately, and I never see him now that she's away." "Is she pretty?" said Mary, who was getting interested. "Oh, yes, sir. She is our belle. In fact, they are the two beauties of the parish. Fancy that cross-grained old Simon having a pretty daughter. Oh, Katie, look here. Who is this figure of fun?"
The figure of fun was a middle-aged man of small stature and very bandy-legged, dressed in a blue coat and brass buttons, and carrying a great bass viol, bigger than himself, in a rough baize cover. He came out of a footpath into the road just before them, and, on seeing them, touched his hat to Miss Winter, and then fidgeted along with his load and jerked his head in a deprecatory manner away from them as he walked on, with the sort of look and action which a favourite terrier uses when his master holds out a lighted cigar to his nose. He was the village tailor and constable, also the principal performer in the church music which obtained in Englebourn. In the latter capacity, he had of late come into collision with Miss Winter, for this was another of the questions which divided the parish, the great church music question. From time immemorial, well, at least ever since the gallery at the West End had been built, The village psalmody had been in the hands of the occupiers of that Protestant structure. In the middle of the front pew sat the musicians, 3 in number, who played respectively a bass viol, a fiddle, and a clarinet. On one side of them were 2 or 3 young women, who sang treble, shrill, ear-piercing treble, with a strong nasal Berkshire drawl in it. On the other side of the musicians sat the blacksmith, the wheelwright, and other tradesmen of the place. A tradesman means in that part of the country what we mean by artisan, and these were naturally allied with the labourers and consorted with them. So far as church-going was concerned, they formed a sort of independent opposition, sitting in the gallery instead of in the nave, where the farmers and 2 or 3 principal shopkeepers, the great landed and commercial interests, regularly sat and slept, and where the 2 publicans occupied pews, but seldom made even the pretence of worshipping. The rest of the gallery was filled by the able-bodied male peasantry. The old, worn-out men generally sat below in the free seats, the women also, and some few boys. But the hearts of these latter were in the gallery, a seat on the back benches of which was a sign that they had endued the toga virilis, and were thenceforth free from maternal and pastoral tutelage in the matter of church-going. The gallery thus constituted had gradually usurped the psalmody as their particular and special portion of the service. They left the clerk and the school children, aided by such of the aristocracy below as cared to join, to do the responses. But when singing time came, they reigned supreme. The slate on which the psalms were announced was hung out from before the centre of the gallery, and the clerk, leaving his place under the reading desk, marched up there to give them out. He took this method of preserving his constitutional connection with the singing, knowing that otherwise he could not have maintained the rightful position of his office in this matter. And so matters had stood, until shortly before the time of our story. The present curate, however, backed by Miss Winter, had tried a reform. He was a quiet man with a wife and several children, and small means. He had served in the diocese ever since he had been ordained, in a humdrum sort of way, going where he was sent for, and performing his routine duties reasonably well, but without showing any great aptitude for his work. He had little interest, and had almost given up expecting promotion, which he had certainly done nothing particular to merit. But there was one point on which he was always ready to go out of his way and take a little trouble. He was a good musician, and had formed choirs at all his former curacies. Soon after his arrival, therefore, he, in concert with Miss Winter, had begun to train the children in church music. A small organ which had stood in a passage in the rectory for many years had been repaired and appeared first at the schoolroom and at length under the gallery of the church. And it was announced one week to the party in possession that on the next Sunday the constituted authorities would take the church music into their own hands. Then arose a strife, the end of which had nearly been to send the gallery off in a body, headed by the offended bass viol, to the small red-brick little Bethel at the other end of the village. Fortunately, the curate had too much good sense to drive matters to extremities, and so alienate the parish constable and a large part of his flock, though he had not tact or energy enough to bring them round to his own views. So a compromise was come to, and the curate's choir were allowed to chant the psalms and canticles, which had always been read before, while the gallery remained triumphant masters of the regular psalms. My readers will now understand why Mrs. Winter's salutation to the musical constable was not so cordial as it was to the other villagers whom they had come across previously. Indeed, Miss Winter, though she acknowledged the constable's salutation, did not seem inclined to encourage him to accompany them and to talk his mind out, although he was going the same way with them. And, instead of drawing him out, as was her wont in such cases, went on talking herself to her cousin. The little man walked out in the road, evidently in trouble of mind. He did not like to drop behind or go ahead without some further remark from Miss Winter, and yet could not screw up his courage to the point of opening the conversation himself. So he ambled on alongside the footpath on which they were walking, showing his discomfort by a twist of his neck every few seconds and perpetual shiftings of his bass viol, and hunching up of one shoulder. The conversation of the young ladies under these circumstances was of course forced, and Miss Mary, though infinitely delighted at the meeting, soon began to pity their involuntary companion. She was full of the sensitive instinct which the best sort of women have to such a marvellous extent, and which tells them at once and infallibly if any one in their company has even a creased rose-leaf next to their moral skin. Before they had walked 100 yards, she was interceding for the rebellious constable.
"Katie," she said softly in French, "do speak to him. The poor man is frightfully uncomfortable." "Serves him right," answered Miss Winter in the same language. "You don't know how impertinent he was the other day to Mr. Walker, and he won't give way on the least point, and leads the rest of the old singers, and makes them as stubborn as himself. But look how he is winking and jerking his head at you. You really mustn't be so cruel to him, Katie. I shall have to begin talking to him if you don't."
Thus urged, Miss Winter opened the conversation by asking after his wife. And when she had ascertained that his missus were pretty middling, made some other commonplace remark, and relapsed into silence. By the help of Mary, however, a sort of disjointed dialogue was kept up till they came to the gate which led up to the school, into which the children were trooping by twos and threes. Here the ladies turned in, and were going up the walk towards the school door, when the constable summoned up courage to speak on the matter which was troubling him, and resting the bass viol carefully on his right foot, calling out after them, "Please, ma'am, and Miss Winter?" "Well," she said quietly, turning round, "what do you wish to say?" "Well, please, man, hopes as you don't think I be's in any way unkind about this here choir singing, as they calls it. I'm certain you knows as there ain't almost nothing I wouldn't do to please ye." "Well, you know how to do it very easily," she said, when he paused. "I don't ask you even to give up your music and try to work with us, though I think you might have done that. I only ask you to use some psalms and tunes which are fit to be used in a church. To be sure, us all, it ain't as we wants no new-fangled tunes. Them as we sings be all old ones as has been used in our church whenever since I can mind. But you only choose those as you like out of the book, and we be ready to keep to they. I think Mr. Walker made a selection for you some weeks ago," said Miss Winter. "Did he not?" "Yes, but 'tis no a morsel of use, for we try his goriums and sich like. I hope she won't be offended with me, miss, for I'll be telling naught but truth." He spoke louder as they got nearer to the school door, and as they were opening it, shouted his last shot after them. "'Tis no good to try they tunes of his, miss. When us praises God, us likes to praise and joyful." "There, you hear that, Mary?" said Miss Winter. "You'll soon begin to see why I look grave. There never was such a hard parish to manage. I mean, nobody will do what they ought. I can never
get them to do anything. Perhaps we may manage to teach the children better. That's my only comfort. But Katie, dear, what do the poor things sing? Psalms, I hope. Oh, yes, but they choose all the odd ones on purpose, I believe. Which class will you take?
And so the young ladies settled their teaching, and the children in a class all fell in love with Mary before church time. The bass viol proceeded to the church, and did the usual rehearsals, and gossiped with the sexton, to whom he confided the fact that the young missus was terrible vexed. The bell soon began to ring, and Widow Winburn's heart was glad as she listened to the full peal, and thought to herself that it was her Harry who was making so much noise in the world, and speaking to all the neighbourhood. Then the peal ceased as church time drew near, and the single bell began, and the congregation came flocking in from all sides. The farmers, letting their wives and children enter, gathered round the church porch and compared notes in a ponderous manner on crops and markets. The labourers collected near the door by which the gallery was reached. All the men of the parish seemed to like standing about before church until they had seen the clergyman safely inside. He came up with the school children and the young ladies, and in due course the bell stopped and the service began. There was a very good congregation still at Englebourn. The adult generation had been bred up in times when every decent person in the parish went to church, and the custom was still strong, notwithstanding the rector's bad example. He scarcely ever came to church himself in the mornings, though his wheelchair might be seen going up and down on the gravel before his house, or on the lawn on warm days, and this was one of his daughter's greatest troubles. The little choir of children sang admirably, led by the schoolmistress, and Miss Winter and the curate exchanged approving glances. They performed the liveliest chant in their collection, that the opposition might have no cause to complain of their want of joyfulness. And in turn Miss Winter was in hopes that, out of deference to her, the usual rule of selection in the gallery might have been modified. It was with no small annoyance, therefore, that after the litany was over and the tuning finished, she heard the clerk give out that they would praise God by singing part of the 91st Psalm. Mary, who was on the tiptoe of expectation as to what was coming, saw the curate give a slight shrug with his shoulders and lift his eyebrows as he left the reading desk, and in another minute it became a painful effort for her to keep from laughing as she slyly watched her cousin's face, while the gallery sang with vigour worthy of any cause or occasion. On the old lion he shall go, the adder fell and long. On the young lion tread also, with dragons stout and strong. The trebles took up the last line and repeated, with dragons stout and strong. And then the whole strength of the gallery chorused again, with dragons stout and strong. And the bass viol seemed to her to prolong the notes and to gloat over them as he droned them out, looking triumphantly at the distant curate. Mary was thankful to kneel down to compose her face. The first trial was a severe one, and she got through the second psalm much better. And by the time Mr. Walker had plunged fairly into his sermon, she was a model of propriety and sedateness again. But it was to be a Sunday of adventures. The sermon had scarcely begun when there was a stir down by the door at the west end, and people began to look round and whisper. Presently a man came softly up and said something to the clerk. The clerk jumped up and whispered to the curate, who paused for a moment with a puzzled face, and instead of finishing his sentence, said in a loud voice, "Farmer Grove's house is on fire." The curate probably anticipated the effect of his words. In a minute he was the only person left in the church, except the clerk and one or two very infirm old folk. He shut up and pocketed his sermon and followed his flock. It proved, luckily, to be only Farmer Grove's chimney and not his house, which was on fire. The farmhouse was only 2 fields from the village, and the congregation rushed across there, Harry Wimburn and 2 or 3 of the most active young men and boys leading. As they entered the yard, the flames were rushing out to the chimney, and any moment the thatch might take fire. Here was real danger. A ladder had just been raised against the chimney, and while a frightened farm girl and a carter boy held it at the bottom, a man was going up, carrying a bucket of water. It shook with his weight, and the top was slipping gradually along the face of the chimney, and in a moment would rest against nothing. Harry and his companions saw the danger at a glance, and shouted to the man to stand still, that they could get the ladder. They rushed towards him with the rush which men can only make under strong excitement. The foremost of them caught a spoke with one hand, but before he could steady it, the top slipped clear of the chimney, and the ladder, man, and bucket came heavily to the ground. Then came a scene of bewildering confusion as men and women trooped into the yard. Who was it? Was he dead? The fire was catching the thatch. The stables were on fire. Who did it? All sorts of cries and all sorts of acts, except the right ones. Fortunately, 2 or 3 of the men, with heads on their shoulders, soon organised a line for handling buckets. The flue was stopped below, and Harry Wimburn, standing nearly at the top of the ladder, which was now safely planted, was deluging the thatch round the chimney from the buckets handed up to him. In a few minutes he was able to pour water down the chimney itself, and soon afterwards the whole affair was at an end. The farmer's dinner was spoiled, but otherwise no damage had been done, well, except to the clothes of the foremost men, and the only accident was that first fall from the ladder. The man, who'd been carried out of the yard while the fire was still burning, so it was hardly known who it was. Now, in answer to the inquiries, it proved to be old Simon, the rector's gardener and head man, who had seen the fire and sent news to the church, but while he himself went to the spot with such results as we have seen. The surgeon had not yet seen him. Some declared he was dead, others that he was sitting up at home and quite well. Little by little, the crowd dispersed to Sunday dinners. When they met again before the afternoon service, it was ascertained that Simon was certainly not dead, but all else was still nothing more than rumour. Public opinion was much divided, some holding that it would go hard with a man of his age and heft, but the common belief seemed to be that he was that sort as should take a deal at killing, and that he would be none the worse for such a fall as that. The 2 young ladies had been much shocked at the accident, and accompanied the hurdle on which old Simon was carried to his cottage door. After the afternoon service, they went round by the cottage to inquire. The 2 girls knocked at the door, which was opened by his wife, who dropped a curtsy and smoothed down her Sunday apron when she found who were her visitors. She seemed at first a little unwilling to let them in, but Miss Winter pressed so kindly to see her husband, and Mary made such sympathizing eyes at her, that the old woman gave in, and conducted them through the front door into that beyond, where the patient lay.
I hope as you'll excuse it, miss, for I know the place do smell terrible bad of bacca. Only my old man, he said as how... Oh, never mind. We don't care at all about the smell. I mean, poor Simon. I'm sure if it does him any good or soothes the pain, I shall be glad to buy him some tobacco myself.
The old man was lying on the bed, with his coat and boots off, and a worsted nightcap of his wife's knitting pulled onto his head. She had tried hard to get him to go to bed at once and take some physic, and his present costume and position was the compromise. His back was turned to them as they entered, and he was evidently in pain, for he drew his breath heavily and with difficulty, and gave a sort of groan at every respiration. He did not seem to notice their entrance, so his wife touched him on the shoulder, and she said, "Simon, here's the young ladies, come to see how you be." Simon turned himself round, and winced and groaned as he pulled off his nightcap in token of respect. "We didn't like to go home without coming to see how you were, Simon. Has the doctor been?" "Oh, yes, thank you, miss. He's been and filled un all over, and listened at his chest on un," said his wife. "And what did he say?" "He said as there was no bones broke here," put in Simon, who spoke his native tongue with a buzz imported from farther west. "But he couldn't say whether or no there weren't some infernal injury." "Eternal, Simon, eternal," interrupted his wife. "How canst thou use such words afore the young ladies?" "I tell ye, wife, which 'twere infernal," retorted the gardener. "Internal injury?" suggested Miss Winter. "I'm very sorry to hear it." "Something inside of me like is what got out of place," explained Simon. "And I think it must be near about the mark, for I feels mortal bad here when I tries to move." And he put his hand on his side. "However, as there's no bones broke, I hopes to be about tomorrow morning. Please the Lord, yeah." "You mustn't think of it, Simon," said Miss Winter. "You must be quite quiet for a week, at least, till you get rid of this pain." "So I tells him, Miss Winter," put in the wife. "You hear what the young missus says, Simon?" "Yeah, well, and what's to happen to Tiny?" said the contumacious Simon scornfully. "He'll cast her calf and me not by. Hers calfing may be this minute. Tiny's time were up, miss, 2 days back, and hers never girt while after her time." "You'll do very well, I dare say," said Miss Winter. "One of the men can look after her." The notion of anyone else attending Tiny in her interesting situation seemed to excite Simon beyond bearing, for he raised himself on one elbow and was about to make a demonstration with his other hand when the pain seized him again, and he sank back, groaning. "There, you see, Simon, you can't move without pain. You must be quiet till you've seen the doctor again." "Here's a red spider out along the south wall here," persisted Simon, without seeming to hear her. "And your new geraniums almost covered with blight. I were tackling one of them just before you come in." Following the direction indicated by his nods, the girls became aware of a plant by his bedside which he had been fumigating, for his pipe was leaning against the flower pot in which it stood. "He wouldn't lie still, nohow, miss," explained his wife, "till I went and pitched up in a pipe and one of they plants from the greenhouse." "It was very thoughtful of you, Simon," said Miss Winter. "You know how much I prize these new plants, but we will manage them, and you mustn't think of these things now. You've had a wonderful escape today for a man of your age. Hope we shall find that there is nothing much the matter with you after a few days, but, well, you might have been killed, you know. You ought to be very thankful to God that you were not killed in that fall." "So be I, miss. Very thankful to one who, and if it please the Lord to spare my life till tomorrow morning, we'll smoke them cussed insects." This last retort of the incorrigible Simon on her cousin's attempt as the rector's daughter to improve the occasion was too much for Miss Mary. She slipped out of the room, lest she should bring disgrace on herself by an explosion of laughter. She was joined by her cousin in another minute, and the two walked together towards the rectory. "I hope you're not faint, dear, with that close room, smelling of smoke,"
Oh no, dear no, to tell you the truth, I was only afraid of laughing at your quaint old patient. What a rugged old dear he is. I hope he isn't much hurt. I hope not indeed, for he is the most honest, faithful old servant in the world, but so obstinate. He will never go to church on Sunday mornings, and when I speak to him about it, he says Papa doesn't go, which is very wrong and impertinent of him.
End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam Thompson. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. A Promise of Fairer Weather. All dwellers in and about London are, alas, too well acquainted with the never-to-be-enough hated change which we have to undergo once, at least, in every spring. As each succeeding winter wears away, the same thing happens to us. For some time we do not trust the fair, lengthening days, and cannot believe that the dirty pair of sparrows who live opposite our window are really making love and going to build, notwithstanding all their twittering. But morning after morning rises fresh and gentle. There is no longer any vice in the air. We drop our overcoats, we rejoice in the green shoots which the privet hedge is making in the square garden, and hail the returning tender pointed leaves of the plane trees as friends. We go out of our way to walk through Covent Garden Market to see the ever-brightening show of flowers from the happy country. This state of things goes on sometimes for a few days only, sometimes for weeks, till we make sure that we are safe for this spring at any rate. Don't we wish we may get it? Sooner or later, but sure as Christmas bills or the income tax, or anything, if there be anything surer than these, comes the morning when we are suddenly conscious, as soon as we rise, that there is something the matter. We do not feel comfortable in our clothes. Nothing tastes quite as it should at breakfast. Though the day looks bright enough, there is a fierce, dusty taste about it as we look out through windows, which no instinct now prompts us to throw open, as it has done every day for the last month. But it is only when we open our doors and issue into the street that the hateful reality comes right home to us. All moisture and softness and pleasantness has gone clean out of the air since last night. We seem to inhale yards of horsehair instead of satin. Our skins dry up. Our eyes and hair and whiskers and clothes are soon filled with loathsome dust, and our nostrils with the reek of the great city. We glance at the weathercock on the nearest steeple and see that it points northeast. And so long as the change lasts, we carry about with us a feeling of anger and impatience, as though we personally were being ill-treated. We could have borne with it well enough in November. It would have been natural, and all in the day's work in March. But now, when Rotten Row is beginning to be crowded, when long lines of pleasure vans are leaving town on Monday mornings for Hampton Court or the poor remains of Deer Epping Forest, when the exhibitions are open or about to open, when the religious public is up or on its way up for May meetings, when the Thames is already sending up faint warnings of what we may expect as soon as his dirty old life's blood shall have been thoroughly warmed up, and the Ship and Trafalgar and the Star and Garter are in full swing at the antagonistic poles of the Cockney system, we do feel that this blight which has come over us and everything is an insult, and that while it lasts, as there is nobody who can be made particularly responsible for it, we are justified in going about in general disgust and ready to quarrel with anybody we may meet on the smallest pretext. This sort of east-windy state is perhaps the best physical analogy for that mental one in which our hero now found himself. The real crisis was over. He had managed to pass through the eye of the storm and drift, for the present at least, into the skirts of it, where he lay rolling under bare poles, comparatively safe, but without any power as yet to get the ship well in hand and make her obey her helm. The storm might break over him again at any minute and would find him almost as helpless as ever. For he could not follow Drysdale's advice at once and break off his visits to the Chuffs altogether. He went back again after a day or two, but only for short visits. He never stayed behind now after the other men left the bar, and avoided interviews with Patty alone as diligently as he had sought them before. She was puzzled at his change of manner, and not being able to account for it, was piqued, and ready to revenge herself, and pay him out in the 100 little ways which the least practised of her sex know how to employ for the discipline of any of the inferior or trousered half of the creation. If she had been really in love with him, it would have been a different matter, but she was not. In the last 6 weeks she had certainly often had visions of the pleasures of being a lady and keeping servants and riding in a carriage like the squires and rectors' wives and daughters about her home. She had a liking, even a sentiment for him, which might very well have grown into something dangerous before long. But as yet it was not more than skin deep. Of late, indeed, she had been much more frightened than attracted by the conduct of her admirer, and really felt it a relief, notwithstanding her pique, when he retired into the elder brother sort of state. But she would have been more than woman if she had not resented the change. And so, very soon, the pangs of jealousy were added to his other troubles. Other men were beginning to frequent the Chuffs regularly. Drysdale, besides dividing with Tom the prestige of being an original discoverer, was by far the largest customer. St. Cloud came and brought Chanter with him, to whom Patty was actually civil, not because she liked him at all, but because she saw that it made Tom furious. Though he could not fix on any one man in particular, he felt that mankind in general were gaining on him. In his better moments, indeed, he often wished that she would take the matter into her own hands and throw him over for good and all, but keep away from the place altogether he could not. And often, when he fancied himself on the point of doing it, a pretty toss of her head or a kind look of her eyes would scatter all his good resolutions to the four winds. And so the days dragged on, and he dragged on through them, hot fits of conceit alternating in him with cold fits of despondency and mawkishness and discontent with everything and everybody, which were all the more intolerable from their entire strangeness. Instead of seeing the bright side of all things, he seemed to be looking at creation through yellow spectacles, and saw faults and blemishes in all his acquaintance, which had been till now invisible. But the more he was inclined to depreciate all other men, the more he felt there was one to whom he had been grossly unjust. And, as he recalled all that had passed, he began to do justice to the man who had not flinched from warning him and braving him, who he felt had been watching over him and trying to guide him straight when he had lost all power or will to keep straight himself. From this time the dread increased on him lest any of the other men should find out his quarrel with Hardy. Their utter ignorance of it encouraged him in the hope that it might all pass off like a bad dream. While it remained a matter between them alone, he felt that all might come straight, though he could not think how. He began to loiter by the entrance of the passage which led to Hardy's rooms. Sometimes he would find something to say to his scout or bedmaker, which took him into the back outside Hardy's window, glancing at it sideways as he stood giving his orders. There it was, wide open. Generally he hardly knew whether he hoped to catch a glimpse of the owner, but he did hope that Hardy might hear his voice. He watched him in chapel and hall furtively, but constantly, and was always fancying what he was doing and thinking about. Was it as painful an effort to Hardy, he wondered, as to him to go on speaking, as if nothing had happened, when they met at the boats as they did now again almost daily, for Diogenes was bent on training some of the torpids for next year, and yet never to look one another in the face, to live together as usual during part of every day, and yet to feel all the time that a great wall had risen between them, more hopelessly dividing them for the time than thousands of miles of ocean or continent. Amongst other distractions which Tom tried at this crisis of his life was reading. For 3 or 4 days running he really worked hard, very hard, if we were to reckon by the number of hours he spent in his own rooms over his books with his oak sported. Hard even though we should only reckon by results. For though scarcely an hour passed that he was not balancing on the hind legs of his chair with a vacant look in his eyes, and thinking of anything but Greek roots or Latin constructions, yet on the whole he managed to get through a good deal, and one evening, for the first time since his quarrel with Hardy, felt a sensation of real comfort, it hardly amounted to pleasure, as he closed his Sophocles some hour or so after Hall, having just finished the last of the Greek plays which he meant to take in for his first examination. He leaned back in his chair and sat for a few minutes, letting his thoughts follow their own bent. They soon took to going wrong, and he jumped up in fear lest he should be drifting back into the black stormy sea, in the trough of which he had been labouring so lately, and which he felt he was by no means clear of yet. At first he caught up his cap and gown as though he were going out. There was a wine party at one of his acquaintances' rooms, or he could go and smoke a cigar in the pool room, or at any one of a dozen other places. On second thoughts, however, he threw his academicals back onto the sofa and went to his bookcase. The reading had paid so well that evening that he resolved to go on with it. He had no particular object in selecting one book more than another, and so took down carelessly the first that came to hand. It happened to be a volume of Plato, and opened of its own accord at the Apology. He glanced at a few lines. What a flood of memories they called up! This was almost the last book he had read at school, and teacher and friends and lofty oak-shelved library stood out before him at once. Then the blunders that he himself and others had made rushed through his mind, and he almost burst into a laugh as he wheeled his chair round to the window and began reading where he had opened, encouraging every thought of the old times when he first read that marvellous defence, and throwing himself back into them with all his might. And still, as he read, forgotten words of wise comment and strange thoughts of wonder and longing came back to him. The great truth which he had been led to the brink of in those early days rose in all its awe and all its attractiveness before him. He leaned back in his chair and gave himself up to his thought, and how strangely that thought bore on the struggle which had been raging in him of late. How an answer seemed to be trembling, to come out of it to all the cries, now defiant, now plaintive, which had gone up out of his heart in this time of trouble. For his thought was of that spirit, distinct from himself, and yet communing with his inmost soul, always dwelling in him, knowing him better than he knew himself, never misleading him, always leading him to light and truth, of which the old philosopher spoke. The old heathen Socrates did actually believe that. There can be no question about it, he thought. Has not the testimony of the best men through these 2,000 years borne witness that he was right, that he did not believe a lie? That was what we were told. Surely I don't mistake. Were we not told too, or did I dream it, that what was true for him was true for every man? For me, that there is a spirit dwelling in me, striving with me, ready to lead me into all truth if I will submit to his guidance. Aye, submit, there's the rub. Give yourself up to his guidance. Throw up the reins and say you've made a mess of it. Well, why not? Haven't I made a mess of it? Am I fit to hold the reins? Not I. He got up and began walking about his rooms. I give it up. Give it up, he went on presently. Yes, but to whom? Not to the demon spirit, whatever it was, who took up abode in the old Athenian. At least so he said, and so I believe. No. 2,000 years and all that they have seen have not passed over the world to leave us just where he was left. We want no demons or spirits. And yet the old heathen was guided right, and what can a man want more? And whoever wanted guidance more than I, now, here, in this room, at this minute? I give up the reins. Who will take them? And so there came on him one of those seasons when a man's thoughts cannot be followed in words. A sense of awe came on him, and over him, and wrapped him round. Awe at a presence of which he was becoming suddenly conscious, into which he seemed to have wandered, and yet which he felt must have been there around him, in his own heart and soul, though he knew it not. There was hope and longing in his heart, mingling with the fear of that presence, but withal the old reckless and daring feeling which he knew so well, still bubbling up untamed, untamable it seemed to him. The room stifled him now, so he threw on his cap and gown and hurried down into the quadrangle. It was very quiet. Probably there was not a dozen men in college. He walked across to the low, dark entrance of the passage which led to Hardy's rooms, and there paused. Was he there by chance, or was he guided there? Yes, this was the right way for him. He had no doubt now as to that. Down the dark passage and into the room he knew so well, and what then? He took a short turn or two before the entrance. How could he be sure that Hardy was alone? And if not, to go in would be worse than useless. If he were alone, what should he say? After all, must he go in there? Was there no way but that? The college clock struck 7:15. It was his usual time for the chuffs. The house would be quiet now. Was there not one looking out for him there who would be grieved if he did not come? After all, might not that be his way? For this night at least, he might bring pleasure to one human being by going there at once. That he knew. What else could he be sure of? At this moment he heard Hardy's door open and a voice saying, "Good night," and the next Gray came out of the passage and was passing close to him. Join yourself to him. The impulse came so strongly into Tom's mind this time that it was like a voice speaking him. He yielded to it, and stepping to Gray's side, wished him good evening. The other returned his salute in his shy way, and was hurrying on, but Tom kept by him. "Have you been reading with Hardy?" "Yes." "How is he? I have not seen anything of him for some time." "Oh, very well, I think," said Gray, glancing sideways at his questioner, and adding after a moment, "I have wondered rather not to see you there of late." "Are you going to your school?" said Tom, breaking away from the subject. "Yes, and I am rather late. I must make haste on. Good night." "Will you let me go with you tonight? It would be a real kindness, indeed," he added, as he saw how embarrassing his proposal was to Gray. "I will do whatever you tell me. You don't know how grateful I should be to you. Do let me go, just for tonight. Try me once." Gray hesitated, turned his head sharply once or twice as they walked on together, and then said with something like a sigh, "I don't know, I'm sure. Did you ever teach in a night school?" "No, but I have taught in the Sunday school at home sometimes. Indeed, I will do whatever you tell me." "Oh, but this is not at all like a Sunday school. They are a very rough, wild lot." "The rougher the better," said Tom. "I shall know how to manage them then." "But you must not really be rough with them." "No, I won't. I didn't mean that," said Tom hastily, for he saw his mistake at once. "I shall take it as a great favour if you will let me go with you tonight. You won't repent it, I am sure." Gray did not seem at all sure of this, but saw no means of getting rid of his companion, and so they walked on together and turned down a long narrow court in the lowest part of the town. At the doors of the houses labouring men, mostly Irish, lounged or stood about, smoking and talking to one another, or to the women who leant out of the windows or passed to and fro on their various errands of business or pleasure. A group of half-grown lads were playing at pitch-farthing at the farther end, and all over the court were scattered children of all ages, ragged and noisy little creatures, most of them, on whom paternal and maternal admonitions and cuffs were constantly being expended, and to all appearances in vain. At the sight of Gray a shout arose amongst the smaller boys of "Here's a teacher!" and they crowded around him and Tom as they went up the court. Several of the men gave him a half-surly, half-respectful nod as he passed along, wishing them good evening. The rest merely stared at him and his companion. They stopped at a door which Gray opened and led the way into the passage of an old tumble-down cottage, on the ground floor of which were two low rooms which served for the schoolrooms. A hard-featured, middle-aged woman who kept the house was waiting and said to Gray, "Mr. Jones told me to say, sir, he would not be here tonight, as he has got a bad fever case. So you was to take only the lower classes, sir," he said, "and the policeman would be near to keep out the big boys if you wanted 'em. Shall I go and tell him to step around, sir?" Gray looked embarrassed for a moment and then said, "No, never mind, you can go," and then turning to Tom added, "Jones is the curate. He won't be here tonight, and some of the bigger boys are very noisy and troublesome and only come to make a noise. However, if they come, we must do our best." Meantime the crowd of small ragged urchins had filled the room and were swarming onto the benches and squabbling for the copybooks which were laid out on the thin desks. Gray set to work to get them into order, and soon the smallest were drafted off into the inner room with slates and spelling books, and the bigger ones, some dozen in number, settled to their writing. Tom seconded him so readily and seemed so much at home that Gray felt quite relieved. "You seem to get on capitally," he said. "I will go into the inner room to the little ones, and you stay and take these. There are the class books when they have done their copies," and so went off into the inner room and closed the door. Tom set himself to work with a will, and as he bent over one after another of the pupils and guided the small grubby hands, which clutched the inky pens with cramped fingers and went spluttering and blotching along the lines of the copybooks, felt the yellow scales dropping from his eyes, and more warmth coming back into his heart than he had known there for many a day. All went on well inside, notwithstanding a few small outbreaks between the scholars, but every now and then mud was thrown against the window, and noises outside and in the passages threatened some interruption. At last, when the writing was finished, the copybooks cleared away, and the class books distributed, the door opened, and 2 or 3 big boys of 15 or 16 lounged in with their hands in their pockets and their caps on. There was an insolent look about them which set Tom's back up at once. However, he kept his temper, made them take their caps off, and, as they said they wanted to read with the rest, let them take their places on the benches. But now came the tug-of-war. He could not keep his eyes on the whole lot at once, and no sooner did he fix his attention on the stammering reader for the time being and try to help him, than anarchy broke out all around him. Small stones and shot were thrown about, and cries arose from the smaller fry. "Please, sir, he's been and poured some ink down me back. He's stolen my book, sir. He's gone and stuck a pen in my leg." The evildoers were so cunning that it was impossible to catch them. But as he was hastily turning in his own mind what to do, a cry arose, and one of the benches went suddenly over backwards onto the floor, carrying with it its whole freight of boys, except 2 of the bigger ones, who were the evident authors of the mishap. Tom sprang at the one nearest him, seized him by the collar, hauled him into the passage, and sent him out of the street door with a sound kick, and then rushing back, caught hold of the second, who went down on his back and clung round Tom's legs, shouting for help to his remaining companions, and struggling and swearing. It was all the work of a moment, and now the door opened and Gray appeared from the inner room. Tom left off hauling his prize towards the passage, and felt and looked very foolish. "This fellow and another whom I have turned out upset that form with all the little boys on it," he said apologetically. "It's a lie, it wasn't me," roared the captive, to whom Tom administered a sound box on the ear, while the small boys, rubbing different parts of their bodies, chorused, "'Twas him, teacher, 'twas him," and heaped further charges of pinching, pin-sticking, and other atrocities on him. Gray astonished Tom by his firmness. "Don't strike him again," he said. "Now go out at once, or I will send for your father." The fellow got up, and after standing a moment considering his chance of successful resistance to physical force in the person of Tom, and moral in that of Gray, slunk out. "You must go too, Murphy," went on Gray to another of the intruders. "Oh, your honour, let me, boy. I'll be as quiet as a mouse," pleaded the Irish boy, and Tom would have given in, but Gray was unyielding. "You were turned out last week, and Mr. Jones said you were not to come back for a fortnight." "Well, good night to your honour," said Murphy, and took himself off. "The rest may stop," said Gray. "You had better take the inner room now. I will stay here." "I'm very sorry," said Tom. "You couldn't help it. No one can manage those 2. Murphy is quite different, but I should have spoiled him if I had let him stay now." The remaining half hour passed off quietly. Tom retired into the inner room and took up Gray's lesson, which he had been reading to the boys from a large Bible with pictures. Out of consideration for their natural and acquired restlessness, The little fellows, who were all between 8 and 11 years old, were only kept sitting at their pot-hooks and spelling for the first half hour or so, and then were allowed to crowd round the teacher, who read and talked to them and showed them the pictures. Tom found the Bible open at the story of the prodigal son and read it out to them as they clustered round his knees. Some of the outside ones fidgeted about a little, but those close round him listened with ears and eyes and bated breath. And two little blue-eyed boys, without shoes, their ragged clothes concealed by long pinafores which their widowed mother had put on clean to send them to school, leaned against him and looked up in his face, and his heart warmed to the touch and the look. "Please, teacher, read it again," they said when he had finished. So he read it again, and sighed when Gray came in and lighted a candle, for the room was getting dark, and said it was time for prayers. A few collects and the Lord's Prayer, in which all the young voices joined, drowning for a minute the noises from the court outside, finished the evening's schooling. The children trooped out, and Gray went to speak to the woman who kept the house. Tom, left to himself, felt strangely happy, and, for something to do, took the snuffers and commenced a crusade against a large family of bugs, who, taking advantage of the quiet, came cruising out of a crack in the otherwise neatly papered wall. Some dozen had fallen on his spear when Gray reappeared and was much horrified at the sight. He called the woman and told her to have the hole carefully fumigated and mended. "I thought we had killed them all long ago," he said, "but the place is tumbling down." "It looks well enough," said Tom. "Yes, we have kept it as tidy as possible. It ought to be at least a little better than what the children see at home." And so they left the school and court and walked up to college. "Where are you going?" Tom said as they entered the gate.
"To Hardy's rooms. Will you come?"
"No, not tonight," said Tom. "I know that you want to be reading. I should only interrupt."
"Well, good night then," said Gray,
and went on, leaving Tom standing in the porch. On the way up from the school he had almost made up his mind to go to Hardy's rooms that night. He longed and yet feared to do so, and on the whole was not sorry for an excuse. Their first meeting must be alone, and it would be a very embarrassing one, for him at any rate. Gray, he hoped, would tell Hardy of his visit to the school, and that would show that he was coming round and make the meeting easier. His talk with Gray, too, had removed one great cause of uneasiness from his mind. It was now quite clear that he had no suspicion of the quarrel, and, if Hardy had not told him, no one else could know of it. Altogether he strolled into the quadrangle a happier and sounder man than he had been since his first visit to the Chuffs, and looked up and answered with his old look and voice when he heard his name called from one of the first-floor windows. The hailer was Drysdale, who was leaning out in a lounging coat and velvet cap and enjoying a cigar as usual in the midst of the flowers of his hanging garden.
"You've heard the good news, I suppose?"
"No, what do you mean?"
"Why, Blake has got the Latin verse."
"Hurrah! I'm so glad."
"Come up and have a weed."
Tom ran up the staircase and into Drysdale's rooms, and was leaning out of the window at his side in another minute. "What does he get by it?" he said. "Do you know?"
"No, some books bound in Russia, I dare say, with the Oxford arms and Dominus Illuminatio Mea on the back."
"No money?"
"Not much, perhaps a tenner," answered Drysdale, "but no end of Greek text, kudos, I suppose."
"It makes it look well for his first, don't you think? But I wish he had got some money for it. I often feel very uncomfortable about that bill, don't you?"
"Not I. What's the good? It's nothing when you are used to it. Besides, it don't fall due for another 6 weeks."
"But if Blake can't meet it then?" said Tom.
"Well, it will be vacation, and I'll trouble Greasy Benjamin to catch me then."
"But you don't mean to say you won't pay it?" said Tom in horror.
"Pay it? You may trust Benjamin for that. He'll pull round his little usuries somehow."
"Only we have promised to pay on a certain day, you know."
"Oh, of course, that's the form. That only means that he can't pinch us sooner."
"I do hope, though, Drysdale, that it will be paid on the day," said Tom, who could not quite swallow the notion of forfeiting his word, even though it were only a promise to pay to a scoundrel.
"All right, you've nothing to do with it, remember. He won't bother you. Besides, you can plead infancy if the worst comes to the worst. There's such a queer old bird gone to your friend Hardy's rooms."
The mention of Hardy broke the disagreeable train of thought into which Tom was falling, and he listened eagerly as Drysdale went on.
"It was about half an hour ago. I was looking out here and saw an old fellow come hobbling into quad on 2 sticks, in a shady blue uniform coat and white trousers. The kind of old boy you read about in books, you know, Commodore Trunnion or Uncle Toby or one of that sort. Well, I watched him backing and filling about the quad and trying one staircase and another, but there was nobody about. So down I trotted and went up to him for fun and to see what he was after. It was as good as a play if you could have seen it. I was ass enough to take off my cap and make a low bow as I came up to him, and he pulled off his uniform cap in return, and we stood there bowing to one another. He was a thorough old gentleman, and I felt rather foolish for fear that he should see that I expected a lark when I came out. But I don't think he had an idea of it, and only set my capping him down to the wonderful good manners of the college. So we got quite thick, and I piloted him across to Hardy's staircase in the back quad. I wanted him to come up and quench, but he declined with many apologies. I'm sure he is a character.
He must be Hardy's father, said Tom.
I shouldn't wonder, but is his father in the Navy?
He is a retired captain.
Then no doubt you're right. What shall we do? Have a hand at piquet? Some men will be here directly, only for love.
Tom declined the proffered game and went off soon after to his own rooms, a happier man than he had been since his first night at the Chuffs. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. The Reconciliation. Tom rose in the morning with a presentiment that all would be over now before long, and to make his presentiment come true, resolved before night to go himself to Hardy and give in. All he reserved to himself was the liberty to do it in the manner which would be least painful to himself. He was greatly annoyed, therefore, when Hardy did not appear at morning chapel, for he had fixed on the leaving chapel as the least unpleasant time in which to begin his confession, and was going to catch Hardy then and follow him to his rooms. All the morning, too, in answer to his inquiries by his scout Wiggins, Hardy's scout replied that his master was out or busy. He did not come to the boats, he did not appear in hall, so that, after hall, when Tom went back to his own rooms, as he did at once, instead of sauntering out of college or going to a wine party, he was quite out of heart at his bad luck, and began to be afraid that he would have to sleep on his unhealed wound another night. He sat down in an armchair and fell to musing, and thought how wonderfully his life had been changed in these few short weeks. He could hardly get back across the gulf which separated him from the self who had come back into those rooms after Easter, full of anticipations of the pleasures and delights of the coming summer term and vacation. To his own surprise, he didn't seem much to regret the loss of his chateau in Espagne, and felt a sort of grim satisfaction in their utter overthrow. While occupied with these thoughts, he heard talking on his stairs, accompanied by a strange lumbering tread. These came nearer and at last stopped just outside his door, which opened in another moment, and Wiggins announced, "Captain Hardy, sir." Tom jumped to his legs and felt himself colour painfully. "Here, Wiggins," said he, "wheel round that armchair for Captain Hardy. I'm so very glad to see you, sir." And he hastened round himself to meet the old gentleman, holding out his hand, which the visitor took very cordially, as soon as he had passed his heavy stick to his left hand and balanced himself safely upon it. "Thank you, sir, thank you," said the old man after a few moments' pause. "I find your companion ladders rather steep. and then he sat down with some difficulty. Tom took the captain's stick and Andre's cap and put them reverentially on his sideboard, and then, to get rid of some little nervousness which he couldn't help feeling, bustled to his cupboard and helped Wiggins to place glasses and biscuits on the table. "Now, sir, what will you take? I have port, sherry, and whisky here, and can get you anything else. Wiggins, run to Hinton's and get some dessert." "No dessert, thank you, for me," said the captain. "I'll take a cup of coffee, or a glass of grog, or anything you have ready. Don't open wine for me, pray, sir." "Oh, it is all the better for being opened," said Tom, working away at a bottle of sherry with his corkscrew. "And Wiggins, get some coffee and anchovy toast in a quarter of an hour. And just put out some tumblers and toddy ladles and bring up boiling water with the coffee." While making his hospitable preparations, Tom managed to get many side glances at the old man, who sat looking steadily and abstractly before him into the fireplace, and was much struck and touched by the picture. The sailor wore a well-preserved old undress uniform coat and waistcoat, and white drill trousers. He was a man of middle height, but gaunt and massive, and Tom recognized the framework of the long arms and grand shoulders and chest, which he had so often admired in the sun. His right leg was quite stiff from an old wound on the kneecap, the left eye was sightless, and the scar of a cutlass travelled down the drooping lid and onto the weather-beaten cheek below. His head was high and broad, his hair and whiskers silver white, while the shaggy eyebrows were scarcely grizzled. His face was deeply lined, and the long, clean-cut lower jaw and drawn look about the mouth gave a grim expression to the face at the first glance, which wore off as you looked, leaving, however, on most men who thought about it, the impression which fastened on our hero. An awkward man to have met at the head of borders towards the end of the Great War. In a minute or two, Tom, having completed his duties, faced the old sailor, much reassured by his covert inspection, and, pouring himself out a glass of sherry, pushed the decanter across and drank to his guest. "Your health, sir," he said, "and thank you very much for coming up to see me." "Thank you, sir," said the captain, rousing himself and filling. "I drink to you, sir. The fact is, I took a great liberty in coming up to your rooms in this off-hand way without calling or sending up, but you'll excuse it in an old sailor." Here the captain took to his glass and seemed a little embarrassed. Tom felt embarrassed also, feeling that something was coming, and could only think of asking how the captain liked the sherry. The captain liked the sherry very much. Then, suddenly clearing his throat, he went on, "I felt, sir, that you would excuse me, for I have a favour to ask of you." He paused again, while Tom muttered something about great pleasure, and then went on. "You know my son, Mr. Brown?" "Yes, sir. He has been my best friend up here. I owe more to him than to any man in Oxford." The captain's eye gleamed with pleasure as he replied, "Jack is a noble fellow, Mr. Brown, though I say it, who am his father. I have often promised myself a cruise to Oxford since he has been here. I came here at last yesterday, and have been having a long yarn with him. I found there was something on his mind. He can't keep anything from his old father, and so I drew out of him that he loves you as David loved Jonathan. He made my old eye very dim while he was talking of you, Mr. Brown, and then I found that you two are not as you used to be. Some coldness sprung up between you. But what about I couldn't get at? Young men are often hasty. I know I was 40 years ago. Jack says he has been hasty with you. Now, that boy is all I have in the world, Mr. Brown. I know my boy's friend will like to send an old man home with a light heart. So, I made up my mind to come over to you and ask you to make it up with Jack. I gave him the slip after dinner, and here I am. Oh, sir, did he really ask you to come to me? No, sir, said the captain. He did not. I'm sorry for it. I think Jack must be in the wrong, for he said he had been too hasty, and yet he wouldn't ask me to come to you and make it up. But he is young, sir, young and proud. He said he couldn't move in it. His mind was made up. He was wretched enough over it, but the move must come from you. And so, that is the favor I have to ask, that you will make it up with Jack. It isn't often a young man can do such a favor to an old one, to an old father with one son. You will not feel the worse for having done it if it is ever so hard to do when you come to be my age. And the old man looked wistfully across the table, the muscles about his mouth quivering as he ended. Tom sprang from his chair and grasped the old sailor's hand as he felt the load pass out of his heart. Favor, sir, he said. I have been a mad fool enough already in this business. I should have been a double-dyed scoundrel like enough by this time but for your son, and I have quarrelled with him for stopping me at the pit's mouth. Favor! If God will, I'll prove somehow where the favor lies and what I owe to him, and to you, sir, for coming to me tonight. Stop here 2 minutes, sir, and I'll run down and bring him over. Tom tore away to Hardy's door and knocked. There was no pausing in the passage now. Come in. He opened the door but did not enter, and for a moment or two could not speak. The rush of associations which the sight of the well-known old rickety furniture and the figure which was seated book in hand with its back to the door and its feet against one side of the mantelpiece called up choked him. May I come in? He said at last. He saw the figure give a start, and the book trembled a little, but then came the answer, slow but firm. I have not changed my opinion. No, dear old boy, but I have, and Tom rushed across to his friend, dearer than ever to him now, and threw his arm round his neck, and, if the un-English truth must out, had 3 parts of a mind to kiss the rough face which was now working with strong emotion. Thank God, said Hardy, as he grasped the hand which hung over his shoulder. And now, come over to my room. Your father is there waiting for us. What? The dear old governor. That's what he has been after, is it? I couldn't think where he could have hoped to, as he would say. Hardy put on his cap, and the two hurried back to Tom's rooms, the lightest hearts in the University of Oxford. End of chapter 20, read by Janani Ram, Chennai, March 7th, 2022.
Chapter 21 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Will Anthony. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. Chapter 21. Captain Hardy entertained by St. Ambrose. There are moments in the life of the most self-contained and sober of us all when we fairly bubble over like a full bottle of champagne with the cork out. And this was one of them for our hero who, however, be it remarked, was neither self-contained nor sober by nature. When they got back to his rooms, he hardly knew what to do to give vent to his lightness of heart, and Hardy, though self-contained and sober enough in general, was on this occasion almost as bad as his friend. They rattled on, talked out the thing which came uppermost, whatever the subject might chance to be, but whether grave or gay, it always ended after a minute or two in jokes not always good, and chaff and laughter. The poor captain was a little puzzled at first, and made one or two endeavors to turn the talk into improving channels. But very soon he saw that Jack was thoroughly happy, and that was always enough for him. So he listened to one and the other, joining cheerily in the laugh whenever he could, and when he couldn't catch the joke, looking like a benevolent old lion, and making as much belief that he had understood it all as the simplicity and truthfulness of his character would allow. The spirits of the two friends seemed inexhaustible. They lasted out the bottle of sherry which Tom had uncorked, and the remains of a bottle of his famous port. He had tried hard to be allowed to open a fresh bottle, but the captain had made such a point of his not doing so that he had given in for hospitality's sake. They lasted out the coffee and anchovy toast, after which the captain made a little effort at moving, which was supplicatingly stopped by Tom. "Oh, pray don't go, Captain Hardy. I haven't been so happy for months. Besides, I must brew you a glass of grog. I pride myself on my brew. Your son there will tell you that I am a dead hand at it. Here, Wiggins, a lemon," shouted Tom. "Well, for once in a way, I suppose, eh, Jack?" said the captain, looking at his son. "Oh, yes, father. You mayn't know it, Brown, but there is one thing harder to do than another. It is to get an old sailor like my father to take a glass of grog at night." The captain laughed a little laugh, and shook his thick stick at his son, who went on. "And as for asking him to take a pipe with it—" "Dear me," said Tom, "I quite forgot. I really beg your pardon, Captain Hardy." And he put down the lemon he was squeezing, and produced a box of cigars. "It's all Jack's nonsense, sir," said the captain, holding out his hand nevertheless for the box. "Now, father, don't be absurd," interrupted Hardy, snatching the box away from him. "You might as well give him a glass of absinthe. He is a churchwarden at home and can't smoke anything but a long clay." "I'm very sorry I haven't one here, but I can send out in a minute." And Tom was making for the door to shout for Wiggins. "No, don't call. I'll fetch some from my rooms." When Hardy left the room, Tom squeezed away at his lemon, and was preparing himself for a speech to Captain Hardy full of confession and gratitude. But the captain was before him, and led the conversation into a most unexpected channel. "I suppose now, Mr. Brown," he began, "you don't find any difficulty in construing your Thucydides." "Indeed I do, sir," said Tom, laughing. "I find him a very tough old customer, except in the simplest narrative." "For my part," said the captain, "I can't get on at all, I find, without a translation. But you see, sir, I had none of the advantages which you young men have up here. In fact, Mr. Brown, I didn't begin Greek till Jack was nearly 10 years old." The captain in his secret heart was prouder of his partial victory over the Greek tongue in his old age than of his undisputed triumphs over the French in his youth, and was not averse to talking of it. "I wonder that you ever began it at all, sir," said Tom. "You wouldn't wonder if you knew how an uneducated man like me feels when he comes to a place like Oxford." "Uneducated, sir," said Tom. "Why, your education has been worth twice as much, I'm sure, as any we get here." "No, sir, we never learnt anything in the Navy when I was a youngster, except a little rule-of-thumb mathematics. One picked up a sort of smattering of a language or two, knocking about the world, but no grammatical knowledge, nothing scientific. If a boy doesn't get a method, he is beating to windward in a crankcraft all his life. He hasn't got any regular place to stow away what he gets into his brains, and so it lies tumbling about in the hold, and he loses it, or it gets damaged and is never ready for use. You see what I mean, Mr. Brown?" "Yes, sir. But I'm afraid we don't all of us get much method up here. Do you really enjoy reading Thucydides now, Captain Hardy?" "Indeed I do, sir, very much," said the captain. "There's a great deal in his history to interest an old sailor, you know. I dare say now that I enjoy those parts about the sea fights more than you do." The captain looked at Tom as if he had made an audacious remark. "I am sure you do, sir," said Tom, smiling. "Because you see, Mr. Brown," said the captain, "when one has been in that sort of thing oneself, one likes to read how people in other times managed, and to think what one would have done in their place. I don't believe that the Greeks just at that time were very resolute fighters, though. Nelson or Collingwood would have finished that war in a year or two." "Not with triremes, do you think, sir?" said Tom. "Yes, sir, with any vessel which were to be had," said the captain. "But you are right about triremes. It has always been a great puzzle to me how those triremes could have been worked. How do you understand the 3 banks of oars, Mr. Brown?" "Well, sir, I suppose they must have been one above the other somehow." "But the upper bank must have had oars 20 feet long, and more in that case," said the captain. "You must allow for leverage, you see." "Of course, sir, when one comes to think of it. It isn't easy to see how they were manned and worked," said Tom. "Now, my notion about triremes," began the captain, holding the back of his stick with both hands and looking across at Tom. "Why, father," cried Hardy, returning at the moment with the pipes and catching the captain's last word. "On one of your hobby horses again. You're not safe. I can't leave you for 2 minutes. Here's a long pipe for you. How in the world did he get on triremes?" "I hardly know," said Tom, "but I want to hear what Captain Hardy thinks about them. You were saying, sir, that the upper oars must have been 20 feet long at least." "My notion is," said the captain, taking the pipe and tobacco pouch from his son's hand. "Stop one moment," said Hardy. "I found Blake at my rooms and asked him to come over here. You don't object?" "Object, my dear fellow. I'm much obliged to you. Now, Hardy, would you like to have anyone else? I can send in a minute." "No one, thank you." "You won't stand on ceremony now, will you, with me?" said Tom. "You see I haven't." "And you never will again?" "No, never. Now, father, you can heave ahead about those oars." The captain went on changing his pipe and proceeded. "You see, Mr. Brown, they must have been at least 20 feet long because, if you allow the lowest bank of oars to have been 3 feet above the water line, which even Jack thinks they must have been, certainly that height at least to do any good," said Hardy. "Not that I think Jack's opinion worth much on this point," went on his father. "It's very ungrateful of you, then, to say so, father," said Hardy. "After all the time I've wasted trying to make it all clear to you." "I don't say that Jack's not a good opinion on most things, Mr. Brown," said the captain, "but he is all at sea about triremes. He believes that the men of the uppermost bank rode somehow like lightermen on the Thames, walking up and down." "I object to your statement of my faith, father," said Hardy. "Now you know, Jack, you have said so often." "I have said they must have stood up to row, and so—" "You would have had awful confusion, Jack. You must have order between decks when you're going into action. Besides, the rowers had cushions." "That old hearsay of yours again." "Well, but Jack, they had cushions. Didn't the rowers who were marched across the isthmus to man the ships which were to surprise the Piraeus carry their oars, thongs, and cushions?" "If they did, your conclusion doesn't follow, father, that they sat on them to row." "You hear, Mr. Brown," said the captain. "He admits my point about the cushions." "Oh, father, I hope you used to fight the French more fairly," said Hardy. "But didn't he? Didn't Jack admit my point?" "Implicitly, sir, I think," said Tom, catching Hardy's eye, which was dancing with fun. "Of course he did. You hear that, Jack? Now my notion about triremes—" A knock at the door interrupted the captain again, and Blake came in and was introduced. "Mr. Blake is almost our best scholar, father. You should appeal to him about the cushions." "I am very proud to make your acquaintance, sir," said the captain. "I have heard my son speak of you often." "We were talking about triremes," said Tom. "Captain Hardy thinks the oars must have been 20 feet long." "Not easy to come forward well with that sort of oar," said Blake. "They must have pulled a slow stroke." "Our torpid would have bumped the best of them," said Hardy. "I don't think they could have made more than 6 knots, said the captain. "But yet they used to sink one another, and a light boat going only 6 knots couldn't break another in 2 amidships. It's a puzzling subject, Mr. Blake." "It is, sir," said Mr. Blake. "If only we had some of their forecastle songs, we should know more about it. I'm afraid they had no in Dibdin." "I wish you would turn one of my father's favorite songs into Anapace for him," said Hardy. "What are they?" said Blake. "Tom Bowling, or The Wind That Bowls, and The Ship That Goes, and The Lass That Loves a Sailor." "By the way, why shouldn't we have a song?" said Tom. "What do you say, Captain Hardy?" The captain winced a little as he saw his chance of expounding his notion as to triremes slipping away, but answered, "By all means, sir. Jack must sing for me, though. Did you ever hear him sing Tom Bowling?" "No, never, sir." "Why, Hardy, you never told me you could sing." "You never asked me," said Hardy, laughing. "But if I sing for my father, he must spin us a yarn." "Oh, yes, will you, sir?" "I'll do my best, Mr. Brown, but I don't know that you'll care to listen to my old yarns. Jack thinks everybody must like them as well as he, who used to hear them when he was a child." "Thank you, sir. That's famous. Now, Hardy, strike up." "After you. You must set the example in your own rooms." So Tom sang his song, and the noise brought Drysdale and another man up, who were loitering in quad on the lookout for something to do. Drysdale and the captain recognized one another, and were friends at once, and then Hardy sang Tom Bowling, in a style which astonished the rest not a little, and as usual nearly made his father cry. And Blake sang, and Drysdale and the other man. And then the captain was called on for his yarn, and, the general voice being for something that had happened to him, the strangest thing that had ever happened to him at sea, the old gentleman laid down his pipe and sat up in his chair with his hands on his stick and began. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes, Chapter 22, Departures Expected and Unexpected. There was a silence of a few seconds after the captain had finished his story, all the men sitting with eyes fixed on him, and not a little surprised at the results of their call. Drysdale was the first to break the silence, which he did with a "By George!" and a long respiration. But as he did not seem prepared with any further remark, Tom took up the running. "What a strange story," he said. "And that really happened to you, Captain Hardy?" "To me, sir, in the Mediterranean, more than 40 years ago. The strangest thing about it is that the old Commodore should have managed to get all the way to the ship and then not have known where his nephew was," said Blake. "He only knew his nephew's birth, you see, sir," said the captain. "But he might have beat about through the ship till he had found him. You must remember that he was at his last breath, sir," said the captain. "You can't expect a man to have his head clear at such a moment. Not a man, perhaps, but I should, a ghost," said Blake. "Time was everything to him," went on the captain, without regarding the interruption. "Space, nothing. But the strangest part of it is that I should have seen the figure at all. It's true I had been thinking of the old uncle because of the boy's illness, but I can't suppose he was thinking of me, and, as I say, he never recognized me. I have taken a great deal of interest in such matters since that time, but I have never met with just such a case as this. No, that is the puzzle. One can fancy his appearing to his nephew well enough," said Tom. "We can't account for these things, or for a good many other things which ought to be quite as startling, only we see them every day. But now I think it is time for us to be going, eh, Jack?" And the captain and his son rose to go. Tom saw that it would be no kindness to them to try to prolong the sitting, and so he got up too, to accompany them to the gates. This broke up the party. Before going, Drysdale, after whispering to Tom, went up to Captain Hardy and said, "I want to ask you to do me a favor, sir. Will you and your son breakfast with me tomorrow?" "We shall be very happy, sir," said the captain. "I think, father, you had better breakfast with me quietly. We are much obliged to Mr. Drysdale, but I can't give up a whole morning. Besides, I have several things to talk to you about." "Nonsense, Jack," blurted out the old sailor. "Leave your books alone for one morning. I'm come up here to enjoy myself and see your friends." Hardy gave a slight shrug of his shoulders at the word friends, and Drysdale, who saw it, looked a little confused. He had never asked Hardy to his rooms before. The captain saw that something was the matter, and hastened in his own way to make all smooth again. "Never mind, Jack, sir," he said. "He shall come. It is a great treat to me to be with young men, especially when they are friends of my boy." "I hope you'll come as a personal favor to me," said Drysdale, turning to Hardy. "Brown, you'll bring him, won't you?" "Oh, yes, I'm sure he'll come," said Tom. "That's all right. Good night, then." And Drysdale went off. Hardy and Tom accompanied the captain to the gate. During his passage across the two quadrangles, the old gentleman was full of the praises of the men and of protestations as to the improvement in social manners and customs since his day, when there could have been no such meeting, he declared, without blackguardianism and drunkenness, at least among young officers. But then they had less to think of than Oxford men, no proper education, and so the captain was evidently travelling back into the great trireme question when they reached the gate. As they could go no farther with him, however, he had to carry away his solution of the 3 banks of oars difficulty in his own bosom to the mitre. "Don't let us go in," said Tom, as the gate closed on the captain, and they turned back into the quadrangle. "Let us take a turn or two." So they walked up and down the inner quad in the starlight. Just at first they were a good deal embarrassed and confused, but before long, though not without putting considerable force on himself, Tom got back into something like his old familiar way of unbosoming himself to his re-found friend, and Hardy showed more than his old anxiety to meet him halfway. His ready and undisguised sympathy soon dispersed the remaining clouds which were still hanging between them, and Tom found it almost a pleasure, instead of a dreary task, as he had anticipated, to make a full confession, and state the case clearly and strongly against himself to one who claimed neither by word nor look the least superiority over him, and never seemed to remember that he himself had been ill-treated in the matter. He had such a chance of lecturing me, and didn't do it, thought Tom afterwards, when he was considering why he felt so very grateful to Hardy. It was so cunning of him, too. If he had begun lecturing, I should have begun to defend myself, and never have felt half such a scamp as I did when I was telling it all out to him in my own way. The result of Hardy's management was that Tom made a clean breast of it, telling everything down to his night at the ragged school, and what an effect his chance opening of the apology had had on him. Here, for the first time, Hardy came in with his usual dry, keen voice. You needn't have gone so far back as Plato for that lesson. I don't understand, said Tom. Well, there's something about an indwelling spirit which guideth every man, in St. Paul, isn't there? Yes, a great deal, Tom answered after a pause. But it isn't the same thing. Why not the same thing? Oh, surely you must feel it. It would be almost blasphemy in us to talk as St. Paul talked. It is much easier to face the notion or the fact of a demon or spirit such as Socrates felt to be in him than to face what St. Paul seems to be meaning. Yes, much easier. The only question is whether we will be heathens or not. How do you mean? Said Tom. Why, a spirit was seeking to Socrates and guiding him. He obeyed the guidance, but knew not whence it came. A spirit is striving with us too and trying to guide us. We feel that just as much as he did. Do we know what spirit it is? Whence it comes? Will we obey it? If we can't name it, know no more of it than he knew about his demon, of course, we are in no better position than he. In fact, heathens. Tom made no answer, and after a slight turn or two more, Hardy said, Let us go in, and they went to his rooms. When the candles were lighted, Tom saw the array of books on the table, several of them open, and remembered how near the examinations were. I see you want to work, he said. Well, good night. I know how fellows like you hate being thanked. There, you needn't wince. I'm not going to try it on. The best way to thank you, I know, is to go straight for the future. I'll do that, please God, this time at any rate. Now, what ought I to do, Hardy? Well, it's very hard to say. I've thought about it a great deal this last few days, since I felt you coming round, but I can't make up my mind. How do you feel yourself? What's your own instinct about it? Of course, I must break it all off at once, completely, said Tom mournfully, and half hoping that Hardy might not agree with him. Of course, answered Hardy, but how? In the way that will pain her least. I would sooner lose my hand or bite my tongue off than that she should feel lowered, or lose any self-respect, you know, said Tom, looking helplessly at his friend. Yes, that's all right. You must take all you can on your own shoulders. It must leave a sting, though, for both of you, manage how you will. But I can't bear to let her think I don't care for her. I needn't do that. I can't do that. I don't know what to advise. However, I believe I was wrong in thinking she cared for you so much. She will be hurt, of course. She can't help being hurt, but it won't be so bad as I used to think. Tom made no answer. In spite of all his good resolutions, he was a little piqued at this last speech. Hardy went on presently. I wish you were well out of Oxford. It's a bad town for a girl to be living in, especially as a barmaid in a place which we haunt. I don't know that she will take much harm now, but it's a very trying thing for a girl of that sort to be thrown every day amongst a dozen young men above her in rank, and not 1 in 10 of whom has any manliness about him. How do you mean, no manliness? I mean that a girl in her position isn't safe with us. If we had any manliness in us, she would be... You can't expect all men to be blocks of ice, or milksops, said Tom, who was getting nettled. Don't think that I meant you, said Hardy. Indeed, I didn't. But surely, think a moment. Is it a proof of manliness that the pure and weak should fear you and shrink from you? Which is the true, I, and the brave man, he who trembles before a woman, or he before whom a woman trembles? Neither, said Tom. But I see what you mean, and when you put it that way, it's clear enough. But you're wrong in saying neither if you do see what I mean. Tom was silent. Can there be any true manliness without purity? Went on Hardy. Tom drew a deep breath, but said nothing. And where then can you point to a place where there is so little manliness as here? It makes my blood boil to see what one must see every day. There are a set of men up here, and have been ever since I can remember the place, not one of whom can look at a modest woman without making her shudder. There must always be some blackguards, said Tom. Yes, but unluckily the blackguards set the fashion and give the tone to public opinion. I'm sure both of us have seen enough to know perfectly well that up here, amongst us undergraduates, men who are deliberately and avowedly profligates are rather admired and courted, are said to know the world and all that, while a man who tries to lead a pure life and makes no secret of it is openly sneered at by them, looked down on more or less by the great mass of men, and, to use the word you used just now, thought a milksop by almost all. I don't think it is so bad as that, said Tom. There are many men who respect him, though they might not be able to follow him. Of course, I never meant that there are not many such, but they don't set the fashion. I am sure I'm right. Let us try it by the best test. Haven't you and I in our secret hearts this cursed feeling that the sort of men we are talking about is a milksop? After a moment's thought, Tom answered, I'm afraid I have, but I really am thoroughly ashamed of it now, Hardy. But you haven't it. If you had it, you could never have spoken to me as you have. I beg your pardon, no man is more open than I to the bad influences of any place he lives in. God knows I am even as other men, and worse, for I have been taught ever since I could speak that the crown of all real manliness, all Christian manliness, is purity. Neither of the two spoke for some minutes, then Hardy looked at his watch. Past 11, he said. I must do some work. Well, Brown, this will be a day to remember in my calendar. Tom wrung his hands, but did not venture to reply. As he got to the door, however, he turned back and said, Do you think I ought to write to her? Well, you can try. You'll find it a bitter business, I fear. I'll try then. Good night. Tom went to his own rooms and set to work to write his letter, and certainly found it as difficult and unpleasant a task as he had ever set himself to work upon. Half a dozen times he tore up sheet after sheet of his attempts, and got up and walked about, and plunged and kicked mentally against the collar and traces in which he had harnessed himself by his friend's help, trying to convince himself that Hardy was a Puritan, who had lived quite differently from other men, and knew nothing of what men ought to do in a case like this. That, after all, very little harm had been done. The world would never go on at all if people were to be so scrupulous. Probably, not another man in the college except Gray, perhaps, would think anything of what he had done. Done? Why, what had he done? He couldn't be taking it more seriously if he had ruined her. At this point he managed to bring himself up sharp again more than once. No thanks to me, at any rate, that she isn't ruined. Had I any pity? Any scruples? My God, what a mean, selfish rascal I have been. And then he sat down again and wrote and scratched out what he had written, till the other fit came on, and something of the same process had to be gone through again. We must all recognize the process and remember many occasions on which we have had to put bridle and bit on and ride ourselves as if we had been horses or mules without understanding, and what a trying business it was, as bad as getting a young colt past a gypsy encampment in a narrow lane. At last, after many trials, Tom got himself well in hand and produced something which seemed to satisfy him, for, after reading it 3 or 4 times, he put it in a cover with a small case, which he produced from his desk, sealed it, directed it, and then went to bed. Next morning, after chapel, he joined Hardy and walked to his rooms with him, and after a few words on indifferent matters, said, Well, I wrote my letter last night. Did you satisfy yourself? Yes, I think so. I don't know, though. On second thoughts, it was very tough work. I was afraid you would find it so. But wouldn't you like to see it? No, thank you. I suppose my father will be here directly. But I wish you would read it, though, said Tom, producing a copy. Well, if you wish it, I suppose I must, but I don't see how I can do any good. Hardy took the letter and sat down, and Tom drew a chair close to him and watched his face while he read. It is best for both of us that I should not see you any more, at least at present. I feel that I have done you a great wrong. I dare not say much to you, for fear of making that wrong greater. I cannot. I need not tell you how I despise myself now, how I long to make you any amends in my power. If ever I can be of any service to you, I do hope that nothing which has passed will hinder you from applying to me. You will not believe how it pains me to write this. How should you? I don't deserve that you should believe anything I say. I must seem heartless to you. I have been. I am heartless. I hardly know what I am writing. I shall long all my life to hear good news of you. I don't ask you to pardon me, but if you can prevail on yourself not to send back the enclosed, and will keep it as a small remembrance of one who is deeply sorry for the wrong he has done you, but who cannot and will not say he is sorry he ever met you, you will be adding another to the many kindnesses which I have to thank you for, and which I shall never forget. Hardy read it over several times as Tom watched impatiently, unable to make out anything from his face. What do you think? You don't think there's anything wrong in it, I hope? No, indeed, my dear fellow, I really think it does you credit. I don't know what else you could have said very well, only what? Couldn't you have made it a little shorter? No, I couldn't, but you don't mean that. What did you mean by that only? Why, I don't think this letter will end the business, at least. I'm afraid not. But what more could I have said? Nothing more, certainly. But couldn't you have kept a little quieter? It's difficult to get the right word. A little cooler, perhaps. Couldn't you have made the part about not seeing her again a little more decided? But you said I needn't pretend I didn't care for her. Did I? Yes. Besides, it would have been a lie. I don't want you to tell a lie, certainly. But how about this small remembrance that you speak of? What's that? Oh, nothing. Only a little locket I bought for her. With some of your hair in it? Well, of course. Come now, there's no harm in that. No harm. Do you think she will wear it? How can I tell? It may make her think it isn't all at an end, I'm afraid, if she always wears your hair. By Jove, you're too bad, Hardy. I wish you had to write it yourself. It's all very easy to pull my letter to pieces, I dare say, but I didn't want to read it, remember? No more you did. I forgot. But I wish you would just write down now what you would have said. Yes, I think I see myself at it. By the way, of course, you have sent your letter. Yes, I sent it off before chapel. I thought so. In that case, I don't think we need trouble ourselves further with the form of the document. Oh, that's only shirking. How do you know I may not want it for the next occasion? No, don't let us begin laughing about it. A man never ought to have write such letters twice in his life. If he has, why, he may get a good enough precedent for the second out of the complete letter writer. So you won't correct my copy? No, not I. At this point in their dialogue, Captain Hardy appeared on the scene, and the party went off to Drisdale's to breakfast. Captain Hardy's visit to St. Ambrose was a great success. He stayed some 4 or 5 days and saw everything that was to be seen, and enjoyed it all in a sort of reverent way which was almost comic. Tom devoted himself to the work of Cicerone, and did his best to do the work thoroughly. Oxford was a sort of utopia to the captain, who was resolutely bent on seeing nothing but beauty and learning and wisdom within the precincts of the university. On 1 or 2 occasions his faith was tried sorely by the sight of young gentlemen gracefully apparelled, dawdling along 2 together in low easy pony carriages, or lying on their backs in punts for hours, smoking, with not even a bell's life by them to pass the time, dawdling and doing nothing with the objects of his special abhorrence. But with this trifling exception, the captain continued steadily to behold towers and quadrangles and chapels and the inhabitants of the colleges, through rose-colored spectacles. His respect for a regular education and for the seat of learning at which it was dispensed was so strong that he invested not only the tutors, doctors, and proctors, of whom he saw little except at a distance, but even the most empty-headed undergraduate whose acquaintance he made, with a sort of fancy halo of scientific knowledge, and often talked to those youths in a way which was curiously bewildering and embarrassing to them. Drisdale was particularly hit by it. He had humor and honesty enough himself to appreciate the captain, but it was a constant puzzle to him to know what to make of it all. "He's a regular old brick, is the captain," he said to Tom on the last evening of the old gentleman's visit, "but by Jove, I can't help thinking he must be poking fun at us half his time. It is rather too rich to hear him talking on as if we were all as fond of Greek as he seems to be, and as if no man ever got drunk up here." "I declare I think he believes it," said Tom. "You see, we're all careful enough before him." "That son of his, too, must be a good fellow. Don't you see he can never have peached? His father was telling me last night what a comfort it was to him to see that Jack's poverty had been no drawback to him. He had always told him it would be so amongst English gentlemen, and now he found him living quietly and independently, and yet on equal terms, and friends, with men far above him in rank and fortune, like you, sir," the old boy said. By Jove, Brown, I felt devilishly foolish. I believe I blushed, and it isn't often that I indulge in that sort of luxury. If I weren't ashamed of doing it now, I should try to make friends with Hardy, but I don't know how to face him, and I doubt whether he wouldn't think me too much of a rip to be intimate with. Tom, at his own special request, attended the captain's departure and took his seat opposite to him and his son at the back of the Southampton coach, to accompany him a few miles out of Oxford. For the first mile, the captain was full of the pleasures of his visit, and of invitations to Tom to come and see them in the vacation. If he did not mind homely quarters, he would find a hearty welcome, and there was no finer bathing or boating place on the coast. If he liked to bring his gun, there were plenty of rock pigeons and sea otters in the caves at the point. Tom protested with the greatest sincerity that there was nothing he should enjoy so much. Then the young men got down to walk up Bagley Hill, and when they mounted again, found the captain with a large leather case in his hand, out of which he took 2 5-pound notes and began pressing them on his son, while Tom tried to look as if he did not know what was going on. For some time Hardy steadily refused, and the contention became animated, and it was useless to pretend any longer not to hear. "Why, Jack, you're not too proud, I hope, to take a present from your own father," the captain said at last. "But my dear father, I don't want the money. You make me a very good allowance already. Now, Jack, just listen to me and be reasonable. You know a great many of your friends have been very hospitable to me. I could not return their hospitality myself, but I wish you to do so for me. Well, father, I can do that without this money. Now, Jack, said the captain, pushing forward the notes again, I insist on you taking them. You will pain me very much if you don't take them. So the son took the notes at last, looking as most men of his age would if they had just lost them, while the father's face was radiant as he replaced his pocketbook in the breast pocket inside his coat. His eye caught Tom's in the midst of the operation, and the latter could not help looking a little confused, as if he had been unintentionally obtruding on their privacy. But the captain at once laid his hand on his knee and said, A young fellow is never the worse for having a 10-pound note to veer and haul on, eh, Mr. Brown? No, indeed, sir. A great deal better, I think, said Tom, and was quite comfortable again. The captain had no new coat that summer, but he always looked like a gentleman. Soon the coach stopped to take up a parcel at a crossroad, and the young men got down. They stood watching it until it disappeared round a corner of the road, and then turned back towards Oxford, and struck into Bagley Wood, Hardy listening with evident pleasure to his friend's enthusiastic praise of his father. But he was not in a talking humor, and they were soon walking along together in silence. This was the first time they had been alone together since the morning after their reconciliation, so presently Tom seized the occasion to recur to the subject which was uppermost in his thoughts. She has never answered my letter, he began abruptly. I'm very glad of it, said Hardy. But why? Because you want it all broken off completely. Yes, but still, she might have just acknowledged it. You don't know how hard it is for me to keep away from the place. My dear fellow, I know it must be hard work, but you are doing the right thing. Yes, I hope so, said Tom with a sigh. I haven't been within 100 yards of the Chuffses this 5 days. The old lady must think it so odd. Hardy made no reply. What could he say but that no doubt she did? Would you mind doing me a great favor? Said Tom after a minute. Anything I can do. What is it? Why, just to step round on our way back. I will stay as far off as you like, and see how things are going, how she is. Very well. Don't you like this view of Oxford? I always think it is the best of them all. No, you don't see anything of half the colleges, said Tom, who was very loath to leave the other subject for the picturesque. But you get all the spires and towers so well, and the river in the foreground. Look at the shadow of a cloud skimming over Christchurch Meadow. It's a splendid old place, after all. It may be from a distance, to an outsider, said Tom, but I don't know. It's an awfully chilly, deadening kind of place to live in. There's something in the life of the place that sits on me like a weight and makes me feel dreary. How long have you felt that? You're coming out in a new line. I wish I were. I want a new line. I don't care a straw for cricket. I hardly like pulling, and as for those wine parties day after day and suppers night after night, they turn me sick to think of. You have the remedy in your own hands at any rate, said Hardy, smiling. How do you mean? Why, you needn't go to them. Oh, one can't help going to them. What else is there to do? Tom waited for an answer, but his companion only nodded to show that he was listening as he strolled down the path, looking at the view. I can say what I feel to you, Hardy. I always have been able, and it's such a comfort to me now. It was you who put these sort of thoughts into my head, too, so you ought to sympathize with me. I do, my dear fellow, but you'll be all right again in a few days. Don't you believe it? It isn't only what you seem to think, Hardy. You don't know me so well as I do you, after all. No, I'm not just lovesick and hipped because I can't go and see her. That has something to do with it, I dare say, but it's the sort of shut-up, selfish life we lead here that I can't stand. A man isn't meant to live only with fellows like himself, with good allowances paid quarterly, and no care about how to amuse themselves. One is old enough for something better than that, I'm sure. No doubt, said Hardy with a provoking taciturnity. And the moment one tries to break through it, one only gets into trouble. Yes, there's a good deal of danger of that, certainly, said Hardy. Don't you often long to be in contact with some of the realities of life, with men and women who haven't their bread and butter already cut for them? How can a place be a university where no one can come up who hasn't 200 a year or so to live on? You ought to have been at Oxford 400 years ago, when there were more thousands here than we have hundreds. I don't see that. It must have been 10 times as bad then. Not at all, but it must have been a very different state of things from ours. They must have been almost all poor scholars who worked for their living or lived on next to nothing. How do you really suppose they lived, though? Oh, I don't know, but how should you like it now if we had 50 poor scholars at St. Ambrose besides us servitors? say 10 tailors, 10 shoemakers, and so on, who came up from a love of learning and attended all the lectures with us and worked for the present undergraduates while they were hunting and cricketing and boating. Well, I think it would be a very good thing. At any rate, we should save in tailors' bills, even if we didn't get our coats so well built, said Hardy, laughing. Well, Brown, you have a most catholic taste, and a capacity for talking in new truths, all the elements of a good radical in you. I tell you, I hate radicals, said Tom indignantly. Well, here we are in the town. I'll go round by the Chuffses and catch you up before you get to High Street. Tom, left to himself, walked slowly on for a little way, and then quickly back again in an impatient, restless manner, and was within a few yards of the corner where they had parted when Hardy appeared again. He saw at a glance that something had happened. What is it? She is not ill, he said quickly. No, quite well, her aunt says. You didn't see her then? No. The fact is, she has gone home. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. Chapter 23. The Englebourn Constable. On the afternoon of a splendid day in the early part of June, some 4 or 5 days after the Sunday on which the morning service at Englebourn was interrupted by the fire at Farmer Grove's, David Johnson, tailor and constable of the parish, was sitting at his work in a small erection, half shed, half summer house, which leaned against the back of his cottage. Not that David had not a regular workshop, with a window looking into the village street, and a regular counter close under it, on which passers-by might see him stitching, and from which he could gossip with them easily, as was his wont. But although the constable kept the king's peace, and made garments of all kinds for his livelihood, from the curate's frock down to the ploughboy's fustians, he was addicted for his pleasure and solace to the keeping of bees. The constable's bees inhabited a row of hives in the narrow strip of garden which ran away at the back of the cottage. This strip of garden was bordered along the whole of one side by the rector's premises. Now honest David loved gossip well, and considered it a part of his duty as constable to be well up in all events and rumours which happened or arose within his liberties. But he loved his bees better than gossip, and as he was now in hourly expectation that they would be swarming, was working, as has been said, in his summer house, that he might be at hand at the critical moment. The rough table on which he was seated commanded a view of the hives. His big scissors and some shreds of velveteen lay near him on the table, also the street door key and an old shovel, of which the uses will appear presently. On his knees lay the black velveteen coat, the Sunday garment of Harry Winburn, to which he was fitting new sleeves. In his exertions at the top of the chimney in putting out the fire, Harry had grievously damaged the garment in question. The farmer had presented him with 5 shillings on the occasion, which sum was quite inadequate to the purchase of a new coat, and Harry, being too proud to call the farmer's attention to the special damage which he had suffered in his service, had contented himself with bringing his old coat to be new-sleeved. Harry was a favourite with the constable on account of his intelligence and independence, and because of his relations with the farmers of Englebourn on the allotment question. Although by his office the representative of law and order in the parish, David was a man of the people, and sympathized with the peasantry more than with the farmers. He had passed some years of his apprenticeship at Reading, where he had picked up notions on political and social questions much ahead of the Englebourn worthies. When he returned to his native village, being a wise man, he had kept his new lights in the background, and consequently had succeeded in the object of his ambition, and had been appointed constable. His reason for seeking the post was a desire to prove that the old joke as to the manliness of tailors had no application to his case, and this he had established to the satisfaction of all the neighborhood by the resolute manner in which, whenever called on, he performed his duties. And now that his character was made and his position secure, he was not so careful of betraying his leanings, and had lost some custom amongst the farmers in consequence of them. The job on which he was employed naturally turned his thoughts to Harry. He stitched away, now weighing in his mind whether he should not go himself to Farmer Grove's, and represent to him that he ought to give Harry a new coat; now rejoicing over the fact that the rector had decided to let Harry have another acre of the allotment land; now speculating on the attachment of his favorite to the gardener's daughter, and whether he could do anything to forward his suit. In the pursuit of which thoughts he had forgotten all about his bees, when suddenly a great humming arose, followed by a rush through the air like the passing of an express train, which recalled him to himself. He jumped from the table, casting aside the coat, and seizing the key and shovel, hurried out into the garden, beating the two together with all his might. The process in question, known in country phrase as tanging, is founded upon the belief that the bees will not settle unless under the influence of this peculiar music; and the constable, holding faithfully to the popular belief, rushed down his garden, tanging as though his life depended upon it, in the hopes that the soothing sound would induce the swarm to settle at once on his own apple trees. Is tanging a superstition or not? People learned in bees ought to know, but I never happened to meet one who had settled the question. It is curious how such beliefs or superstitions fix themselves in the popular mind of a countryside, and are held by wise and simple alike. David the constable was a most sensible and open-minded man of his time and class, but Campbell or Ackerman, or other learned Anglo-Saxon scholars, would have vainly explained to him that tang is but the old word for to hold, and that the object of tanging is, not to lure the bees with sweet music of key and shovel, but to give notice to the neighbors that they have swarmed, and that the owner of the maternal hive means to hold on to his right to the emigrants. David would have listened to the lecture with pity, and have retained unshaken belief in his music. In the present case, however, the tanging was of little avail, for the swarm, after wheeling once or twice in the air, disappeared from the eyes of the constable over the rector's wall. He went on tanging violently for a minute or two, and then paused to consider what was to be done. Should he get over the wall into the rector's garden at once, or should he go round and ask leave to carry his search into the parsonage grounds? As a man and bee fancier, he was on the point of following straight at once, over wall and fence, but the constable was also strong within him. He was not on the best of terms with old Simon, the rector's gardener, and his late opposition to Miss Winter in the matter of the singing also came into his mind. So he resolved that the parish constable would lose caste by disregarding his neighbor's boundaries, and was considering what to do next, when he heard a footstep and short cough on the other side of the wall, which he recognized. "Be you there, Maister Simon?" he called out, whereupon the walker on the other side pulled up, and after a second appeal answered shortly, "Aye, yes." "Have ye seed aught o' my bees? They've a been and ris, and gone off somewheres ath'art the wall." "Aye, yes, I seen 'em." "Where be 'em then?" "All among wi' yourn in the limes." "All among wi' yourn!" exclaimed the constable. "Draddle 'em, they be more trouble than they be worth." I knowed as they were yourn soon as ever I sot eyes on 'em, old Simon went on. How did he know him then? Asked the constable. 'Cause thine be all settin cross-legged, said Simon with a chuckle. Thee medst come and pick 'em all out if thee's a mind to it. Simon was mollified by his own joke, and broke into a short, dry cachinnation, half laugh, half cough, while the constable, who was pleased and astonished to find his neighbour in such a good humour, hastened to get an empty hive and a pair of hedger's gloves, fortified with which he left his cottage, and made the best of his way up street towards the rectory gate, hard by which stood Simon's cottage. The old gardener was of an impatient nature, and the effect of the joke had almost time to evaporate, and Simon was fast relapsing into his usual state of mind towards his neighbour, before the latter made his appearance. "Where hast been so long?" he exclaimed, when the constable joined him. "I seed the young missus and t'other young lady a-standing talking afore the door," said David, "so I stopped back, so as not to disturb 'em." "Be 'em gone in? Who was 'em talking to?" "To thy missus, and thy daughter too, I believe 'twas. They be both at home, bean't 'em?" "Like enough, but what was 'em saying?" "I couldn't hear nothing particular, but I judged as 'twas summat about Sunday and the fire." "'Tis no use for thee to go on filling our place with bottles. I don't mean to take no more doctor's stuff." Simon, it may be said by the way, had obstinately refused to take any medicine since his fall, and had maintained a constant war on the subject, both with his own women and Miss Winter, whom he had impressed more than ever with a belief in his wrong-headedness. "Ah, and how be ye, though, Maister Simon?" said David. "I didn't mind to ask afore. You don't feel no worse for your fall, I hopes?" "I feels a bit stiffish like, and as if summat were cutting me at times when I lifts up me arms." "'Tis a mercy 'tis no worse," said David. "We bean't so young nor lissome as we was, Maister Simon." To which remark Simon replied by a grunt. He disliked allusions to his age, a rare dislike amongst his class in that part of the country. Most of the people are fond of making themselves out older than they are, and love to dwell on their experiences, and believe, as firmly as the rest of us, that everything has altered for the worse in the parish and district since their youth. But Simon, though short of words and temper, and an uncomfortable acquaintance in consequence, was inclined to be helpful enough in other ways. The constable with his assistants had very soon hived his swarm of cross-legged bees. Then the constable insisted on Simon's coming with him and taking a glass of ale, which, after a little coquetting, Simon consented to do. So, after carrying his recapture safely home, and erecting the hive on a three-legged stand of his own workmanship, he hastened to rejoin Simon, and the two soon found themselves in the bar of the Red Lion. The constable wished to make the most of this opportunity, and so began at once to pump Simon as to his intentions with regard to his daughter. But Simon was not easy to lead in any way whatever, and seemed in a more than usually no business of yours line about his daughter. Whether he had anyone in his eye for her or not, David could not make out. But one thing he did make out, and it grieved him much. Old Simon was in a touchy and unfriendly state of mind against Harry, who, he said, was falling into bad ways, and beginning to think much too much of himself. Why was he to be wanting more allotment ground than anyone else? Simon had himself given Harry some advice on the point, but not to much purpose, it would seem, as he summed up his notions on the subject by the remark that "'twas waste o' soap to lather an ass." The constable now and then made a stand for his young friend, but very judiciously, and after feeling his way for some time, he came to the conclusion as indeed the truth was that Simon was jealous of Harry's talent for growing flowers, and had been driven into his present frame of mind at hearing Miss Winter and her cousin talking about the flowers at Dame Winburn's under his very nose for the last 4 or 5 days. They had spoken thus to interest the old man, meaning to praise Harry to him. The fact was that the old gardener was one of those men who never can stand hearing other people praised, and think that all such praise must be meant in depreciation of themselves. When they had finished their ale, the afternoon was getting on, and the constable rose to go back to his work, while old Simon declared his intention of going down to the hayfield to see how the mowing was getting on. He was sure that the hay would never be made properly, now that he couldn't be about as much as usual. In another hour the coat was finished, and the constable, being uneasy in his mind, resolved to carry the garment home himself at once, and to have a talk with Dame Winburn. So he wrapped the coat in a handkerchief, put it under his arm, and set off down the village. He found the dame busy with her washing, and after depositing his parcel, sat down on the settle to have a talk with her. They soon got on the subject which was always uppermost in her mind, her son's prospects, and she poured out to the constable her troubles. First there was this sweethearting after old Simon's daughter. Not that Dame Winburn was going to say anything against her, though she might have her thoughts as well as other folk, and for her part she liked to see girls that were fit for something besides dressing themselves up like their betters. But what worried her was to see how Harry took it to heart. He wasn't like himself, and she couldn't see how it was all to end. It made him fractious too, and he was getting into trouble about his work. He had left his regular place, and was gone mowing with a gang, most of them men out of the parish that she knew nothing about, and likely not to be the best of company. And it was all very well in harvest time, when they could go and earn good wages at mowing and reaping anywhere about, and no man could earn better than her Harry. But when it came to winter again, she didn't see but what he might find the want of a regular place, and then the farmers mightn't take him on, and his own land that he had got, and seemed to think so much of, mightn't turn out all he thought it would. And so, in fact, the old lady was troubled in her mind, and only made the constable more uneasy. He had a vague sort of impression that he was in some way answerable for Harry, who was a good deal with him, and was fond of coming about his place. And although his cottage happened to be next to old Simon's, which might account for the fact to some extent, yet the constable was conscious of having talked to his young friend on many matters, in a way which might have unsettled him, and encouraged his natural tendency to stand up for his own rights and independence. And he knew well enough that this temper was not the one which was likely to keep a labouring man out of trouble in the parish. He did not allow his own misgivings, however, to add to the widow's troubles, but on the contrary cheered her by praising up Harry as much as even she could desire, and prophesying that all would come right, and that those that lived would see her son as respected as any man in the parish. He shouldn't be surprised, indeed, if he were churchwarden before he died. And then, astonished at his own boldness, and feeling that he was not capable of any higher flight of imagination, the constable rose to take his leave. He asked where Harry was working, and finding that he was at mowing in the Danes' Close, set off to look after him. The kind-hearted constable could not shake off the feeling that something was going to happen to Harry which would get him into trouble, and he wanted to assure himself that as yet nothing had gone wrong. Whenever one has this sort of vague feeling about a friend, there is a natural and irresistible impulse to go and look after him, and to be with him. The Danes' Close was a part of the glebe, a large field of some 10 acres or so in extent, close to the village. 2 footpaths ran across it, so that it was almost common property, and the village children considered it as much their playground as the green itself. They trampled the grass a good deal more than seemed endurable in the eyes of Simon, who managed the rector's farming operations as well as the garden. But the children had their own way, notwithstanding the threats he sometimes launched at them. Miss Winter would have sooner lost all the hay than have narrowed their amusements. It was the most difficult piece of mowing in the parish, in consequence of the tramplings and of the large crops it bore. The Danes, or some other unknown persons, had made the land fat, perhaps with their carcasses, and the benefit had lasted to the time of our story. At any rate, the field bore splendid crops, and the mowers always got an extra shilling an acre for cutting it, by Miss Winter's special order, which was paid by Simon in the most ungracious manner, and with many grumblings that it was enough to ruin all the mowers in the countryside. As the constable got over the stile into the hayfield, a great part of his misgivings passed out of his head. He was a simple, kindly man, whose heart lay open to all influences of scene and weather, and the Danes' Close, full of life and joy and merry sounds, as seen under the slanting rays of the evening sun, was just the place to rub all the wrinkles out of him. The constable, however, is not singular in this matter. What man amongst us all, if he will think the matter over calmly and fairly, can honestly say that there is any one spot on the earth's surface in which he has enjoyed so much real, wholesome, happy life as in a hayfield? He may have won renown on horseback or on foot at the sports and pastimes in which Englishmen glory. He may have shaken off all rivals, time after time, across the vales of Aylesbury or of Berks, or any other of our famous hunting counties. He may have stalked the oldest and shyest buck in Scotch forests, and killed the biggest salmon of the year in the Tweed, and the trout in the Thames. He may have made topping averages in first-rate matches of cricket, or have made long and perilous marches, dear to memory, over boggy moor, or mountain, or glacier. He may have successfully attended many breakfast parties, within drive of Mayfair, on velvet lawns, surrounded by all the fairyland of pomp and beauty and luxury which London can pour out. He may have shone at private theatricals and at homes. His voice may have sounded over hushed audiences at St. Stephen's, or in the law courts. Or he may have had good times in any other scenes of pleasure or triumph open to Englishmen. But I much doubt whether, on putting his recollections fairly and quietly together, he would not say at last that the fresh-mown hayfield is the place where he has spent the most hours which he would like to live over again, the fewest which he would wish to forget. As children, we stumble about the new-mown hay, reveling in the many colors of the prostrate grass and wild flowers, and in the power of tumbling where we please without hurting ourselves. As small boys, we pelt one another, and the village schoolgirls, and our nursemaids, and young lady cousins with the hay, till, hot and weary, we retire to tea or syllabub beneath the shade of some great oak or elm, standing up like a monarch out of the fair pasture, or following the mowers, we rush with eagerness on the treasures disclosed by the scythe stroke, the nest of the unhappy late-laying titlark or careless field mouse. As big boys we toil ambitiously with the spare forks and drakes, or climb into the wagons and receive with open arms the delicious load as it is pitched up from below, and rises higher and higher as we pass along the long lines of haycocks. A year or two later we are strolling there with our first sweethearts, our souls and tongues loaded with sweet thoughts and soft speeches. We take a turn with the scythe as the bronzed mowers lie in the shade for their short rest, and willingly pay our footing for the feat. Again we come back with book in pocket, and our own children tumbling about as we did before them. now romping with them and smothering them with the sweet-smelling load, now musing and reading and dozing away the delicious summer evenings. And so shall we not come back to the end, enjoying as grandfathers the love-making and the rompings of younger generations yet. Were any of us ever really disappointed or melancholy in a hayfield? Did we ever lie fairly back on a haycock and look up into the blue sky and listen to the merry sounds, the whetting of scythes and the laughing prattle of women and children, and think evil thoughts of the world and of our brethren? Not we. Or if we have so done, we ought to be ashamed of ourselves, and deserve never to be out of town again during hay harvest. There is something in the sights and sounds of a hayfield which seems to touch the same chord in one as Lowell's lines in the Lay of Sir Launfal, which end, "For a cap and bells our lives we pay, we wear out our lives with toiling and tasking. It is only heaven that is given away, it is only God may be had for the asking. There is no price set on the lavish summer, and June may be had by the poorest comer." But the philosophy of the hayfield remains to be written. Let us hope that whoever takes the subject in hand will not dissipate all its sweetness in the process of the inquiry wherein the charm lies. The constable had not the slightest notion of speculating on his own sensations, but was very glad, nevertheless, to find his spirits rising as he stepped into the Danes' close. All the hay was down, except a small piece in the further corner, which the mowers were upon. There were groups of children in many parts of the field, and women to look after them, mostly sitting on the fresh swarth, working and gossiping, while the little ones played about. He had not gone 20 yards before he was stopped by the violent crying of a child, and turning toward the voice, he saw a little girl of 6 or 7, who had strayed from her mother, scrambling out of the ditch, and wringing her hands in an agony of pain and terror. The poor little thing had fallen into a bed of nettles, and was very much frightened, and not a little hurt. The constable caught her up in his arms, soothing her as well as he could, and hurrying along till he found some dock leaves, sat down with her on his knee, and rubbed her hands with the leaves, repeating the old saw, "Our nettle in dock, dock shall ha' new smock, nettle shan't ha' na run." What with the rubbing and the constable's kind manner, and listening to the doggerel rhyme, and feeling that nettle would get her deserts, the little thing soon ceased crying. But several groups had been drawn towards the place, and amongst the rest came Miss Winter and her cousin, who had been within hearing of the disaster. The constable began to feel very nervous and uncomfortable, when he looked up from his charitable occupation, and suddenly found the rector's daughter close to him. But his nervousness was uncalled for. The sight of what he was about, and of the tender way in which he was handling the child, drove all remembrance of his heresies and contumaciousness in the matter of psalmody out of her head. She greeted him with frankness and cordiality, and presently, when he had given up his charge to the mother, who was inclined at first to be hard with the poor little sobbing truant, came up and said she wished to speak a few words to him. David was highly delighted at Miss Winter's manner, but he walked along at her side, not quite comfortable in his mind, for fear lest she should start the old subject of dispute, and then his duty as a public man would have to be done at all risk of offending her. He was much comforted when she began by asking him whether he had seen much of Widow Winburn's son lately. David admitted that he generally saw him every day. Did he know that he had left his place and had quarrelled with Mr. Tester? Yes, David knew that Harry had had words with Farmer Tester, but Farmer Tester was a sort that was very hard not to have words with. "Still, it is very bad, you know, for so young a man to be quarrelling with the farmers," said Miss Winter. "'Twas the farmer as quarrelled with he, you see, miss," David answered, "which makes all the odds. He come to Harry all in a fluster, and said as how he must draw up the land as he'd a got, or his place, one or t'other on 'em. And so you see, miss, as Harry were kind o' drove to it. 'Tweren't likely as he were to draw up the land now as he were just reaping the benefit of it, and all for Farmer Tester's place, which be no such gert things, miss, after all. Very likely not, but I fear it may hinder his getting employment. The other farmers will not take him on now if they can help it. No, they falls out wi' one another bad enough, and calls all manner of names, but they can't abide a poor man to speak his mind, nor take his own part, not one of 'em," said David, looking at Miss Winter as if doubtful how she might take his strictures, but she went on without any show of dissent. "I shall try to get him work for my father, but I am sorry to find that Simon does not seem to like the idea of taking him on. It's not easy always to make out Simon's meaning. When I spoke to him, he said something about a bleating sheep losing a bite, but I should think this young man is not much of a talker in general." She paused. "That's true, miss," said David energetically. "There ain't a quieter spoken or steadier man at his work in the parish." "I'm very glad to hear you say so," said Miss Winter, "and I hope we may soon do something for him. But what I want you to do just now is to speak a word to him about the company he seems to be getting into." The constable looked somewhat aghast at this speech of Miss Winter's, but did not answer, not knowing to what she was alluding. She saw that he did not understand, and went on. "He is mowing to-day with a gang from the Heath and the next parish. I am sure they are very bad men for him to be with. I was so vexed when I found Simon had given them the job, but he said they would get it all down in a day, and be done with it, and that was all he cared for." "And 'tis a fine day's work, miss, for 5 men," said David, looking over the field. "And 'tis good work, too. You mind the swarth else?" And he picked up a handful of the fallen grass to show her how near the ground it was cut. "Oh yes, I have no doubt they are very good mowers, but they are not good men, I'm sure. There, do you see now who it is that is bringing them beer? I hope you will see Widow Winburn's son, and speak to him, and try to keep him out of bad company. We should be all so sorry if he were to get into trouble." David promised to do his best, and Miss Winter wished him good evening, and rejoined her cousin. "Well, Katy, will he do your behest?" "Yes, indeed, and I think he is the best person to do it. Widow Winburn thinks her son minds him more than any one. Do you know, I don't think it will ever go right. I'm sure she doesn't care the least for him. Oh, you have only just seen her once for 2 or 3 minutes." "And then that wretched old Simon is so perverse about it," said the cousin. "You'll never manage him." "He is very provoking, certainly, but I get my own way generally, in spite of him, and it is such a perfect plan, isn't it?" "Oh, charming, if you can only bring it about. Now, we must be really going home. Papa will be getting restless." So the young ladies left the hayfield deep in castle building for Harry Winburn and the gardener's daughter, Miss Winter being no more able to resist a tale of true love than her cousin, or the rest of her sex. They would have been more or less than women if they had not taken an interest in so absorbing a passion as poor Harry's. By the time they reached the rectory gate, they had installed him in the gardener's cottage with his bride and mother, for there would be plenty of room for the widow, and it would be so convenient to have the laundry close at hand, and had pensioned old Simon, and sent him and his old wife to wrangle away the rest of their time in the widow's cottage. Castle building is a delightful and harmless exercise. Meantime, David the constable had gone towards the mowers, who were taking a short rest before finishing off the last half-acre, which remained standing. The person whose appearance had so horrified Miss Winter was drawing beer for them from a small barrel. This was an elderly, raw-boned woman, with a skin burnt as brown as that of any of the mowers. She wore a man's hat and spencer, and had a strong, harsh voice, and altogether was not a prepossessing person. She went by the name of Daddy Cowle in the parish, and had been for years a proscribed person. She lived up on the heath, often worked in the fields, took in lodgers, and smoked a short clay pipe. These eccentricities, when added to her half-male clothing, were quite enough to account for the sort of outlawry in which she lived. Miss Winter and other good people of Englebourn believed her capable of any crime, and the children were taught to stop talking and playing, and run away when she came near them. But the constable, who had had 1 or 2 search warrants to execute in her house, and had otherwise had frequent occasions of getting acquainted with her in the course of his duties, had by no means so evil an opinion of her. He had never seen much harm in her, he had often been heard to say, and she never made pretence to much good. Nevertheless, David was by no means pleased to see her acting as purveyor to the gang which Harry had joined. He knew how such contact would damage him in the eyes of all the parochial respectabilities, and was anxious to do his best to get him clear of it. With these views he went up to the men, who were resting under a large elm tree, and complimented them on their day's work. They were themselves well satisfied with it, and with one another. When men have had 16 hours or so hard mowing in company, and none of them can say that the others have not done their fair share, they are apt to respect one another more at the end of it. It was Harry's first day with this gang, who were famous for going about the neighborhood and doing great feats in hay and wheat harvest. They were satisfied with him, and he with them, none the less so probably in his present frame of mind, because they also were loose on the world, servants of no regular master. It was a bad time to make his approaches, the constable saw, so after sitting by Harry until the gang rose to finish off their work in the cool of the evening, and asking him to come round by his cottage on his way home, which Harry promised to do, he walked back to the village. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. Chapter 24. The Schools. There is no more characteristic spot in Oxford than the quadrangle of the schools. Doubtless in the times when the university held and exercised the privileges of in-fang thief and out-fang thief, and other such old-world rights, there must have been a place somewhere within the liberties devoted to examinations even more exciting than the great go. But since Alma Mater has ceased to take cognizance of treasons, insurrections, felonies, and mayhem, it is here, in that fateful and inexorable quadrangle, and the buildings which surround it, that she exercises her most potent spells over the spirits of her children. I suppose that a man being tried for his life must be more uncomfortable than an undergraduate being examined for his degree, and that to be hung, perhaps even to be pilloried, must be worse than to be plucked. But after all, the feeling in both cases must be essentially the same, only more intense in the former. And an institution which can examine a man, in literis humanitoribus, in humanities so called, once a year for 2 or 3 days at a time, has nothing to complain of, though it has no longer the power of hanging him at once, out of hand. The school's quadrangle is for the most part a lonely place. Men pass through the melancholy iron gates by which that quadrangle is entered on 3 sides, from Broad Street, from the Ratcliffe, and from New College Lane, when necessity leads them that way, with alert step and silently. No nursemaids or children play about it, nobody lives in it. Only when the examinations are going on, you may see a few hooded figures who walk as though conscious of the powers of academic life and death, which they wield, and a good deal of shuddering undergraduate life flitting about the place, luckless youths in white ties and bands, who are undergoing the peine forte et durée with different degrees of composure, and their friends who are there to look after them. You may go in and watch the torture yourself, if you are so minded, for the viva voce schools are open to the public. But one such experiment will be enough for you, unless you are very hard-hearted. The sight of the long table, behind which sit Minos, Rhadamanthus, and company, full-robed, stern of face, soft of speech, seizing their victim in turn, now letting him run a little way, as a cat does a mouse, then drawing him back, with claw of wily question, probing him on this side and that, turning him inside out. The row of victims opposite, pale or flushed, of anxious or careless mien, according to temperament, but one and all on the rack as they bend over the allotted paper, or read from the well-thumbed book. The scarcely less to be pitied row behind of future victims, sitting for the schools, as it is called, ruthlessly brought hither by statutes, to watch the sufferings they must hereafter undergo, should fill the friend of suffering humanity with thoughts too deep for tears. Through the long day till 4 o'clock or later the torture lasts. Then the last victim is dismissed. The men who are sitting for the schools fly all ways to their colleges, silently, in search of relief to their overwrought feelings, probably also of beer, the undergraduate's universal specific. The beadles close those ruthless doors for a mysterious half-hour on the examiners. Outside in the quadrangle collect by twos and threes the friends of the victims, waiting for the reopening of the door, and the distribution of the testamurs. The testamurs, lady readers will be pleased to understand, are certificates under the hands of the examiners that your sons, brothers, husbands, perhaps, have successfully undergone the torture. But if husbands, oh, go not yourselves, and send not your sons to wait for the testamur of the head of your house, for Oxford has seldom seen a sight over which she would more willingly draw the veil, with averted face, than that of the youth rushing wildly, dissolved in tears from the school's quadrangle, and shouting, "Mamma! Papa's plucked! Papa's plucked!" The examination is nearly over, which is to decide the academical fate of some of our characters. The paperwork of the candidates for honors has been going on for the last week. Every morning our 3 St. Ambrose acquaintances have mustered with the rest for the anxious day's work. After such breakfasts as they have been able to eat under the circumstances, they take their work in very different ways. Gray rushes nervously back to his rooms whenever he is out of the schools for 10 minutes, to look up dates and dodges. He worries himself sadly over every blunder which he discovers himself to have made, and sits up nearly all night cramming, always hoping for a better tomorrow. Blake keeps up his affected carelessness to the last, quizzing the examiners, laughing over the shots he has been making in the last paper. His shots, it must be said, turn out well for the most part. In the taste paper particularly, as they compare notes, he seems to have almost struck the bull's-eye in his answers to 1 or 2 questions which Hardy and Gray have passed over altogether. When he is wide of the mark, he passes it off with some jesting remark, that a fool can ask in 5 minutes more questions than a wise man can answer in a week, or wish that the examiners would play fair and change sides of the table for an hour with the candidates for a finish. But he too, though he does it on the sly, is cramming with his coach at every available spare moment. Hardy had finished his reading a full 36 hours before the first day of paperwork, and had braced himself for the actual struggle by 2 good nights' rest, and a long day on the river with Tom. He had worked hard from the first, and so had really mastered his books. And now, feeling that he had fairly and honestly done his best, and that if he fails, it will be either from bad luck or natural incapacity, and not from his own fault, he manages to keep a cooler head than any of his companions in trouble. The week's paper work passed off uneventfully. Then came the viva voce work for the candidates for honors. They go in alphabetical order, 4 a day, for one more day's work, the hardest of all, and then there is nothing more to do but wait patiently for the class list. On these days there is a good attendance in the enclosed space, to which the public are admitted. The front seats are often occupied by the private tutors of the candidates, who are there, like Newmarket trainers, to see the performance of their stables, marking how each colt bears pressing, and comports himself when the pinch comes. They watch the examiners, too, carefully to see what line they take, whether science or history or scholarship is likely to tell most, that they may handle the rest of their starts accordingly. Behind them, for the most part on the hindermost benches of the flight of raised steps, anxious younger brothers and friends sit, for a few minutes at a time, flitting in and out in much unrest, and making the objects of their solicitude more nervous than ever by their sympathy. It is now the afternoon of the second day of the viva voce examinations in honors. Blake is one of the men in. His tutor, Hardy, Gray, Tom, and other St. Ambrose men have all been in the schools more or less during his examination, and now Hardy and Tom are waiting outside the doors for the issuing of the testamurs. The group is small enough. It is so much of course that a classman should get his testamur that there is no excitement about it. Generally the man himself stops to receive it. The only anxious faces in the group are Tom's and Hardy's. They have not exchanged a word for the last few minutes in their short walk before the door. Now the examiners come out and walk away towards their colleges, and the next minute the door again opens, and the clerk of the schools appears with a slip of paper in his hand. "Now you'll see if I am not right," said Hardy, as they gathered to the door with the rest. "I tell you there isn't the least chance for him." The clerk read out the names inscribed on the testamurs which he held, and handed them to the owners. "Haven't you one for Mr. Blake of St. Ambrose?" said Tom desperately, as the clerk was closing the door. "No, sir, none but those I have just given out," answered the clerk, shaking his head. The door closed, and they turned away in silence for the first minute. "I told you how it would be," said Hardy, as they passed out of the south gate into the Radcliffe quadrangle. "But he seemed to be doing so well when I was in." "You were not there at the time. I thought at first they would have sent him out of the schools at once. In his divinity, wasn't it?" "Yes. He was asked to repeat one of the articles, and didn't know 3 words of it. From that moment I saw it was all over. The examiner and he both lost their tempers, and it went from bad to worse, till the examiner remarked that he could have answered one of the questions he was asking when he was 10 years old, and Blake replied, so could he. They gave him a paper in divinity afterwards, but you could see there was no chance for him. Poor fellow! What will he do you think? How will he take it? I can't tell, but I'm afraid it will be a very serious matter for him. He was the ablest man in our year, too. What a pity!" They got into St. Ambrose just as the bell for afternoon chapel was going down, and went in. Blake was there, and one look showed him what had happened. In fact, he had expected nothing else all day since his breakdown in the articles. Tom couldn't help watching him during chapel, and afterwards on that evening acknowledged to a friend that whatever else you might think of Blake, there was no doubt about his gameness. After chapel he loitered outside the door in the quadrangle, talking just as usual, and before hall he loitered on the steps in well-feigned carelessness. Everybody else was thinking of his breakdown, some with real sorrow and sympathy, others as of any other 9 days' wonder, pretty much as if the favorite for the Derby had broken down, others with ill-concealed triumph, for Blake had many enemies amongst the men. He himself was conscious enough of what they were thinking, but maintained his easy, gay manner through it all, though the effort it cost him was tremendous. The only allusion he made to what had happened, which Tom heard, was when he asked him to wine. "Are you engaged tonight, Brown?" he said. Tom answered in the negative. "Come to me, then," he went on. "You won't get another chance in St. Ambrose. I have a few bottles of old wine left. We may as well floor them. They won't bear moving to a hall with their master." And then he turned to some other men and asked them, everyone in fact who he came across, especially the dominant fast set with whom he had chiefly lived. These young gentlemen, of whom we had a glimpse at the outset, but whose company we have carefully avoided ever since, seeing that their sayings and doings were of a kind of which the less said the better, had been steadily going on in their way, getting more and more idle, reckless, and insolent. Their doings had been already so scandalous on several occasions as to call for solemn meetings of the college authorities. But no vigorous measures having followed, such deliberations had only made matters worse, and given the men a notion that they could do what they pleased with impunity. This night the climax had come. It was as though the flood of misrule had at last broken banks and overflowed the whole college. For 2 hours the wine party in Blake's large ground-floor rooms was kept up with a wild, reckless mirth, in keeping with the host's temper. Blake was on his mettle. He had asked every man with whom he had a speaking acquaintance, as if he wished to face out his disaster at once to the whole world. Many of the men came feeling uncomfortable, and would sooner have stayed away and treated the pluck as real misfortune. But after all, Blake was the best judge of how he liked to be treated, and if he had a fancy for giving a great wine on the occasion, the civilest thing to do was to go to it. And so they went, and wondered as much as he could desire at the brilliant coolness of their host, speculating and doubting nevertheless, in their own secret hearts, whether it wasn't acting after all. Acting it was, no doubt, and not worth the doing. No acting is. But one must make allowances. No two men take a thing just alike, and very few can sit down quietly when they have lost a fall in life's wrestle, and say, "Well, here I am, beaten no doubt this time, but my own fault too. Now take a good look at me, my good friends, as I know you all want to do, and say your say out, for I mean getting up again directly and having another turn at it." Blake drank freely himself, and urged his guests to drink, which was a superfluous courtesy for the most part. Many of the men left his room considerably excited. They had dispersed for an hour or so to billiards or a stroll in the town, and at 10 o'clock reassembled at supper parties, of which there were several in college this evening, especially a monster one at Chanter's rooms, a champagne supper, as he had carefully and ostentatiously announced on the cards of invitation. This flaunting the champagne in their faces had been resented by Drysdale and others, who drank his champagne in tumblers and then abused it and clamored for beer in the middle of the supper. Chanter, whose prodigality in some ways was only exceeded by his general meanness, had lost his temper at this demand, and insisted that if they wanted beer they might send for it themselves, for he wouldn't pay for it. This protest was treated with uproarious contempt, and gallons of ale soon made their appearance in college jugs and tankards. The tables were cleared, and songs, most of them of more than doubtful character, cigars, and all sorts of compounded drinks, from claret cup to egg flip, succeeded. The company, recruited constantly as men came into the college, was getting more and more excited every minute. The scouts cleared away and carried off the relics of the supper, and then left. Still the revel went on, till by midnight the men were ripe for any mischief or folly which those among them who retained any brains at all could suggest. The signal for breaking up was given by the host falling from his seat. Some of the men rose with a shout to put him to bed, which they accomplished with difficulty, after dropping him several times, and left him to snore off the effects of his debauch with one of his boots on. Others took to doing what mischief occurred to them in his rooms. One man, mounted on a chair, with a cigar in his mouth which had gone out, was employed in pouring the contents of a champagne bottle with unsteady hand into the clock on the mantelpiece. Chanter was a particular man in this sort of furniture, and his clock was rather a specialty. It was a large bronze figure of Atlas, supporting the globe in the shape of a timepiece. Unluckily, the maker, not anticipating the sort of test to which his work would be subjected, had ingeniously left the hole for winding up in the top of the clock, so that unusual facilities existed for drowning the world carrier, and he was already almost at his last tick. One or two men were morally aiding and abetting, and physically supporting the experimenter on clocks, who found it difficult to stand to his work by himself. Another knot of young gentlemen stuck to the tables, and so continued to shout out scraps of song, sometimes standing on their chairs, and sometimes tumbling off them. Another set were employed on the amiable work of pouring beer and sugar into 3 new pairs of polished leather dress boots with colored tops to them, which they discovered in the dressing-room. Certainly, as they remarked, Chanter could have no possible use for so many dress boots at once, and it was a pity the beer should be wasted. But on the whole, perhaps, the materials were never meant for combination, and had better have been kept apart. Others had gone away to break into the kitchen, headed by one who had just come into college, and vowed he would have some supper, and others to screw up an unpopular tutor, or to break into the rooms of some inoffensive freshman. The remainder mustered on the grass in the quadrangle, and began playing leap-frog and larking one another. Amongst these last was our hero, who had been at Blake's wine and one of the quieter supper parties, and though not so far gone as most of his companions, was by no means in a state in which he would have cared to meet the dean. He lent his hearty aid accordingly to swell the noise and tumult, which was becoming something out of the way, even for St. Ambrose's. As the leap-frog was flagging, Drysdale suddenly appeared, carrying some silver plates, which were used on solemn occasions in the common room, and allowed to be issued on special application for gentlemen commoners' parties. A rush was made towards him. "Hello! Here's Drysdale with lots of swag," shouted one. "What are you going to do with it?" cried another. Drysdale paused a moment with the peculiarly sapient look of a tipsy man who has suddenly lost the thread of his ideas, and then suddenly broke out with, "Hang it, I forgot! But let's play at quoits with them." The proposal was received with applause, and the game began, but Drysdale soon left it. He had evidently some notion in his head which would not suffer him to turn to anything else till he had carried it out. He went off accordingly to Chanter's rooms, while the quoits went on in the front quadrangle. About this time, however, the dean and bursar, and the tutors who lived in college, began to be conscious that something unusual was going on. They were quite used to distant choruses and great noises in the men's rooms, and to a fair amount of shouting and skylarking in the quadrangle, and were long-suffering men, not given to interfering. But there must be an end to all endurance, and the state of things which had arrived could no longer be met by a turn in bed and a growl at the uproars and follies of undergraduates. Presently some of the rioters on the grass caught sight of a figure gliding along the side quadrangle towards the dean's staircase. A shout arose that the enemy was up, but little heed was paid to it by the greater number. Then another figure passed from the dean's staircase to the porter's lodge. Those of the men who had any sense left saw that it was time to quit, and after warning the rest, went off towards their rooms. Tom, on his way to his staircase, caught sight of a figure seated in a remote corner of the inner quadrangle, and made for it, impelled by natural curiosity. He found Drysdale seated on the ground, with several silver tankards by his side, employed to the best of his powers in digging a hole with one of the college carving knives. "Hello, Drysdale, what are you up to?" he shouted, laying his hand on his shoulder. "Providing for posterity," replied Drysdale gravely, without looking up. "What the deuce do you mean? Don't be such an ass. The dean will be out in a minute. Get up and come along." "I tell you, old fellow," said Drysdale, somewhat inarticulately, and driving his knife into the ground again, "the dons are going to spout the college plate, so I am burying these articles for posterity." "Hang posterity!" said Tom. "Come along directly, or you'll be caught and rusticated." "Go to bed, Brown. You're drunk, Brown," replied Drysdale, continuing his work, and striking the carving knife into the ground so close to his own thigh that it made Tom shudder. "Here they are, then," he cried the next moment, seizing Drysdale by the arm, as a rush of men came through the passage into the quadrangle, shouting and tumbling along, and making in small groups for the different staircases. The dean and two of the tutors followed, and the porter bearing a lantern. There was no time to be lost, so Tom, after one more struggle to pull Drysdale up and hurry him off, gave it up, and leaving him to his fate, ran across to his own staircase. For the next half hour the dean and his party patrolled the college, and succeeded at the last in restoring order, though not without some undignified and disagreeable passages. The lights on the staircases, which generally burnt all night, were of course put out as they approached. On the first staircase which they stormed, the porter's lantern was knocked out of his hand by an unseen adversary, and the light put out on the bottom stairs. On the first landing the bursar trod on a small terrier belonging to a fast freshman, and the dog naturally thereupon bit the bursar's leg, while his master and other enfants perdus, taking advantage of the diversion, rushed down the dark stairs, past the party of order, and into the quadrangle, where they scattered amidst a shout of laughter. While the porter was gone for a light, the dean and his party rashly ventured on a second ascent. Here an unexpected catastrophe awaited them. On the top landing lived one of the steadiest men in college, whose door had been tried shortly before. He had been roused out of his first sleep, and vowing vengeance on the next comers, stood behind his oak, holding his brown George, or huge earthenware receptacle, half full of dirty water, in which his bedmaker had been washing up his tea things. Hearing stealthy steps and whisperings on the stairs below, he suddenly threw open his oak, discharging the whole contents of his brown George on the approaching authorities with a shout of, "Take that for your skulking." The exasperated dean and tutors rushing on, seized their astonished and innocent assailant, and after receiving explanations and the offer of clean towels, hurried off again after the real enemy. And now the porter appeared again with a light, and, continuing their rounds, they apprehended and disarmed Drysdale, collected the college plate, marked down others of the rioters, visited Chanter's rooms, held a parley with the one of their number who were screwed up in his rooms, and discovered that the bars had been wrenched out of the kitchen window, after which they retired to sleep on their indignation, and quiet settled down again on the ancient and venerable college. The next morning at chapel many of the revellers met. In fact, there was a fuller attendance than usual, for everyone felt that something serious must be impending. After such a night the dons must make a stand, or give up altogether. The most reckless only of the fast set were absent. St. Cloud was there, dressed even more precisely than usual, and looking as if he were in the habit of going to bed at 10, and had never heard of milk punch. Tom turned out not much the worse himself, but in his heart feeling not a little ashamed of the whole business, of the party, the men, but above all of himself. He thrust the shame back, however, as well as he could, and put a cool face on it. Probably most of the men were in much the same state of mind. Even in St. Ambrose's, reckless and vicious as the college had become, by far the greater part of the undergraduates would gladly have seen a change in the direction of order and decency, and were sick of the wretched license of doing right in their own eyes and wrong in every other person's. As the men trooped out of chapel, they formed in corners of the quadrangle, except the reading set, who went off quietly to their rooms. There was a pause of a minute or two. Neither principal, dean, tutor, nor fellow followed as on ordinary occasions. "They're hatching something in the outer chapel," said one. "It'll be a coarse time for Chanter, I take it," said another. "Was your name sent to the buttery for his supper?" "No, I took good care of that," said St. Cloud, who was addressed. "Drysdale was caught, wasn't he?" "So I hear, and nearly frightened the dean and the porter out of their wits by staggering after them with a carving knife. He'll be sacked, of course." "Much he'll care for that." "Here they come, then. By Jove, how black they look!" The authorities now came out of the ante-chapel door, and walked slowly across towards the principal's house in a body. At this moment, as ill luck would have it, Jack trotted into the front quadrangle, dragging after him the light steel chain with which he was usually fastened up in Drysdale's scout's room at night. He came innocently towards one and another of the groups, and retired from each, much astonished at the low growl with which his acquaintance was repudiated on all sides. "Porter, whose dog is that?" said the dean, catching sight of him. "Mr. Drysdale's dog, sir, I think, sir," answered the porter. "Probably the animal who bit me last night," said the bursar. His knowledge of dogs was small. If Jack had fastened on him, he would probably have been in bed from the effects. "Turn the dog out of college," said the dean. "Please, sir, he's a very savage dog, sir," said the porter, whose respect for Jack was unbounded. "Turn him out immediately," replied the dean. The wretched porter, arming himself with a broom, approached Jack, and after some coaxing managed to catch hold of the end of his chain, and began to lead him towards the gates, carefully holding out the broom towards Jack's nose with his other hand, to protect himself. Jack at first hauled away at his chain, and then began circling round the porter at the full extent of it, evidently meditating an attack. Notwithstanding the seriousness of the situation, the ludicrous alarm of the porter set the men laughing. "Come along, or Jack will be pinning the wretched coppice," said Jervis, and he and Tom stepped up to the terrified little man, and releasing him, led Jack, who knew them both well, out of college. "Were you at that supper party?" said Jervis, as they deposited Jack with an ostler, who was lounging outside the gates, to be taken to Drysdale's stables. "No," said Tom. "I'm glad to hear it. There will be a pretty clean sweep after last night's doings." "But I was in the quadrangle when they came out." "Not caught, eh?" said Jervis. "No, luckily I got to my own rooms at once." "Were any of the crew caught?" "Not that I know of." "Well, we shall hear enough of it before lecture time." Jervis was right. There was a meeting in the common room directly after breakfast. Drysdale, anticipating his fate, took his name off before they sent for him. Chanter and 3 or 4 others were rusticated for a year, and Blake was ordered to go down at once. He was a scholar, and what was to be done in his case would be settled at the meeting at the end of the term. For 24 hours it was supposed that St. Cloud had escaped altogether, but at the end of that time he was summoned before a meeting in the common room. The tutor, whose door had been so effectually screwed up that he had been obliged to get out of his window by a ladder to attend morning chapel, proved wholly unable to appreciate the joke, and set himself to work to discover the perpetrators of it. The door was fastened with long gimlets, which had been screwed firmly in, and when driven well home, their heads knocked off. The tutor collected the shafts of the gimlets from the carpenter, who came to effect an entry for him, and after careful examination discovered the trademark. So, putting them into his pocket, he walked off into the town, and soon came back with the information he required, which resulted in the rustication of St. Cloud, an event which was borne by the college with the greatest equanimity. Shortly afterwards, Tom attended in the school's quadrangle again, to be present at the posting of the class list. This time there were plenty of anxious faces. The quadrangle was full of them. He felt almost as nervous himself as if he were waiting for the 3rd gun. He thrust himself forward, and was amongst the first who caught sight of the document. One look was enough for him, and the next moment he was off at full speed for St. Ambrose, and rushing headlong into Hardy's rooms, seized him by the hand and shook it vehemently. "It's all right, old fellow," he cried, as soon as he could catch his breath. "It's all right. 4 firsts. You're one of them. Well done." "And Gray, where's he? Is he all right?" "Bless me, I forgot to look," said Tom. "I only read the first, and then came off as hard as I could." "Then he is not a first?" "No, I'm sure of that." "I must go and see him. He deserved it far more than I." "No, by Jove, old boy," said Tom, seizing him again by the hand. "That he didn't, nor any man that ever went into the schools." "Thank you, Brown," said Hardy, returning his warm grip. "You do one good. Now to see poor Gray, and to write to my dear old father before Hall. Fancy him opening the letter at breakfast the day after tomorrow! I hope it won't hurt him." "Never fear. I don't believe in people dying of joy, and anything short of sudden death he won't mind at the price." Hardy hurried off, and Tom went to his own rooms and smoked a cigar to allay his excitement, and thought about his friend, and all they had felt together, and laughed and mourned over in the short months of their friendship. A pleasant dreamy half-hour he spent thus, till the hall bell roused him, and he made his toilette and went to his dinner. It was with very mixed feelings that Hardy walked by the servitors' table, and took his seat with the bachelors, an equal at last amongst equals. No man who is worth his salt can leave a place where he has gone through hard and searching discipline, and been tried in the very depths of his heart, without regret, however much he may have winced under the discipline. It is no light thing to fold up and lay by forever a portion of one's life, even when it can be laid by with honor and in thankfulness. But it was with no mixed feelings, but with a sense of entire triumph and joy, that Tom watched his friend taking his new place, and the dons, one after another, coming up and congratulating him, and treating him as the man who had done honor to them and his college. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. Chapter 25. Commemoration. The end of the academic year was now at hand, and Oxford was beginning to put on her gayest clothing. The college gardeners were in a state of unusual activity, and the lawns and flower beds which form such exquisite settings to many of the venerable gray gabled buildings were as neat and as bright as hands could make them. Cooks, butlers, and their assistants were bestirring themselves in kitchen and buttery, under the direction of bursars jealous of the fame of their houses, in the preparation of the abundant and solid fare with which Oxford is wont to entertain all comers. Everything the best of its kind, no stint but no nonsense, seems to be the wise rule which the university hands down and lives up to in these matters. However, we may differ as to her degeneracy in other departments. All who have ever visited her will admit that in this, of hospitality, she is still a great national teacher, acknowledging and preaching by example the fact that eating and drinking are important parts of a man's life, which are to be allowed their due prominence, and not thrust into a corner, but are to be done soberly and thankfully in the sight of God and man. The coaches were bringing in heavy loads of visitors. Carriages of all kinds were coming in from the neighboring counties, and lodgings in the High Street were going up to fabulous prices. In one of these High Street lodgings, on the evening of the Saturday before Commemoration, Miss Winter and her cousin are sitting. They have been in Oxford during the greater part of the day, having posted up from Englebourn. But they have only just come in, for the younger lady is still in her bonnet, and Miss Winter's lies on the table. The windows are wide open, and Miss Winter is sitting at one of them, while her cousin is busied in examining the furniture and decorations of their temporary home, now commenting upon these, now pouring out praises of Oxford. Isn't it too charming? I never dreamt that any town could be so beautiful. Don't you feel wild about it, Katie? It is the queen of towns, dear. But I know it well, you see, so that I can't be quite so enthusiastic as you. Oh, those dear gardens! What was the name of those ones with the targets up, where they were shooting? Don't you remember? New College Gardens on the old city wall, you mean? No, they were nice and sentimental. I should like to go and sit and read poetry there. But I mean the big ones, the gorgeous princely ones, with wicked old Bishop Laud's gallery looking into them. Oh, St. John's, of course. Yes, St. John's. Why do you hate Laud so, Katie? I don't hate him, dear. He was a Berkshire man, you know. But I think he did a great deal of harm to the church. How did you think my new silk looked in the garden? How lucky I brought it, wasn't it? I shouldn't have liked to have been in nothing but muslin. They don't suit here. You want something richer amongst the old buildings, and on the beautiful velvety turf of the gardens. How do you think I looked? You looked like a queen, dear, or a lady-in-waiting at least. Yes, a lady-in-waiting on Henrietta Maria. Didn't you hear one of the gentlemen say that she was lodged in St. John's when Charles marched to relieve Gloucester? Ah, can't you fancy her sweeping about the gardens with her ladies following her, and Bishop Laud walking just a little behind her and talking in a low voice about, let me see, something very important? Oh, Mary, where has your history gone? He was Archbishop and was safely locked up in the Tower. Well, perhaps he was. Then he couldn't be with her, of course. How stupid of you to remember, Katie. Why can't you make up your mind to enjoy yourself when you come out for a holiday?" "I shouldn't enjoy myself any the more for forgetting dates," said Katy, laughing. "Oh, you would, though. Only try. But let me see, it can't be Laud. Then it shall be that cruel drinking old man, with the wooden leg made of gold, who was governor of Oxford when the king was away. He must be hobbling along after the Queen in a buff coat and breastplate, holding his hat with a long drooping white feather in his hand." "But you wouldn't like it at all, Mary. It would be too serious for you. The poor Queen would be too anxious for gossip, and you ladies in waiting would be obliged to walk after her without saying a word." "Yes, that would be stupid. But then she would have to go away with the old governor to write dispatches, and some of the young officers with long hair and beautiful lace sleeves and large boots, whom the king had left behind, wounded, might come and walk perhaps, or sit in the sun in the quiet gardens." Mary looked over her shoulder with the merriest twinkle in her eye, to see how her steady cousin would take this last picture. "The college authorities would never allow that," she said quietly, still looking out the window. "If you wanted beaux, you must have had them in black gowns." "They would have been jealous of the soldiers, you think? Well, I don't mind. The black gowns are very pleasant, only a little stiff. But how do you think my bonnet looked?" "Charmingly. But when are you going to have done looking in the glass? You don't care for the buildings, I believe, a bit. Come and look at St. Mary's. There is such a lovely light on the steeple." "I'll come directly, but I must get these flowers right. I'm sure there are too many in this trimming." Mary was trying her new bonnet on over and over again before the mantel glass, and pulling out and changing the places of the blush rose buds with which it was trimmed. Just then a noise of wheels, accompanied by a merry tune on a cornopian, came in from the street. "What's that, Katy?" she cried, stopping her work for a moment. "A coach coming up from Magdalen Bridge. I think it is a cricketing party coming home." "Oh, let me see." And she tripped across to the window, bonnet in hand, and stood beside her cousin. And then, sure enough, a coach covered with cricketers returning from a match drove past the window. The young ladies looked out at first with great curiosity, but suddenly finding themselves the mark for a whole coachload of male eyes, shrank back a little before the cricketers had passed on towards the Mitre. As the coach passed out of sight, Mary gave a pretty toss of her head and said, "Well, they don't want for assurance, at any rate. I think they needn't have stared so." "It was our fault," said Katy. "We shouldn't have been at the window. Besides, you know you are to be a lady-in-waiting on Henrietta Maria up here, and of course you must get used to being stared at." "Oh, yes, but that was to be by young gentlemen wounded in the wars, in lace ruffles, as one sees them in pictures. That's a very different thing from young gentlemen in flannel trousers and straw hats, driving up the High Street on coaches. I declare one of them had the impudence to bow, as if he knew you." "So he does. That was my cousin." "Your cousin? Ah, I remember. Then he must be my cousin too?" "No, not at all. He is no relation of yours." "Well, I shan't break my heart. But is he a good partner?" "I should say yes, but I hardly know. We used to be a great deal together as children, but Papa has been such an invalid lately." "Ah, I wonder how Uncle is getting on at the Vice-Chancellor's. Look, it is past 8 by St. Mary's. When were we to go?" "We were asked for 9. "Then we must go and dress. Will it be very slow and stiff, Katy? I wish we were going to something not quite so grand." "You'll find it very pleasant, I dare say." "There won't be any dancing, though, I know, will there?" "No, I should think certainly not." "Dear me, I hope there will be some young men there. I shall be so shy, I know, if there are nothing but wise people. How do you talk to a Regius Professor, Katy? It must be awful." "He will probably be at least as uncomfortable as you, dear," said Miss Winter, laughing, and rising from the window. "Let us go and dress." "Shall I wear my best gown? What shall I put in my hair?" At this moment the door opened, and the maid-servant introduced Mr. Brown. It was the St. Ambrose drag, which had passed along shortly before, bearing the 11 home from a triumphant match. As they came over Magdalen Bridge, Drysdale, who had returned to Oxford as a private gentleman after his last catastrophe, which he had managed to keep a secret from his guardian, and was occupying his usual place on the box, called out, "Now, boys, keep your eyes open. There must be plenty of lionesses about," and thus warned the whole load, including the cornopian player, were on the lookout for lady visitors, profanely called lionesses, all the way up the street. They had been gratified by the sight of several walking in the High Street, or looking out of the windows, before they caught sight of Miss Winter and her cousin. The appearance of these young ladies created a sensation. "I say, look! Up there in that first floor!" "By George, there's something like!" "The sitter for choice!" "No, the standing up one. She looks so saucy." "Hello, Brown, do you know them?" "One of them is my cousin," said Tom, who had just been guilty of the salutation, which, as we saw, excited the indignation of the younger lady. "What luck! You'll ask me to meet them. When shall it be? Tomorrow at breakfast, I vote." "I say, you'll introduce me before the ball on Monday? Promise now," said another. "I don't know that I shall see anything of them," said Tom. "I shall just leave a pasteboard. But I'm not in the humor to be dancing about lionizing." A storm of indignation arose at this speech. The notion that any of the fraternity who had any hold on lionesses, particularly if they were pretty, should not use it to the utmost for the benefit of the rest, and the glory and honor of the college, was revolting to the undergraduate mind. So the whole body escorted Tom to the door of the lodgings, impressing upon him the necessity of engaging both his lionesses for every hour of every day in St. Ambrose's, and left him not till they had heard him ask for the young ladies, and seen him fairly on his way upstairs. They need not have taken so much trouble, for in his secret soul he was no little pleased at the appearance of creditable ladies, more or less belonging to him, and would have found his way to see them quickly and surely enough, without any urging. Moreover, he had been really fond of his cousin years before, when they had been boy and girl together. So they greeted one another very cordially, and looked one another over as they shook hands, to see what changes time had made. He made his changes rapidly enough at that age, and mostly for the better, as the two cousins thought. It was nearly 3 years since they had met, and then he was a fifth-form boy, and she a girl in the schoolroom. They were both conscious of a strange pleasure in meeting again, mixed with a feeling of shyness, and wonder whether they should be able to step back into their old relations. Mary looked on demurely, really watching them, but ostensibly engaged on the rosebud trimming. Presently Miss Winter turned to her and said, "I don't think you two ever met before. I must introduce you, I suppose. My cousin Tom, my cousin Mary." "Then we must be cousins too," said Tom, holding out his hand. "No, Katie says not," she answered. "I don't mean to believe her then," said Tom. "But what are you going to do now, tonight? Why didn't you write and tell me you were coming?" "We have been so shut up lately, owing to Papa's bad health, that I really had almost forgotten that you were at Oxford." "By the by," said Tom, "where is Uncle?" "Oh, he is dining at the Vice-Chancellor's, who is an old college friend of his. We have only been up here 3 or 4 hours, and it has done him so much good. I am so glad we spirited him up to coming." "You haven't made any engagements yet, I hope?" "Indeed we have. I can't tell how many. We came in time for luncheon in Balliol. Mary and I made it our dinner, and we have been seeing sights ever since, and have been asked to go to I don't know how many luncheons and breakfasts. What, with a lot of Dons, I suppose, said Tom spitefully. You won't enjoy Oxford, then. They'll bore you to death. There now, Katie, that is just what I was afraid of, joined in Mary. You remember we didn't hear a word about balls all the afternoon. You haven't got your tickets for the balls, then? Said Tom, brightening up. No, how shall we get them? Oh, I can manage that, I've no doubt. Stop, how are we to go? Papa will never take us. You needn't think about that. Anybody will chaperone you. Nobody cares about that sort of thing at Commemoration. Indeed, I think you had better wait till I have talked to Papa. Then all the tickets will be gone, said Tom. You must go. Why shouldn't I chaperone you? I know several men whose sisters are going with them. No, that will scarcely do, I'm afraid. But really, Mary, we must go and dress. Where are you going, then? Said Tom. To an evening party at the Vice-Chancellor's. We are asked for 9 o'clock, and the half-hour has struck. Hang the Dons! How unlucky that I didn't know before. Have you any flowers, by the way? Not one. Then I will try to get you some by the time you are ready. May I? Oh, yes, pray do, said Mary. That's capital, Katie, isn't it? Now I shall have something to put in my hair. I couldn't think what I was to wear. Tom took a look at the hair in question, and then left them and hastened out to scour the town for flowers, as if his life depended on success. In the morning he would probably have resented as insulting, or laughed at as wildly improbable, the suggestion that he would be so employed before night. A double chair was drawn up opposite the door when he came back, and the ladies were coming down into the sitting-room. Oh, look, Katie, what lovely flowers! How very kind of you! Tom surrendered as much of his burden as that young lady's little round white hands could clasp to her, and deposited the rest on the table. Now, Katie, which shall I wear? This beautiful white rose all by itself, or a wreath of these pansies? Here, I have a wire. I can make them up in a minute. She turned to the glass and held the rich cream-white rose against her hair, and then turning on Tom, added, What do you think? I thought fern would suit your hair better than anything else, said Tom, and so I got these leaves. And he picked out 2 slender fern leaves. How very kind of you! Let me see. How do you mean? Ah, I see. It will be charming. And so saying, she held the leaves one in each hand to the sides of her head, and then floated about the room for needle and thread, and with a few nimble stitches fastened together the simple green crown, which her cousin put on for her, making the points meet above her forehead. Mary was wild with delight at the effect, and full of thanks to Tom, as he helped them hastily to tie up bouquets. And then, amidst much laughing, they squeezed into the wheelchair together, as the fashions of that day allowed 2 young ladies to do, and went off to their party, leaving a last injunction on him to go up and put the rest of the flowers in water, and to call directly after breakfast the next day. He obeyed his orders, and pensively arranged the rest of the flowers in the china ornaments on the mantelpiece, and in a soup plate which he got and placed in the middle of the table, and then spent some minutes examining a pair of gloves, and other small articles of women's gear, which lay scattered about the room. The gloves particularly attracted him, and he flattened them out and laid them on his own large brown hand, and smiled at the contrast, and took further unjustifiable liberties with them. After which he returned to college and endured much banter as to the time his call had lasted, and promised to engage his cousins, as he called them, to grace some festivities in St. Ambrose's at their first spare moment. The next day, being Show Sunday, was spent by the young ladies in a ferment of spiritual and other dissipation. They attended morning service at 8 at the cathedral, breakfasted at a Merton Fellows, from whence they adjourned to University sermon. Here Mary, after 2 or 3 utterly ineffectual attempts to understand what the preacher was meaning, soon relapsed into an examination of the bonnets present, and the doctors and proctors on the floor, and the undergraduates in the gallery. On the whole, she was perhaps better employed than her cousin, who knew enough of religious party strife to follow the preacher, and was made very uncomfortable by his discourse, which consisted of an attack upon the recent publications of the most eminent and best men in the university. Poor Miss Winter came away with a vague impression of the wickedness of all persons who dare to travel out of beaten tracks, and that the most unsafe state of mind in the world is that which inquires and aspires, and cannot be satisfied with the regulation draught of spiritual doctors in high places. Being naturally of a reverent turn of mind, she tried to think that the discourse had done her good. At the same time, she was somewhat troubled by the thought that somehow the best men in all times of which she had read seemed to her to be just those whom the preacher was in fact denouncing, although in words he had praised them as the great lights of the church. The words which she had heard in one of the lessons kept running in her head. Truly ye bear witness that ye do allow the deeds of your fathers, for they indeed killed them, but ye build their sepulchres. But she had little leisure to think on the subject, and as her father praised the sermon as a noble protest against the fearful tendencies of the day to popery and pantheism, smothered the questionings of her own heart as well as she could, and went off to luncheon in a common room. After which her father retired to their lodgings, and she and her cousin were escorted to afternoon service at Magdalen, in achieving which last feat they had to encounter a crush only to be equalled by that at the pit entrance to the opera on a Jenny Lind night. But what will not a delicately nurtured British lady go through when her mind is bent either on pleasure or duty? Poor Tom's feelings throughout the day may be more easily conceived than described. He had called according to order, and waited at their lodgings after breakfast. Of course they did not arrive. He had caught a distant glimpse of them in St. Mary's, but had not been able to approach. He had called again in the afternoon, unsuccessfully, so far as seeing them was concerned, but he had found his uncle at home, lying upon the sofa. At first he was much dismayed by this rencontre, but recovering his presence mind, he proceeded, I regret to say, to take the length of the old gentleman's foot, by entering into a minute and sympathizing inquiry into the state of his health. Tom had no faith whatever in his uncle's ill health, and believed, as many persons of robust constitution are too apt to do when brought face to face with nervous patients, that he might shake off the whole of his maladies at any time by a resolute effort, so that his sympathy was all a sham, though perhaps one may pardon it, considering the end in view, which was that of persuading the old gentleman to entrust the young ladies to his nephew's care for that evening in the long walk, and generally to look upon his nephew, Thomas Brown, as his natural prop and supporter in the university, whose one object in life just now would be to take trouble off his hands, and who was of that rare and precocious steadiness of character that he might be as safely trusted as a Spanish duenna. To a very considerable extent the victim fell into the toils. He had many old friends at the colleges, and was very fond of good dinners and long sittings afterwards. This very evening he was going to dine at St. John's, and had been much troubled at the idea of having to leave the unrivalled old port of that learned house to escort his daughter and niece to the long walk. Still he was too easy and good-natured not to wish that they might get there, and did not like the notion of their going with perfect strangers. Here was a compromise. His nephew was young, but still he was a near relation, and in fact it gave the poor old man a plausible excuse for not exerting himself as he felt he ought to do. which was all he ever required for shifting his responsibilities and duties upon other shoulders. So Tom waited quietly till the young ladies came home, which they did just before hall time. Mr. Winter was getting impatient. As soon as they arrived, he started for St. John's, after advising them to remain at home for the evening, as they looked quite tired and knocked up. But if they resolved to go to the long walk, his nephew would escort them. "How can Uncle Robert say we look so tired?" said Mary, consulting the glass on the subject. "I feel quite fresh. Of course, Katie, you mean to go to the long walk." "I hope you will go," said Tom. "I think you owe me some amends. I came here according to order this evening, and you were not in, and I have been trying to catch you ever since." "We couldn't help it," said Miss Winter. "Indeed, we have not had a minute to ourselves all day. I was very sorry to think that we should have brought you here for nothing this morning." "But about the long walk, Katie?" "Well, don't you think we have done enough for to-day? I should like to have tea and sit quietly at home, as Papa suggested." "Do you feel very tired, dear?" said Mary, seating herself by her cousin on the sofa and taking her hand. "No, dear, I only want a little quiet and a cup of tea." "Then let us stay here quietly till it is time to start. When ought we to get to the long walk?" "About 7:30, said Tom. "You shouldn't be much later than that." "There, you see, Katie, we shall have 2 hours' perfect rest. You shall lie upon the sofa, and I will read to you, and then we shall go on all fresh again." Miss Winter smiled and said, "Very well." She saw that her cousin was bent on going, and she could deny her nothing. "May I send you in anything from college?" said Tom. "You ought to have something more than tea, I'm sure." "Oh, no, thank you. We dined in the middle of the day." "Then I may call you about 7 o'clock, said Tom, who had come unwillingly to the conclusion that he had better leave them for the present. "Yes, and mind you come in good time. We mean to see the whole sight, remember. We are country cousins." "You must let me call you cousin, then, just for the look of the thing." "Certainly, just for the look of the thing. We will be cousins till further notice." "Well, you and Tom seem to get on together, Mary," said Miss Winter, as they heard the front door close. "I'm learning a lesson from you, though I doubt whether I shall ever be able to put it in practice. What a blessing it must be not to be shy." "Are you shy, then?" said Mary, looking at her cousin with a playful, loving smile. "Yes, dreadfully. It is positive pain to me to walk into a room where there are people I do not know." "But I feel that, too. I'm sure now you are much less embarrassed than I last night at the Vice Chancellor's. I quite envied you. You seemed so much at your ease." "Did I? I would have given anything to be back here quietly. But it is not the same thing with you. You have no real shyness, or you would never have gone on so fast with my cousin." "Oh, I don't feel at all shy with him," said Mary, laughing. "How lucky it is that he found us out so soon! I like him so much. There is a sort of way about him, as if he couldn't help himself. I am sure one could turn him round one's finger. Don't you think so?" "I'm not so sure of that, but he always was soft-hearted, poor boy. But he isn't a boy any longer. You must take care, Mary. Shall we ring for tea?" End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. Chapter 26. The Long Walk in Christchurch Meadows. "Do well unto thyself, and men will speak good of thee," is a maxim as old as King David's time, and just as true now as it was then. Hardy had found it so since the publication of the class list. Within a few days of that event, it was known that his was a very good first. His college tutor had made his own inquiries, and repeated on several occasions, in a confidential way, the statement that, with the exception of a want of polish in his Latin and Greek verses, which we seldom get except in the most finished public school men, Etonians in particular, there has been no better examination in the schools for several years. The worthy tutor went on to take glory to the college, and in a lower degree to himself. He called attention, in more than one common room, to the fact that Hardy had never had any private tuition, but had attained his intellectual development solely in the curriculum provided by St. Ambrose's College for the training of the youth entrusted to her. He himself, indeed, he would add, had always taken much interest in Hardy, and had perhaps done more for him than would be possible in every case, but only with direct reference to and in supplement of the college course. The principal had taken marked and somewhat pompous notice of him, and had graciously intimated his wish, or perhaps I should say his will, for he would have been much astonished to be told that a wish of his could count for less than a royal mandate to any man who had been one of his servitors, that Hardy should stand for a fellowship which had lately fallen vacant. A few weeks before, this excessive affability and condescension of the great man would have wounded Hardy, but somehow the sudden rush of sunshine and prosperity, though it had not thrown him off his balance or changed his estimate of men and things, had pulled a sort of comfortable sheath over his sensitiveness, and gave him a second skin, as it were, from which the principal's shafts bounded off innocuous, instead of piercing and rankling. At first the idea of standing for a fellowship at St. Ambrose's was not pleasant to him. He felt inclined to open up entirely new ground for himself, and stand at some other college, where he had neither acquaintance nor association. But on second thoughts he resolved to stick to his old college, moved thereto partly by the lamentations of Tom, when he heard of his friend's meditated emigration, but chiefly by the unwillingness to quit a hard post for an easier one, which besets natures like his to their own discomfort, but may one hope, to the single benefit of the world at large. Such men may see clearly enough all the advantages of a move of this kind, may quite appreciate the ease which it would bring them, may be impatient with themselves for not making it at once. But when it comes to the actual leaving the old post, even though it may be a march out with all the honors of war, drums beating and colors flying, as it would have been in Hardy's case, somehow or another, 9 times out of 10, they throw up the chance at the last moment, if not earlier, pick up their old arms, growling perhaps at the price they are paying to keep their own self-respect, and shoulder back into the press to face their old work, muttering, "We are asses, we don't know what's good for us, but we must see this job through somehow, come what may." So Hardy stayed on at St. Ambrose, waiting for the fellowship examination, and certainly, I am free to confess, not a little enjoying the change in his position and affairs. He had given up his low dark back rooms to the new servitor, his successor, to whom he had presented all the rickety furniture, except his 2 Windsor chairs and Oxford reading table. The intrinsic value of the gift was not great, certainly, but was of importance to the poor raw boy who was taking his place, and it was made with the delicacy of one who knew the situation. Hardy's good offices did not stop here. Having tried the bed himself for upwards of 3 long years, he knew all the hard places, and was resolved, while he stayed up, that they should never chafe another occupant as they had him. So he set himself to provide stuffing, and took the lad about with him, and cast a skirt of his newly acquired mantle of respectability over him, and put him in the way of making himself as comfortable as circumstances would allow, never disguising from him all the while that the bed was not to be a bed of roses. In which pursuit, though not yet a fellow, perhaps he was qualifying himself better for a fellowship than he could have done by any amount of cramming for polish in his versification. Not that the electors of St. Ambrose would be likely to hear of or appreciate this kind of training. Polished versification would no doubt have told more in that quarter. But we who are behind the scenes may disagree with them, and hold that he who is thus acting out and learning to understand the meaning of the word fellowship is the man for our votes. So Hardy had left his rooms and gone out of college into lodgings near at hand. The sword, epaulets, and picture of his father's old ship, his tutelary divinities, as Tom called them, occupied their accustomed places in his new rooms, except that there was a looking-glass over the mantelpiece here, by the side of which the sword hung, instead of in the center, as it had done while he had no such luxury. His Windsor chairs occupied each side of the pleasant window of his sitting-room, and already the taste for luxuries, of which he had so often accused himself to Tom, began to peep out in the shape of one or two fine engravings. Altogether, fortune was smiling on Hardy, and he was making the most of her like a wise man, having brought her round by proving that he could get on without her, and was not going out of the way to gain her smiles. Several men came at once, even before he had taken his B.A. degree, to read with him, and others applied to know whether he would take a reading party in the long vacation. In short, all things went well with Hardy, and the Oxford world recognized the fact, and tradesmen and college servants became obsequious, and began to bow before him and recognize him as one of their lords and masters. It was to Hardy's lodgings that Tom repaired straightway, when he left his cousin by blood and cousin by courtesy at the end of the last chapter. For, running over in his mind all his acquaintance, he at once fixed upon Hardy as the man to accompany him in escorting the ladies to the long walk. Besides being his own most intimate friend, Hardy was the man whom he would prefer to all others to introduce to ladies now. A month ago it might have been different, Tom thought. He was such an old guy in his dress. But he has smartened up, and wears as good a coat as I do, and looks well enough for anybody, though he never will be much of a dresser. Then he will be in a bachelor's gown, too, which will look respectable. "Here you are. That's all right. I'm so glad you're in," he said as he entered the room. "Now I want you to come to the long walk with me tonight." "Very well. Will you call for me?" "Yes, and mind you come in your best get-up, old fellow. We shall have two of the prettiest girls who are up with us." "You won't want me, then. They will have plenty of escort." "Not a bit of it. They are deserted by their natural guardian, my old uncle, who has gone out to dinner." "Oh, it's all right. They are my cousins, more like sisters, and my uncle knows we are going. In fact, it was he who settled that I should take them." "Yes, but you see, I don't know them." "That doesn't matter. I can't take them both myself. I must have somebody with me. And I'm so glad to get the chance of introducing you to some of my people. You'll know them all, I hope, before long. Of course I should like it very much, if you are sure it's all right." Tom was perfectly sure as usual, and so the matter was arranged. Hardy was very much pleased and gratified at this proof of his friend's confidence, and I am not going to say that he did not shave again, and pay most unwonted attention to his toilette, before the hour fixed for Tom's return. The fame of Brown's Lionesses had spread through St. Ambrose's already, and Hardy had heard of them as well as other men. There was something so unusual to him in being selected on such an occasion, when the smartest men in the college were wishing and plotting for that which came to him unasked, that he may be pardoned for feeling something a little like vanity, while he adjusted the coat which Tom had recently thought of with such complacency, and looked in the glass to see that his gown hung gracefully. The effect on the whole was so good that Tom was above measure astonished when he came back, and could not help indulging in some gentle chaff as they walked towards the High Street arm in arm. The young ladies were quite rested, and sitting dressed and ready for their walk, when Tom and Hardy were announced, and entered the room. Miss Winter rose up, surprised and a little embarrassed at the introduction of a total stranger in her father's absence. But she put a good face on the matter, as became a well-bred young woman, though she secretly resolved to lecture Tom in private, as he introduced "my great friend Mr. Hardy of our college, my cousins." Mary dropped a pretty little demure curtsy, lifting her eyes for one moment for a glance at Tom, which said, as plain as look could speak, "Well, I must say you are making the most of your new-found relationship." He was a little put out for a moment, but then recovered himself and said apologetically, "Mr. Hardy is a bachelor, Kate. I mean a bachelor of arts, and he knows all the people by sight up here. We couldn't have gone to the walk without someone to show us the lions." "Indeed, I'm afraid you give me too much credit," said Hardy. "I know most of our dons by sight, certainly, but scarcely any of the visitors." The awkwardness of Tom's attempted explanation set everything wrong again. Then came one of those awkward pauses which will occur so very provokingly at the most inopportune times. Miss Winter was seized with one of the uncontrollable fits of shyness, her bondage to which she had so lately been grieving over to Mary. And in self-defense, and without meaning in the least to do so, Tom drew himself up and looked as proud as you please. Hardy, whose sensitiveness was almost as keen as a woman's, felt in a moment the awkwardness of the situation, and became as shy as Miss Winter herself. If the floor would have suddenly opened and let him through into the dark shop, he would have been thankful. But as it would not, there he stood, meditating a sudden retreat from the room, and a tremendous onslaught on Tom, as soon as he could catch him alone, for getting him into such a scrape. Tom was provoked with them all, for not at once feeling at ease with one another, and stood twirling his cap by the tassel, and looking fiercely at it, resolved not to break the silence. He had been at all the trouble of bringing about this charming situation, and now nobody seemed to like it, or to know what to say or do. They ought to get themselves out of it as they could, for anything he cared. He was not going to bother himself any more. Mary looked in the glass to see that her bonnet was quite right, and then from one to another of her companions, in a little wonder at their unaccountable behavior, and a little pique that two young men should be standing there like unpleasant images, and not availing themselves of the privilege of trying, at least, to make themselves agreeable to her. Luckily, however, for the party, the humorous side of the tableau struck her with great force, so that when Tom lifted his misanthropic eyes for a moment and caught hers, they were so full of fun that he had nothing to do but to allow himself, not without a struggle, to break first into a smile and then into a laugh. This brought all eyes to bear on him, and the ice, being once broken, dissolved as quickly as it had gathered. "I really can't see what there is to laugh at, Tom," said Miss Winter, smiling herself nevertheless, and blushing a little, as she worked or pretended to work at buttoning one of her gloves. "Can't you, Kate? Well then, isn't it very ridiculous, and enough to make one laugh, that we four should be standing here in a sort of Quakers' meeting, when we ought to be halfway to the Long Walk by this time?" "Oh, do let us start," said Mary. "I know we shall be missing all the best of the sight." "Come along, then," said Tom, leading the way downstairs, and Hardy and the ladies followed, and they descended into the High Street, walking all abreast, the two ladies together, with the gentleman on either flank. This formation answered well enough on High Street, the broad pavement of that celebrated thoroughfare being favourable to an advance in line. But when they had wheeled into Oriel Lane, the narrow pavement at once threw the line into confusion, and after one or two fruitless attempts to take up the dressing, they settled down into the more natural formation of close column of couples, the leading couple consisting of Mary and Tom, and the remaining couple of Miss Winter and Hardy. It was a lovely midsummer evening, and Oxford was looking her best under the genial cloudless sky, so that, what with the usual congratulations on the weather, and explanatory remarks on the buildings as they passed along, Hardy managed to keep up a conversation with his companion without much difficulty. Miss Winter was pleased with his quiet, deferential manner, and soon lost her feeling of shyness, and before Hardy had come to the end of such remarks as it occurred to him to make, she was taking her fair share in the talk. In describing their day's doings, she spoke with enthusiasm of the beauty of Magdalen Chapel, and betrayed a little knowledge of traceries and mouldings, which gave an opening to her companion to travel out of the weather and the names of colleges. Church architecture was just one of the subjects which was sure at that time to take more or less hold on every man at Oxford, whose mind was open to the influences of the place. Hardy had read the usual textbooks, and kept his eyes open as he walked about the town and neighbourhood. To Miss Winter he seemed so learned on the subject that she began to doubt his tendencies, and was glad to be reassured by some remarks which fell from him as to the university sermon which she had heard. She was glad to find that her cousin's most intimate friend was not likely to lead him into the errors of Tractarianism. Meantime, the leading couple were getting on satisfactorily in their own way. "Isn't it good of Uncle Robert? He says that he shall feel quite comfortable as long as you and Katie are with me. In fact, I feel quite responsible already, like an old dragon in a story-book watching a treasure." "Yes, but what does Katie say to being made a treasure of? She has to think a good deal for herself, and I am afraid you are not quite certain of being our sole knight and guardian, because Uncle Robert wants to get rid of us. Poor old uncle!" "But you wouldn't object, then?" "Oh dear, no. At least, not unless you take to looking as cross as you did just now in our lodgings. Of course, I'm all for dragons who are mad about dancing, and never think of leaving a ballroom till the band packs up and the old man shuffles in to put out the lights." "Then I shall be a model dragon," said Tom. 24 hours earlier he had declared that nothing should induce him to go to the balls, but his views on the subject had been greatly modified, and he had been worrying all his acquaintance, not unsuccessfully, for the necessary tickets ever since his talk with his cousins on the preceding evening. The scene became more and more gay and lively as they passed out of Christchurch towards the Long Walk. The town turned out to take its share in the show, and citizens of all ranks, the poorer ones accompanied by children of all ages, trooped along cheek by jowl with members of the university of all degrees and their visitors, somewhat indeed to the disgust of certain of these latter, many of whom declared that the whole thing was spoiled by the miscellaneousness of the crowd, and that those sort of people ought not to be allowed to come to the Long Walk on Show Sunday. However, those sort of people abounded nevertheless, and seemed to enjoy very much, in sober fashion, the solemn march up and down beneath the grand avenue of elms in the midst of their betters. The university was there in strength, from the vice-chancellor downwards. Somehow or another, though it might seem an unreasonable thing at first sight for grave and reverend persons to do, yet most of the gravest of them found some reason for taking a turn in the Long Walk. As for the undergraduates, they turned out almost to a man, and none of them more certainly than the young gentleman, elaborately dressed, who had sneered at the whole ceremony as snobbish an hour or two before. As for our hero, he sailed into the Meadows thoroughly satisfied for the moment with himself and his convoy. He had every reason to be so, for though there were many gayer and more fashionably dressed ladies present than his cousin, and cousin by courtesy, there were none there whose faces, figures, and dresses carried more unmistakably the marks of that thorough, quiet, high breeding, that refinement which is no mere surface polish, and that fearless unconsciousness which looks out from pure hearts, which are still, thank God, to be found in so many homes of the English gentry. The long walk was filling rapidly, and at every half-dozen paces Tom was greeted by some of his friends or acquaintance, and exchanged a word or two with them. But he allowed them one after another to pass by without effecting any introduction. "You seem to have a great many acquaintances," said his companion, upon whom none of these salutations were lost. "Yes, of course, one gets to know a great many men up here." "It must be very pleasant, but does it not interfere a great deal with your reading?" "No, because one meets them at lectures, and in hall and chapel. Besides," he added in a sudden fit of honesty, "it is my first year. One doesn't read much in one's first year. It is a much harder thing than people think to take to reading, except just before an examination. But your great friend who is walking with Katie, what did you say his name is?" "Hardy." "Well, he is a great scholar, didn't you say?" "Yes, he has just taken a first class. He is the best man of his year." "How proud you must be of him. I suppose now he is a great reader?" "Yes, he is great at everything. He is nearly the best oar in our boat. By the way, you will come to the procession of boats tomorrow night? We are the head boat on the river." "Oh, I hope so. Is it a pretty sight? Let us ask Katie about it." "It is the finest sight in the world," said Tom, who had never seen it. 24 8-oars, with their flags flying, and all the crews in uniform. You see the barges over there, moored along this side of the river? You will sit on one of them as we pass." "Yes, I think I do," said Mary, looking across the meadow in the direction in which he pointed. "You mean those great gilded things? But I don't see the river." "Shall we walk round there? It won't take up 10 minutes." "But we must not leave the walk and all the people. It is so amusing here." "Then you will wear our colors at the procession tomorrow?" "Yes, if Katie doesn't mind, at least if they are pretty. What are your colors?" "Blue and white. I will get you some ribbons tomorrow morning." "Very well, and I will make them up into rosettes." "Why, do you know them?" asked Tom, as she bowed to two gentlemen in masters' caps and gowns, whom they met in the crowd. "Yes, at least we met them last night." "But do you know who they are?" "Oh, yes, they were introduced to us, and I talked a great deal to them, and Katie scolded me for it when we got home. No, I won't say scolded me, but looked very grave over it. They are two of the leaders of the Tractarians." "Yes, that was the fun of it." Katie was so pleased and interested with them at first, much more than I was. But when she found out who they were, she fairly ran away, and I stayed and talked on. I don't think they said anything very dangerous. Perhaps one of them wrote number 90. Do you know? "I dare say, but I don't know much about it. However, they must have a bad time of it, I should think, up here with the old Dons." "But don't you think one likes people who are persecuted? I declare I would listen to them for an hour, though I didn't understand a word, just to show them that I wasn't afraid of them, and sympathized with them. How can people be so ill-natured? I'm sure they only write what they believe and think will do good." "That's just what most of us feel," said Tom. "We hate to see them put down because they don't agree with the swells up here. You'll see how they will be cheered in the theater." "Then they are not unpopular and persecuted after all?" "Oh, yes, by the Dons, and that's why we all like them. From fellow feeling, you see, because the Dons bully them and us equally." "But I thought they were Dons too." Well, so they are, but not regular dons, you know, like the proctors and deans and that sort. His companion did not understand this delicate distinction, but was too much interested in watching the crowd to inquire further. Presently they met two of the heads of houses walking with several strangers. Everyone was noticing them when they passed, and of course Tom was questioned as to who they were. Not being prepared with an answer, he appealed to Hardy, who was just behind them talking to Miss Winter. They were some of the celebrities on whom honorary degrees were to be conferred, Hardy said. A famous American author, a foreign ambassador, a well-known Indian soldier, and others. Then came some more M.A.s, one of whom this time bowed to Miss Winter. Who was that, Katie? One of the gentlemen we met last night. I did not catch his name, but he was very agreeable. Oh, I remember. You were talking to him for a long time after you ran away from me. I was very curious to know what you were saying. You seemed so interested. Well, you seem to have made the most of your time last night, said Tom. I should have thought, Katie, you would hardly have approved of him either. But who is he? Why, the most dangerous man in Oxford. What do they call him, a Germanizer and a rationalist, isn't it, Hardy? Yes, I believe so, said Hardy. Oh, think of that! There, Katie, you had much better have stayed by me after all. A Germanizer, didn't you say? What a hard word! It must be much worse than Tractarian, isn't it now? Mary, dear, pray take care. Everybody will hear you, said Miss Winter. I wish I thought that everybody would listen to me, replied Miss Mary, but I really will be quiet, Katie. Only I must know which is the worst, my Tractarians or your Germanizer? Oh, the Germanizer, of course, said Tom. But why? Said Hardy, who could do no less than break a lance for his companion. Moreover, he happened to have strong convictions on these subjects. Why? Because one knows the worst of where the Tractarians are going. They may go to Rome, and there's an end of it. But the Germanizers are going into the abysses, or no one knows where. There, Katie, you hear, I hope, interrupted Miss Mary, coming to her companion's rescue before Hardy could bring his artillery to bear. But what a terrible place Oxford must be! I declare it seems quite full of people whom it is unsafe to talk with. I wish it were, if they were all like Miss Winter's friend, said Hardy. And then the crowd thickened and they dropped behind again. Tom was getting to think more of his companion and less of himself every minute, when he was suddenly confronted in the walk by Benjamin, the Jew money-lender, smoking a cigar, and dressed in a gaudy-figured satin waistcoat and waterfall of the same material, and resplendent with jewelry. He had business to attend to in Oxford at this time of the year. Nothing escaped the eyes of Tom's companion. Who was that? She said. What a dreadful-looking man! Surely he bowed as if he knew you. I dare say he is impudent enough for anything, said Tom. But who is he? Oh, a rascally fellow who sells bad cigars and worse wine. Tom's equanimity was much shaken by the apparition of the Jew, the remembrance of the bill seen at the public house in the Corn Market, and the unsatisfactory prospect in that matter, with Blake, Plucked, and Drysdale no longer a member of the university, and utterly careless as to his liabilities, came across him, and made him silent and absent. He answered at hazard to his companion's remarks for the next minute or two, until after some particularly inappropriate reply, she turned her head and looked at him for a moment with steady, wide-open eyes, which brought him to himself, or rather drove him into himself in no time. I really beg your pardon, he said. I was very rude, I fear. It is so strange to me to be walking here with the ladies. What were you saying? Nothing of any consequence. I really forget. But it is a very strange thing for you to walk with the ladies here? Strange, I should think it was. I have never seen a lady that I knew up here till you came. Indeed, but there must be plenty of ladies living in Oxford. I don't believe there are. At least, we never see them. Then you ought to be on your best behavior when we do come. I shall expect you now to listen to everything I say and to answer my silliest questions. Oh, you ought not to be so hard on us. You mean that you find it hard to answer silly questions? How wise you must all grow, living up here together. Perhaps, but the wisdom doesn't come down to the first-year men, and so— Well, why do you stop? Because I was going to say something you might not like. Then I insist on hearing it. Now, I shall not let you off. You were saying that wisdom does not come so low as first-year men, and so what? And so they are not wise. Yes, of course, but that was not what you were going to say. And so they are generally agreeable, for wise people are always dull, and so ladies ought to avoid the dons. And not avoid first-year men? Exactly so. Because they are foolish and therefore fit company for ladies? Now, really. No, because they are foolish, and therefore they ought to be made wise, and ladies are wiser than dons. And therefore duller, for all wise people, you said, were dull. Not all wise people, only people who are wise by cramming, as dons, but ladies are wise by inspiration. And first-year men, are they foolish by inspiration and agreeable by cramming, or agreeable by inspiration and foolish by cramming? They are agreeable by inspiration in the society of ladies. Then they can never be agreeable, for you say they never see ladies. Not with the bodily eye, but with the eye of fancy. Then their agreeableness must be all fancy. But it is better to be agreeable in fancy than dull in reality. That depends upon whose fancy it is. To be agreeable in your own fancy is compatible with being dull in reality, as— How you play with words! I see you won't leave me a shred either of fancy or agreeableness to stand on. Then I shall do you good service. I shall destroy your illusions. You cannot stand on illusions. But remember what my illusions were, fancy and agreeableness. But your agreeableness stood on fancy, and your fancy on nothing. You had better settle down at once on the solid basis of dullness, like the dons. Then I am to found myself on fact, and try to be dull? What a conclusion! But perhaps dullness is no more a fact than fancy. What is dullness? Oh, I do not undertake to define. You are the best judge. How severe you are! Now, see how generous I am. Dullness in society is the absence of ladies. Alas, poor Oxford! Who is that in the velvet sleeves? Why do you touch your cap? That is the proctor. He is our Cerberus. He is to keep all undergraduates in good order. What a task! He ought to have 3 heads. He has only 1 head, but it is a very long one, and he has a tail like any basha, composed of pro-proctors, marshals, and bulldogs, and I don't know what all. But to go back to what we were saying— No, don't let us go back. I'm tired of it. Besides, you were just beginning about dullness. How can you expect me to listen now? Oh, but do listen, just for 2 minutes. Will you be serious? I do want to know what you really think when you hear the case. Well, I will try. For 2 minutes, mind. Upon gazing which permission, Tom went off into an interesting discourse on the unnaturalness of men's lives at Oxford, which it is by no means necessary to inflict on our readers. As he was waxing eloquent and sentimental, he chanced to look from his companion's face for a moment in search of a simile, when his eyes alighted on that virtuous member of society, Dick, the factotum of the Chows, who was taking his turn in the long walk with his betters. Dick's face was twisted into an uncomfortable grin. His eyes were fixed on Tom and his companion, and he made a sort of half motion towards touching his hat, but couldn't quite carry it through, and so passed by. "Ah, ain't he a-goin' of it again?" he muttered to himself, "just like 'em all." Tom didn't hear the words, but the look had been quite enough for him, and he broke off short in his speech and turned his head away, and after 2 or 3 flounderings, which Mary seemed not to notice, stopped short and let Miss Winter and Hardy join them. "It's getting dark," he said, as they came up. "The walk is thinning. Ought we not to be going? Remember, I am in charge." "Yes, I think it is time." At this moment the great Christchurch bell, Tom by name, began to toll. "Surely that can't be Tom," Miss Winters said, who had heard the 101 strokes on former occasions. "Indeed it is, though. But how very light it is! It is almost the longest day in the year, and there hasn't been a cloud all day." They started to walk home all together, and Tom gradually recovered himself, but left the laboring oar to Hardy, who did his work very well, and persuaded the ladies to go on and see the Ratcliffe by moonlight, the only time to see it, as he said, because of the shadows, and just to look in at the old quadrangle of St. Ambrose. It was almost 10 o'clock when they stopped at the lodgings in High Street. While they were waiting for the door to be opened, Hardy said, "I really must apologize, Miss Winter, to you, for my intrusion tonight. I hope your father will allow me to call on him." "Oh, yes, pray do. He will be so glad to see any friend of my cousin's. And if I can be of any use to him, or to you, or your sister—" "My sister? Oh, you mean Mary. She is not my sister." "I beg your pardon. But I hope you will let me know if there is anything I can do for you." "Indeed we will. Now, Mary, Papa will be worrying about us." And so the young ladies said their adieus and disappeared. "Surely you told me they were sisters," said Hardy, as the two walked away towards college. "No, did I? I don't remember." "But they are your cousins?" "Yes, at least Katie is. Don't you like her?" "Of course, one can't help liking her. But she says you have not met for 2 years or more." "No more we have." "Then I suppose you have seen more of her companion lately." "Well, if you must know, I never saw her before yesterday." "You don't mean to say that you took me in there tonight when you had never seen one of the young ladies before, and the other not for 2 years? Well, upon my word, Brown—" "Now don't blow me up, old fellow, tonight. Please don't. There, I give in. Don't hit a fellow when he's down. I'm so low." Tom spoke in such a depreciating tone that Hardy's wrath passed away. "Why, what's the matter?" he said. "You seem to be full of talk. I was envying your fluency, I know, often." "Talk, yes, so I was. But didn't you see Dick in the walk? You have never heard anything more?" "No, but no news is good news." "Hey-oh! I'm awfully down." "I want to talk to you. Let me come up." "Come along, then." And so they disappeared into Hardy's lodgings. The two young ladies meanwhile soothed old Mr. Winter, who had eaten and drank more than was good for him, and was naturally put out thereby. They soon managed to persuade him to retire, and then followed themselves, first to Mary's room, where that young lady burst out at once. "What a charming place it is! Oh, didn't you enjoy your evening, Katie?" "Yes, but I felt a little awkward without a chaperone. You seemed to get on very well with my cousin. You scarcely spoke to us in the long walk till just before we came away. What were you talking about?" Mary burst into a gay laugh. "All sorts of nonsense," she said. "I don't think I ever talked so much nonsense in my life. I hope he isn't shocked. I don't think he is. But I said anything that came into my head. I couldn't help it. You don't think it wrong?" "Wrong, dear? No, I'm sure you could say nothing wrong." "I'm not so sure of that. But, Katie, dear, I know there is something on his mind." "Why do you think so?" "Oh, because he stopped short twice, and became quite absent, and seemed not to hear anything I said." "How odd! I never knew him to do so. Did you see any reason for it?" "No, unless it was 2 men we passed in the crowd. One was a vulgar-looking wretch who was smoking, a fat black thing with such a thick nose, covered with jewelry. Not his nose, dear. No, but his dress. And the other was a homely, dried-up little man, like one of your Englebourn troubles. I'm sure there is some mystery about them, and I shall find it out. But how did you like his friend, Katie? Very much, indeed. I was rather uncomfortable at walking so long with a stranger, but he was very pleasant, and is so fond of Tom. I am sure he is a very good friend for him. He looks a good man, but how ugly! Do you think so? We shall have a hard day tomorrow. Good night, dear. Good night, Katie, but I don't feel a bit sleepy. And so the cousins kissed one another, and Miss Winter went to her own room. End of chapter 26.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Hutchison. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. Chapter 27. Lecturing a Lioness. The evening of Show Sunday may serve as a fair sample of what this eventful commemoration was to our hero. Constant intercourse with ladies, with such ladies as Miss Winter and Mary. Young, good-looking, well-spoken, and creditable in all ways, was very delightful, and the more fascinating from the sudden change which their presence wrought in the ordinary mode of life of the place. They would have been charming in any room, but were quite irrepressible in his den, which no female presence, except that of his blousy old bedmaker, had lightened since he had been in possession. Female presence, except that of his blousy old bedmaker, had lightened since he had been in possession. All the associations of the freshman's room were raised at once. When he came in at night now, he could look sentimentally at his armchair, christened the Captain after Captain Hardy, on which Katie had sat to make breakfast, or at the brass peg on the door, on which Mary had hung her bonnet and shawl after displacing his gown. His very teacups and saucers, which were already a miscellaneous set of several different patterns, had made a move almost into his affections. At least the two, one blue and one brown, which the young ladies had used. A human interest belonged to them now, and they were no longer mere crockery. He had thought of buying two very pretty china ones, the most expensive he could find in Oxford, and getting them to use these for the first time, but rejected the idea. The fine new ones, he felt, would never be the same to him. They had come in and used his own rubbish. That was the great charm. If he had been going to give them cups, no material would have been beautiful enough, but for his own use after them, the commoner the better. The material was nothing, the association, everything. It is marvelous the amount of healthy sentiment of which a naturally soft-hearted undergraduate is capable by the end of the summer term. But sentiment is not all one-sided. The delights which spring from intimacy with the fairest and best part of the creation are as far above those of the ordinary unmitigated undergraduate life as the British citizen of 1860 is above the rudimentary personage in prehistoric times, from whom he has been gradually improved up to his present state of enlightenment and perfection. But each state also has its own troubles as well as its pleasures, and though the former are a price which no decent fellow would boggle at for a moment, it is useless to pretend that paying them is pleasant. Now, at Commemoration, as elsewhere, where men do congregate, if your lady visitors are not pretty or agreeable enough to make your friends and acquaintances eager to know them, and to cater for their enjoyment, and try in all ways to win their favor and cut you out, you have the satisfaction, of any rate, of keeping them to yourself, though you lose the pleasures which arise from being sought after. and made much of for their sakes, and feeling raised above the ruck of your neighbors. On the other hand, if they are all like this, you might as well try to keep the sunshine and air to yourself. Universal human nature rises up against you, and besides, they will not stand it themselves. And indeed, why should they? Women, to be attractive to all sorts of different people, must have great readiness of sympathy. Many have it naturally, and many work hard in acquiring a good imitation of it. In the first case, it is against the nature of such persons to be monopolized for more than a very short time. In the second, all their trouble would be thrown away if they allowed themselves to be monopolized. Once in their lives, indeed, they will be, and ought to be, and that monopoly lasts, or should last, forever. But instead of destroying in them that which was their great charm, it only deepens and widens it, and the sympathy which was before fitful and perhaps wayward flows on in a calm and healthy stream, blessing and cheering all who come within reach of its exhilarating and life-giving waters. But man of all ages is a selfish animal, and unreasonable in his selfishness. It takes every one of us in turn many a shrewd fall in our wrestlings with the world to convince us that we are not to have everything our own way. We are conscious in our inmost souls that man is the rightful lord of creation, and starting from this eternal principle and ignoring, each man-child of us in return, the qualifying truth that it is to man in general, including women, and not to Thomas Brown in particular, that the earth has been given, we set about asserting our kingships each in his own way, and proclaiming ourselves kings from our little anthills of thrones. And then come the strugglings and the downfallings, and some of us learn our lesson, and some learn it not. But what lesson? That we have been dreaming in the golden hours when the vision of a kingdom rose before us? That there is, in short, no kingdom at all? Or that, if there be, we are not heirs of it? No. I take it that, while we make nothing better than that out of our lesson, we shall have to go on spelling at it and stumbling over it through all the days of our life, till we make our last stumble, and take our final header out of this riddle of a world, which we once dreamed we were to rule over, exclaiming vanitas vanitatum to the end. But man's spirit will never be satisfied without a kingdom, and was never intended to be satisfied so. And one wiser than Solomon tells us day by day that our kingdom is about us here, and that we may rise up and pass in when we will at the shining gates which he holds open, for that it is his, and we are joint heirs of it with him. On the whole, however, making allowances for all drawbacks, those Commemoration days were the pleasantest days Tom had ever known at Oxford. He was with his uncle and cousins early and late, devising all sorts of pleasant entertainments and excursions for them, introducing all the pleasantest men of his acquaintance, and taxing the resources of the college, which at such times were available for undergraduates as well as their betters, to minister to their comfort and enjoyment. And he was well repaid. There was something perfectly new to the ladies and very piquant in the life and habits of the place. They found it very diverting to be receiving in Tom's rooms, presiding over his breakfasts and luncheons, altering the position of his furniture, and making the place look as pretty as circumstances would allow. Then there was pleasant occupation for every spare hour, and the fetes and amusements were all unlike everything but themselves. Of course, the ladies at once became enthusiastic St. Ambrosians, and managed, in spite of all distractions, to find time for making up rosettes and bows of blue and white, in which to appear at the procession of the boats, which was the great event of the Monday. Fortunately, Mr. Winter had been a good oar in his day, and had pulled in one of the first 4 oars, in which the university races had commenced some 35 years before. And Tom, who had set his mind on managing his uncle, worked him up almost into enthusiasm and forgetfulness of his maladies, so that he raised no objection to a 5 o'clock dinner, and an adjournment to the river almost immediately afterwards. Jervis, who was all-powerful on the river, at Tom's instigation got an armchair for him in the best part of the university barge, while the ladies, after walking along the bank with Tom and others of the crew, and being instructed in the colors of the different boats and the meaning of the ceremony, took their places in the front row on the top of the barge, beneath the awning and the flags, and looked down with hundreds of other fair strangers on the scene, which certainly merited all that Tom had said of it on faith. The barges above and below the university barge, which occupied the post of honor, were also covered with ladies, and Christchurch Meadow swarmed with gay dresses and caps and gowns. On the opposite side, the bank was lined with the crowd in holiday clothes, and the punts plied across without intermission, loaded with people, till the groups stretched away down the towing path in an almost continuous line to the starting place. Then, one after another of all the racing boats, all painted and polished up for the occasion, with the college flags drooping at their sterns, put out and passed down to their stations, and the bands played and the sun shone his best. And then, after a short pause of expectation, the distant bank became all alive, and the groups all turned one way and came up the towing path again, and the foremost boat with the blue and white flag shot through the gut and came up the reach, followed by another and another and another, till they were tired of counting, and the leading boat was already close to them before the last had come within sight. And the bands played up all together, and the crowd on both sides cheered as the St. Ambrose boat spurted from Cherwell and took the place of honor at the winning post, opposite the university barge and close under where they were sitting. "Oh, look, Katie dear, here they are. There's Tom and Mr. Hardy and Mr. Jervis." And Mary waved her handkerchief and clapped her hands and was in an ecstasy of enthusiasm, in which her cousin was no whit behind her. The gallant crew of St. Ambrose were by no means unconscious of and fully appreciated the compliment. Then the boats passed up one by one, and as each came opposite to the St. Ambrose boat, the crews tossed their oars and cheered, and the St. Ambrose crew tossed their oars and cheered in return, and the whole ceremony went off in triumph, notwithstanding the casualty which occurred to one of the torpids. The torpids, being filled with the refuse of the rowing men, generally awkward or very young oarsmen, find some difficulty in the act of tossing, no safe operation for an unsteady crew. Accordingly, the torpid in question, having sustained her crew gallantly till the saluting point, and allowed them to get their oars fairly into the air, proceeded gravely to turn over on her side and shoot them out into the stream. A thrill ran along the top of the barges, and a little scream or two might have even been heard through the notes of Annie Laurie, which were filling the air at the moment. But the band played on, and the crew swam ashore, and two of the punt men laid hold of the boat and collected the oars, and nobody seemed to think anything about it. Katie drew a long breath. "Are they all out, dear?" she said. "Can you see?" "I can only count 8. "Oh, I was too frightened to look. Let me see. Yes, there are 9. There's one by himself, the little man pulling the weeds off his trousers." And so they regained their equanimity, and soon after left the barge, and were escorted to the Hall of St. Ambrose by the crew, who gave an entertainment there to celebrate the occasion, which Mr. Winter was induced to attend, and pleased to approve, and which lasted till it was time to dress for the ball, for which a proper chaperone had been providentially found. And so they passed the days and nights of commemoration. But it is not within the scope of this work to chronicle all their doings, how Notwithstanding balls at night, they were up to chapel in the morning and attended flower shows at Worcester and musical promenades in New College, and managed to get down the river for a picnic at Newnham, besides seeing everything that was worth seeing in all the colleges. How it was done, no man can tell, but done it was, and they seemed only the better for it all. They were waiting at the gates of the theatre among the first, tickets in hand, and witnessed the whole scene, wondering no little at the strange mixture of solemnity and license, the rush and crowding of the undergraduates into their gallery, and their free and easy way of taking the whole proceedings under their patronage, watching every movement in the amphitheatre and on the floor, and shouting approval and disapproval of the heads of their republic of learning, or of the most illustrious visitors, or cheering with equal vigor the ladies, Her Majesty's ministers, or the prize poems. It is a strange scene, certainly, and has probably puzzled many persons besides young ladies. One can well fancy the astonishment of the learned foreigner, for instance, when he sees the head of the university, which he has reverenced at a distance from his youth up, rise in his robes in solemn convocation to exercise one of the highest of university functions, and hears his sonorous Latin periods interrupted by 3 cheers for the ladies in pink bonnets. Or when some man is introduced for an honorary degree, whose name may be known throughout the civilized world, and the vice-chancellor, turning to his compeers, inquires, Placetne vobis, domini doctoris? Placetne vobis, magistri? And he hears the voice of doctors and masters drowned in contradictory shouts from the young damus in the gallery. Who is he? Non placet. Placet. Why does he carry an umbrella? It is thoroughly English, and that is just all that need or indeed can be said for it all, but not 1 in 100 of us would alter it if we could, beyond suppressing some of the personalities, which of late years have gone somewhat too far. After the theatre, there was a sumptuous lunch in All Souls, and then a fete in St. John's Gardens. Now, at the aforesaid luncheon, Tom's feelings had been severely tried. In fact, the little troubles which, as has been hinted before, are incident to persons, especially young men, in his fortunate predicament, had here come to a head. He was separated from his cousin a little way. Being a guest, and not an important one in the eyes of the All Souls fellows, he had to find his level, which was very much below that allotted to his uncle and cousins. In short, he felt that they were taking him about instead of he them, which change of position was in itself trying, and Mary's conduct fanned his slumbering discontent into a flame. There she was, sitting between a fellow of All Souls, who was a collector of pictures and an authority in fine arts matters, and the Indian officer who had so recently promoted to the degree of DCL in the theatre. There she sat, so absorbed in their conversation that she did not even hear a remark which he was pleased to address to her. Whereupon he began to brood on his wrongs and to take umbrage at the catholicity of her enjoyment and enthusiasm. So long as he had been the medium through which she was brought in contact with others, he had been well enough content that they should amuse and interest her. But it was a very different thing now. So he watched her jealously and raked up former conversations and came to the conclusion that it was his duty to remonstrate with her. He had remarked, too, that she could never talk with him now without breaking away after a short time into badinage. Her badinage certainly was very charming and pleasant, and kept him on the stretch. But why should she not let him be serious and sentimental when he pleased? She did not break out in this manner with other people. So he really felt it to be his duty to speak to her on the subject, not in the least for his own sake, but for hers. Accordingly, when the party broke up and they started for the fete at St. John's, he resolved to carry out his intentions. At first, he could not get an opportunity while they were walking about on the beautiful lawn of the great garden, seeing and being seen, and listening to music and looking at choice flowers. But soon an opportunity presented itself. She stayed behind the rest without noticing it, to examine some specially beautiful plant, and he was by her side in a moment, and proposed to show her the smaller garden, which lies beyond, to which she innocently consented, and they were soon out of the crowd and in comparative solitude. She remarked that he was somewhat silent and grave, but thought nothing of it, and chatted on as usual, remarking upon the pleasant company she had been in at luncheon. This opened the way for Tom's lecture. "How easily you seem to get interested with new people," he began. "Do I?" she said. "Well, don't you think it very natural?" "Wouldn't it be a blessing if people would always just say what they think and mean, though?" "Yes, and a great many do," she replied, looking at him in some wonder, and not quite pleased with the turn that things were taking. "Any ladies, do you think? You know we haven't many opportunities of observing." "Yes, I think quite as many ladies as men. More, indeed, as far as my small experience goes." "You really maintain deliberately that you have met people, men and women, who can talk to you or anyone else for a quarter of an hour quite honestly and say nothing at all which they don't mean? Nothing for the sake of flattery or effect, for instance?" "Oh, dear me, yes. Often." "Who, for example?" "Our cousin Katie." "Why are you so suspicious and misanthropical?" "There's your friend Mr. Hardy again. What do you say to him?" "Well, I think you may have hit on an exception, but I maintain the rule. You look as if I ought to object, but I shan't. It's no business of mine if you choose to believe any such disagreeable thing about your fellow creatures." "I don't believe anything worse about them than I do about myself. I know that I can't do it." "Well, I'm very sorry for you." "But I don't think I'm any worse than my neighbors." "I don't suppose you do. Who are your neighbors?" "Shall I include you in the number?" "Oh, well, if you like, by all means." "But I may not mean that you are like the rest. I mean, the man who fell among thieves, you know, had one good neighbor." "Now, Cousin Tom," she said, looking up with sparkling eyes, "I can't return the compliment. You meant to make me feel that I was like the rest, at least like what you say they are. You know you did. And now you're just turning around and trying to slip out of it by saying what you don't mean." "Well, Cousin Mary, perhaps I was. At any rate, I was a great fool for my pains. I might have known by this time that you would catch me out fast enough." "Perhaps you might. I didn't challenge you to set up your palace of truth. But if we're to live in it, you are not to say all the disagreeable things and hear none of them." "I hope not, if they must be disagreeable. But why should they be? I can't see why you and I, for instance, should not say exactly what we are thinking to one another without being disagreeable." "Well, I don't think you made a happy beginning just now." "But I am sure we should all like one another the better for speaking the truth." "Yes, but I don't admit that I haven't been speaking the truth." "You won't understand me. Have I said that you don't speak the truth?" "Yes, you just said now that I don't say what I think and mean." "Well, perhaps you didn't exactly say that, but that is what you meant." "You're very angry, Cousin Mary. Let's wait till—" "No, no, no. It was you who began, and I will not let you off now." "Very well, then. I did mean something of the sort. It's better to tell you than to keep it to myself." "Yes, and now tell me your reasons," said Mary, looking down and biting her lip. Tom was ready to bite his tongue off, but there was nothing now that he could do but to go through with it. "You make everybody that comes near you think that you are deeply interested in them and their doings. Poor Gray believes that you are as mad as he is about rituals and rubrics. And the boating men declare that you would sooner see a race than go to the best ball in the world. And you listened to the dean's stale old stories about his schools and went into raptures in the Bodleian about pictures and art with that fellow of All Souls. I mean, even our old butler and the cook. Here, Mary, despite her vexation, after a severe struggle to control it, burst into a laugh, which made Tom pause. Now, you can't say that I am not really fond of jellies, she said. And you can't say that I have said anything so very disagreeable. Oh, but you have, though. At any rate, I have made you laugh. But you didn't mean to do it. Now, go on. I have nothing more to say. You see my meaning, or you never will. If you have nothing more to say, you should not have said so much, said Mary. You wouldn't have made me rude to all the people I meet, and I can't help it if the cook thinks that I'm a glutton. But you could help letting Gray think that you should like to go and see his night schools. But I should like to see them of all things. And I suppose you'd like to go through the manuscripts in the Bodleian with the dean. I heard you talking to him as if it were the dearest wish of your heart, and making a half engagement to go with him this afternoon, when you know that you're tired to death of him, and so full of other engagements that you don't know where to turn. Mary began to bite her lips again. She felt half inclined to cry, half inclined to get up and box his ears. However, she did neither, but looked up after a moment or two and said, Well, have you any more unkind words to say? Unkind, Mary? Yes, they are unkind. How can I enjoy watching now when I know that you're watching me and thinking all sorts of harm of everything I say and do? However, it doesn't matter much, for we go tomorrow morning. But you will at least give me credit for meaning you well. I think you're very jealous and suspicious. You don't know how you pain me when you say that, but I must say what I think. Mary set her little mouth and looked down and began tapping her boot with her parasol. There was an awkward silence while Tom considered within himself whether she was not right, and whether, after all, his own jealousy had not been the cause of the lecture he had been delivering, much more than any unselfish wish for Mary's improvement. It's your turn now, he said presently, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees and looking hard at the gravel. I may have been foolishly jealous, and I thank you for telling me so, but you can tell me a great deal more if you will, quite as good for me to hear. No, I have nothing to say. I dare say you are open and true and have nothing to hide or disguise, not even about either of the men we met in the long walk on Sunday. He winced at this random shaft as if he had been stung, and she saw that it had gone home and repented the next moment. The silence began more and more embarrassing. By good luck, however, their party suddenly appeared strolling towards them from the large garden. Here are Uncle Robert and Katy, and all of them. Let us join them. She rose up, and he with her. And as they walked towards the rest, he said quickly in a low voice, Will you forgive me if I have pained you? I was very selfish, and I am sorry. Oh, yes, we were both very foolish, but we won't do it again. Here you are at last. We've been looking for you everywhere, said Miss Winter as they came up. I'm sure I don't know how we missed you. We came straight from the music tent to this seat and have not moved. We knew you must come by sooner or later, but it is quite out of the way. It is quite by chance that we came round here. Isn't Uncle Robert tired, Katy? Said Tom. He doesn't look well this afternoon. Katy instantly turned to her father, and Mr. Winter declared himself to be much fatigued, so they wished their hospitable entertainers good-bye, and Tom hurried off and got a wheelchair for his uncle, and walked by his side to their lodgings. The young ladies walked near the chair also, accompanied by one or two of their acquaintances. In fact, they could not move without an escort. But Tom never once turned his head for a glance at what was going on, and talked steadily on to his uncle, that he might not catch a stray word of what the rest were saying. Despite all of this self-denial, however, he was quite aware somehow, when he made his bow at the door, that Mary had been very silent all the way home. Mr. Winter retired to his room to lie down, and his daughter and niece remained in the sitting room. Mary sat down and untied her bonnet, but did not burst into her usual flood of comments on the events of the day. Miss Winter looked at her and said, "You look tired, dear, and overexcited." "Oh, yes, so I am. I've had such a quarrel with Tom." "A quarrel? You're not serious." "Indeed I am, though. I quite hated him for 5 minutes at least." "What did he do?" "Why, he taunted me with being too civil to everybody, and it made me so angry. He said I pretended to take an interest in ever so many things just to please people when I didn't really care about them. And it isn't true now, Katie, is it?" "No, dear, he never could have said that. You must have misunderstood him." "There, I knew you would say so. And if it were true, I'm sure it isn't wrong. When people talk to you, it's so easy to seem pleased and interested in what they are saying. And then they like you, and it is so pleasant to be liked. Now, Katie, do you ever snap people's noses off or tell them you think they are very foolish, that you don't care, and that what they are saying is all of no consequence?" "I, dear? I couldn't do it to save my life." "Oh, I was sure you couldn't. And he may say what he will, but I am quite sure he would not have been pleased if we had not made ourselves pleasant to his friends." "Quite true. He has told me himself 6 times how delighted he was to see you so popular." "And you too, Katie?" "Oh, yes, he was very well pleased with me." "But it is you who have turned all the heads in the college, Mary. You are Queen of St. Ambrose, beyond a doubt, just now." "No, Katie, not any more than you, at any rate." "I say yes, yes, Mary. You will always be 10 times as popular as I. Some people have the gift of it. I wish I had." But why do you look so grave again?" "Why, Katie, don't you see what you are saying just over again, only in a different way, what your provoking cousin, I shall call him Mr. Brown, I think, in future, was telling me from my good in St. John's Gardens? You saw how long we were away from you. Well, he was lecturing me all the time. Only think. Now you're going to tell it to me all over again. But go on, dear. I shan't mind anything from you." She put her arm around her cousin's waist and looked up playfully into her face. Miss Winter saw at once that no great harm, perhaps some good, had been done in that passage of arms between her relatives. "You made it all up," she said, smiling, "before we found you." "Only just, though. You begged my pardon, just at last, almost in a whisper, when you were quite close to us." "And you granted it?" "Yes, of course. But I don't know that I shall not recall it." "I was sure you would be falling out before long, you got on so fast." "But he isn't quite so easy to turn around your finger as you thought, Mary." "Oh, I don't know that," said Mary, laughing. "You saw how humble he looked at last, and what good order he was in. Well, dear, it's time to think whether we shall go out again. Let me see. There's the last ball. What do you say?" "Well, I'm afraid poor Papa is too tired to take us, and I don't know with whom we would go. We ought to begin packing, too, I think, pretty soon." "Very well. Let us have tea quietly at home. I will write a note to Tom to tell him. He's done his best for us, poor fellow. We ought to consider him a little. Oh, yes, and ask him and his friend Mr. Hardy to tea, as it is his last night. If you wish it, I shall be very glad. They will amuse Papa." "Certainly, and then he will see that I bear him no malice. And now I will just go and do my hair." "Very well. We will pack after they leave. How strange home will seem after all this gaiety." "Yes, we seem to have been here a month." "I do hope we shall find all quiet at Englebourn. I'm always afraid of some trouble there." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Hutchison. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. Chapter 28. The End of the Freshman's Year. On the morning after Commemoration, Oxford was in a bustle of departure. The play had been played, the long vacation had begun, and visitors and members seemed equally anxious to be off. At the gates of the colleges, groups of men in traveling dresses waited for the coaches, omnibuses, dog carts, and all manner of vehicles, which were to carry them to the Great Western Railway Station at Steventon, or elsewhere, to all points of the compass. Porters passed in and out with portmanteaus, gun cases, and baggages of all kinds, which they piled outside the gates or carried off to the Mitre or the Angel, under the vigorous and not too courteous orders of the owners. College servants flitted around the groups to take instructions, and it might so be to extract the balances of extortionate bills out of their departing masters. Dog fanciers were there also, holding terriers, and scouts from the cricketing grounds with bats and pads under their arms, and hostlers, and men from the boats, all on the same errand of getting the last shilling out of their patrons. A fawning, obsequious crowd for the most part, with here and there a sturdy Briton who felt that he was only there for his due. Through such a group, at the gate of St. Ambrose, Tom and Hardy passed soon after breakfast time, in cap and gown, which costume excited no small astonishment. "Hello, Brown, old fellow, ain't you off this morning?" "No, I shall be up for a day or two yet." "Wish you joy. Wouldn't be staying up over today for something." "But you'll be at the Henley tomorrow," said Diogenes confidently, who stood at the gate in boating coat and flannels, a big stick and knapsack, waiting for a companion with whom he was to walk to Henley. "And at Lord's on Friday," said another. "It'll be a famous match. Come and dine with us somewhere afterwards, and go to the Haymarket with us." "You know the Leander are to be at Henley," put in Diogenes, "and Cambridge is very strong. There will be a splendid race for the cup, but Jervis thinks we're all right." "Bother your eternal races. Haven't we had enough of them already?" said the Londoner. "You'd better come up to the little village at once, Brown, and stay there while the coin lasts." "If I get away at all, it will be to Henley," said Tom. "Of course, I know that," said Diogenes triumphantly. "Our boat ought to be on for the ladies' plate. If only Jervis were not in the university crew. I thought you were to pull at Henley, Hardy." "I was asked to pull, but I couldn't manage the time with the schools coming on, and when the exams were over, it was too late. The crew were picked and half-trained. None of them have broken down." "What? Every one of them stood putting through the sieve? They must be a rare crew, then," said another. "You're right," said Diogenes. "Oh, here you are at last," he added, as another man in flannels and knapsack came out of the college. "Well, goodbye all, and a pleasant vacation. We must be off, if we're to be in time to see our crew pull over the course tonight." And the two marched off towards Magdalen Bridge. "By Jove," remarked a fast youth, in most elaborate toilette, looking after them, "fancy two fellows grinding off to Henley 5 miles an hour in this sun, when they might drop up to Metropolis by train in half the time. Isn't it marvelous?" "I should like to be going with them," said Tom. "Well, there's no accounting for tastes. Here's our coach." "Goodbye, then," and Tom shook hands, and leaving the coach to get packed with portmanteaus, terriers, and undergraduates, he and Hardy walked off towards the High Street. "So you're not going today?" Hardy said. "No, 2 or 3 of my old schoolfellows are coming up to stand for scholarships, and I must be here to receive them. But it's very unlucky. I should have so liked to have been at Henley." "Look, their carriage is already at the door," said Hardy, pointing up High Street, into which they now turned. There were a dozen post-chaises and carriages loading in front of different houses in the street, and amongst them Mr. Winter's old-fashioned travelling barouche. "So it is," said Tom. "That's some of Uncle's fidgetiness, but he will be sure to dawdle at the last. Come on along." "Don't you think I'd better stay downstairs? It may seem intrusive." "No, come along. Why, they asked you to come and see the last of them last night, didn't they?" Hardy did not require any further urging to induce him to follow his inclination, so the two went up together. The breakfast things were still on the table, at which sat Miss Winter in her bonnet, employed in examining the bill, with the assistance of Mary, who leant over her shoulder. She looked up as they entered. "Oh, I'm so glad you are come. Poor Katie is so bothered I can't help her. Do look at the bill. Is it all right? Shall I, Katie?" "Yes, please do. I don't see anything to object to, except perhaps the things I've marked. Do you think we ought to be charged £half-a-crown a day for the kitchen fire?" "Fire in June? And you've never dined at home once?" "No, but we did have several teas." "That's a regular swindle," said Tom, taking the bill and glancing at it. "Here, Hardy, come help me cut down this precious total." They sat down to the bill, the ladies willingly giving place. Mary tripped off to the glass to tie her bonnet. "Now, that is all right," she said merrily. "Why can't one go on without bills or horrid money?" "Ah, why can't one?" said Tom. "That would suit most of our complaints. But where's Uncle? Has he seen the bill?" "No, Papa is in his room. He must not be worried, or the journey will be too much for him." Here the lady's maid arrived, with a message that her father wished to see Miss Winter. "Leave your money, Katie," said her cousin. "This is gentleman's business, and Tom and Mr. Hardy will settle it all for us, I'm sure." Well, Tom professed his entire willingness to accept the charge, delighted at finding himself reinstated in his office of protector at Mary's suggestion. Had the landlord been one of his own tradesmen, or the bill his own bill, he might not have been so well pleased. But as neither of these was the case, and he had Hardy to back him, he went into the matter with much vigor and discretion, and had the landlord up, made the proper deductions, got the bill settled and receipted in a few minutes. Then he and Hardy addressed themselves to getting the carriage comfortably packed, and vied with one another in settling and stowing away in the most convenient places the many little odds and ends which naturally accompany young ladies and invalids on their travels. In the course of which employment he managed to snatch a few words here and there with Mary, and satisfied himself that she bore him no ill will for the events of the previous day. At last all was ready for the start, and Tom reported the fact in the sitting-room. "Then I will go and fetch Papa," said Miss Winter. Tom's eyes met Mary at the moment. He gave a slight shrug with his shoulders and said, as the door closed after his cousin, "Really, I have no patience with Uncle Robert. He leaves poor Katie to do everything." "Yes, and how beautifully she does it all, without a word or two, I believe, of complaint. I could never be so patient." "I think it's a pity. If Uncle Robert were obliged to exert himself, it would be much better for him. Katie is only spoiling him and wearing herself out." "Yes, it's very easy for you and me to think and say so, but he is her father, and then he is really an invalid. So she goes on devoting herself to him more and more, and feels she can never do too much for him. But if she believed it would be better for him to exert himself, I'm sure it's the truth. Couldn't you try to persuade her?" "No, indeed, it would only worry her and be very cruel. But then I am not used to give advice," she added, after a moment's pause, looking demurely at her gloves. "It might do good, perhaps, now, if you were to speak to her." "You think me so well qualified, I suppose, after the specimen you had yesterday?" "Thank you. I've had enough of lecturing for the present." "I am very much obliged to you, really, for what you said to me," said Mary, still looking at her gloves. The subject was a very distasteful one to Tom. He looked at her for a moment to see whether she was laughing at him, and then broke it off abruptly. "I hope you have enjoyed your visit?" "Oh, yes, so very much. I shall think of it all the summer." "Where shall you be all the summer?" asked Tom. "Not so very far from you. Papa has taken a house only 8 miles from Englebourn, and Katie says you live within a day's drive of them." "And shall you be there all the vacation?" "Yes, and we hope to get Katie over often. Could you not come and meet her? It would be so pleasant." "But do you think I might? I don't know your father or mother." "Oh, yes, Papa and Mamma are very kind, and will ask anybody I like. Besides, you're a cousin, you know." "Well, only up at Oxford, I'm afraid." "Well, now, you will see. We're going to have a great archery party next month, and you shall have an invitation." "Will you write it for me yourself?" "Very likely. But why? Don't you think I shall value a note in your hand more than—" "Nonsense. Now, remember your lecture. Oh, here are Uncle Robert and Katie." Mr. Winter was very gracious, and thanked Tom for all his attentions. He had been very pleased, he said, to make his nephew's acquaintance again so pleasantly, and hoped he would come and pass a day or two at Englebourn in the vacation. In his sad state of health, he could not do much to entertain a young man, but he could procure him some good fishing and shooting in the neighborhood. Tom assured his uncle that nothing would please him so much as a visit to Englebourn. Perhaps the remembrance of the distance between that parish and the place where Mary was to spend the summer may have added a little to his enthusiasm. "I should have liked also to have thanked your friend for his hospitality," Mr. Winter went on. "I understood my daughter to say he was here." "Yes, well, he was here just now. He must be below, I think." "What, that good Mr. Hardy?" said Mary, who was looking out the window. "There he is in the street. He's just helped Hopkins into the rumble and handed her things to her just as if she were a duchess. She's been so cross all the morning. Now she looks so gracious." "Then I think, Papa, we had better start." "Let me give you an arm downstairs, Uncle," said Tom. And so he helped his uncle down to the carriage, the 2 young ladies following behind, and the landlord standing with obsequious bows at his shop door, and looking as if he had never made an overcharge in his life. While Mr. Hardy was making his acknowledgments to Mr. Winter and being helped by him into the most comfortable seat in the carriage, Tom was making tender adieus to the young ladies behind, and even succeeded in keeping a rosebud, which Mary was carrying, when they took their seats. She parted from it half laughingly, and the postboy cracked his whip, and the barouche went lumbering along High Street. Hardy and Tom watched it until it turned down St. Aldate's towards Folly Bridge, the latter waving his hand as it disappeared. And then they turned and strolled slowly away side by side in silence. The sight of all the other departures increased the uncomfortable, unsatisfied feeling which that of his own relatives had already produced in Tom's mind. "Well, isn't it lively stopping up here when everybody is going, is it? What is one to do? Oughtn't you to be looking after your friends who are going to come up to try for scholarships?" "No, they won't be up until the afternoon by coach." "Shall we go down to the river, then?" "No, it'd be miserable. Hello, look there. What's up?" The cause of Tom's astonishment was the appearance of the usual procession of university beadles carrying silver-headed maces and escorting the Vice-Chancellor towards St. Mary's. "Why, the bells are going for service. There must be a university sermon. Is it a saint's day? Where's the congregation to come from? Why, half Oxford is off by this time, and those that are left won't want to be hearing sermons. Well, I don't know. A good many seem to be going. I wonder who is to preach. I vote we go. It will help to pass the time." Hardy agreed, and they followed the procession and went up into the gallery of St. Mary's. There was a very fair congregation in the body of the church, and the staffs of the colleges had not yet broken up, and even in the gallery the undergraduates mustered in some force. The restless feeling which had brought our hero there seemed to have had a like effect on most of the men who were, for one reason or another, unable to start on that day. Tom looked steadily into his cap during the bidding prayer, and sat down composedly afterwards, expecting not much to be interested or benefited, but comforted with the assurance that, at any rate, it would be almost luncheon time before he would be again thrown on his own resources. But he was mistaken in his expectations, and before the preacher had been speaking for 3 minutes, was all attention. The sermon was upon the freedom of the gospel, the power by which it bursts all bonds and lets the oppressed go free. Its burden was, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." The preacher dwelt on many sides of these words. The freedom of nations, of societies, of universities, of the conscience of each individual man, where each were glanced at in turn, and then, reminding his hearers of the end of the academical year, he went on, "We have heard it said in the troubles and toils and temptations of the world, 'Oh, that I could begin life over again. Oh, that I could fall asleep and wake up 12, 6, 3 months hence, and find my difficulties solved.' That which we may vainly wish elsewhere by a happy providence is furnished to us by the natural divisions of meeting and parting in this place. To every one of us, old and young, the long vacation on which we are now entering gives us a breathing space, and time to break the bonds which place and circumstance have woven round us during the year that is past. From all our petty cares and confusions and intrigues, from the dust and clatter of this huge machinery amidst which we labor and toil, from whatever cynical contempt of what is generous and devout, from whatever fanciful disregard of what is just and wise, from whatever gall of bitterness is secreted in our best motives, from whatever bonds of unequal dealings in which we may have entangled ourselves or others, we are now, for a time, set free. We stand on the edge of a river, which shall for a time at least sweep them away, that ancient river, the Kishon, the river of fresh thoughts and fresh scenes and fresh feelings and fresh hopes. One surely amongst the blessed means whereby God's free and loving grace works out our deliverance, our redemption from evil, and renews the strength of each succeeding year, so that we may mount up again as eagles, may run and not be weary, may walk and not faint. And if turning to the younger part of my hearers, I may still more directly apply this general lesson to them, is there no one who, in some shape or other, does not feel the bondage of which I have been speaking? He has something on his conscience. He has something on his mind. Extravagance, sin, debt, falsehood. Every morning in the first few minutes after waking, it is the first thought that occurs to him. He drives it away in the day. He drives it off by recklessness, which only binds it more and more closely around him. Is there anyone who has ever felt, who is at this moment feeling this grievous burden? What is the deliverance? How shall he set himself free? In what special way does the redemption of Christ, the free grace of God, present itself to him? There is at least one way, clear and simple. He knows it better than anyone can tell him. It is those same words which I used with another purpose. The truth shall make him free. It is to tell the truth to his friend, to his parents, to anyone, whosoever it be, from whom he is concealing that which he ought to make known. One word of open, frank disclosure, one resolution to act sincerely and honestly by himself and others, one ray of truth let into that dark corner will indeed set the whole man free. Liberavi animanum meam. I have delivered my soul. What a faithful expression is this of the relief, the deliverance effected by one strong effort of will in one moment of time. I will arise and go to my father, and will say unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before thee, and am no more worthy to be called thy son. So we heard the prodigal's confession this morning. So may the thought well spring up in the minds of anyone who in the course of this last year have wandered into sin, have found themselves beset with evil habits, of wicked idleness, of wretched self-indulgence. Now that you are indeed, in the literal sense of the word, about to rise and go to your Father, now that you will be able to shake off the bondage of bad companionship, now that the whole length of this long absence will roll between you and the past, take a long breath. Break off the yoke of your sin, of your fault, of your wrongdoing, of your folly, of your perverseness, of your pride, of your vanity, of your weakness. Break it off by truth. Break it off by one stout effort in one steadfast prayer. Break it off by innocent and free enjoyment. Break it off by honest work. Put your hand to the nail and your right hand to the workman's hammer. Strike through the enemy which has ensnared you. Pierce and strike him through and through. However powerful he seems, at your feet he will bow, he will fall, he will lie down. At your feet he will bow and fall, and where he bows, there will he rise up no more. So let all thine enemies perish, O Lord. But let them that love thee be as the sun when he goeth forth in his might. The two friends separated themselves from the crowd in the porch and walked away, side by side, toward their college. Well, that wasn't a bad move of ours. It's worth something to hear a man preach that sort of doctrine, said Hardy. How does he get to know it all? Said Tom, meditatively. Oh, what? I don't see your puzzle. Why, all sorts of things that are in a fellow's mind. What he thinks about the first thing in the morning, for instance. Pretty much like the rest of us, I take it, by looking at home. You don't suppose university preachers are unlike you and me? Well, I don't know. Now, do you think he ever had anything on his mind that was always coming up and plaguing him, and which he never told anybody? Yes, I should think so. Most of us have had. Have you? Aye, often and often. And do you think his remedy is the right one? The only one. Make a clean breast of it. The sting is gone. There's a great deal to be done afterwards, of course, but there can be no question about step number one. Did you ever owe £100 that you couldn't pay? Said Tom with a sudden effort. And his secret had hardly passed his lips before he felt a relief, which surprised himself. My dear fellow, said Hardy, stopping in the street, you don't mean to say you're speaking of yourself? I do, though, said Tom. And it's been on my mind ever since Easter term. And it's spoilt my temper and everything. That and something else that you know of. You must have seen me getting more and more ill-tempered, I'm sure. And I have thought of it the first thing in the morning and the last thing at night, and tried to drive the thought away just as he said one did in his sermon. By Jove, I thought he knew all about it. He looked right at me, just when he came to that place. But, Brown, how do you mean you owe £100? You haven't read much, certainly, but you haven't hunted or gambled or tailored much, or gone into any other extravagant folly. You must be dreaming. Am I, though? Come up to my rooms and I'll tell you all about it. I feel better already now that I've let it out. I'll send over for your commons and we'll have some lunch. Well, Hardy followed his friend in much trouble of mind, considering in himself whether the remainder of his savings he could not make up the sum which Tom had named. Fortunately for both of them, a short calculation showed him that he could not, and he gave up the idea of delivering his friend in this summary manner with a sigh. He remained closeted with Tom for an hour, and then came out, looking serious still, but not uncomfortable, and went down to the river. He sculled down to Sandford, bathed in the Lasher, and returned in time for chapel. He stayed outside afterwards, and Tom came up to him and seized his arm. "I've done it, old fellow," he said. "Look here," and produced a letter. Hardy glanced at the direction and saw that it was to his father. "Come along and post it," said Tom, "and then I shall feel all right." They walked off quickly to the post office and dropped the letter into the box. "There," he said, as it disappeared, "liberavi animam meam. I owe the preacher a good turn for that. I've a good mind to write him and thank him. Fancy the poor old governor's face tomorrow at breakfast." "Well, you seem to take it easy enough now," said Hardy. "I can't help it. I tell you, I haven't felt this jolly in 2 months. What a fellow I was not to have done it before. After all, now that I come to think of it, I can pay it myself, at least as soon as I'm of age. For I know I've got some money, a legacy or something, coming to me then. But that isn't what I care about now. I'm very glad, though, that you have the money of your own. Yes, but the having told it is the comfort. Come along, let's see whether these boys are come. The old pig ought to be in by this time, and I want them to dine in hall. It's only 10 months since I came on up to matriculate, and it seems 20 years. But I'm going to be a boy again for tonight. You'll see if I'm not." End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. Chapter 29. The Long Vacation Letter Bag. June 24th, 1840-something. My dear Tom, your letter came to hand this morning, and it has, of course, given your mother and me much pain. It is not the money that we care about, but that our son should have deliberately undertaken or pretended to undertake what he must have known at the time he could not perform himself. I have written to my bankers to pay £100 at once to your account at the Oxford Bank. I have also requested my solicitor to go over to Oxford, and he will probably call on you the day after you receive this. You say that this person who holds your note of hand is now in Oxford. You will see him in the presence of my solicitor, to whom you will hand the note when you have recovered it. I shall consider afterwards what further steps will have to be taken in the matter. It will be time enough then to determine whether you will repay the balance of this money out of the legacy to which you will be entitled under your grandfather's will. In the meantime, I shall deduct at the rate of £50 a year from your allowance, and I shall hold your bond in honour to reduce your expenditure by this amount. You are no longer a boy, and one of the first duties which a man owes to his friends and to society is to live within his income. I make this advance to you on 2 conditions. First, that you will never again put your hand to a note or bill in transaction of this kind. If you have money, lend it or spend it. You may lend or spend foolishly, but that is not the point here. At any rate, you are dealing with what is your own. But in transactions of this kind, you are dealing with what is not your own. A gentleman should shrink from the possibility of having to come on others, even on his own father, for the fulfillment of his obligations, as he would from a lie. I would sooner see a son of mine in his grave than crawling on through life a slave to wants and habits which he must gratify at other people's expense. My second condition is that you put an end to your acquaintance with these 2 gentlemen who have led you into this scrape and have divided the proceeds of your joint note between them. They are both your seniors in standing, you say, and they appear to be familiar with this plan of raising money at the expense of other people. The plain English word for such doings is swindling. What pains me most is that you have become intimate with young men of this kind. I am not sure that it will not be my duty to lay the whole matter before the authorities of the college. You do not mention their names, and I respect the feeling which has led you not to mention them. I shall know them quite soon enough through my solicitor, who will forward me a copy of the note of hand and signature in due course. Your letter makes general allusions to other matters, and I gather from it that you are dissatisfied with the manner in which you have spent your first year at Oxford. I do not ask for specific confessions which you may seem inclined to offer me. In fact, I would sooner not have them unless there is any other matter in which you want assistance or advice from me. I know from experience that Oxford is a place full of temptation of all kinds, offered to young men at the most critical time of their lives. Knowing this, I have deliberately accepted the responsibility of sending you there, and I do not repent it. I am glad that you are dissatisfied with your first year. If you had not been, I should have felt much more anxious about your second. Let bygones be bygones between you and me. You know where to go for strength and to make confessions which no human ear should hear, for no human judgment can weigh the cause. The secret places of a man's heart are for himself and God. Your mother sends her love. I am ever your affectionate father, John Brown. June 26, 1840-something. My dear boy, I am not sorry that you have taken my last letter as you have done. It is quite right to be sensitive on these points, and it will have done you no harm to have fancied for 48 hours that you had in my judgment lost caste as a gentleman. But now I am very glad to be able to ease your mind on this point. You have done a very foolish thing, but it is only the habit and the getting others to bind themselves and not the doing it yourself for others which is disgraceful. You are going to pay honorably for your folly and will owe me neither thanks nor money in the transaction. I have chosen my own terms of repayment, which you have accepted, and so the financial question is disposed of. I have considered what you say as to your companions, friends I will not call them, and will promise you not to take any further steps or to mention the subject to anyone. But I must insist on my second condition, that you avoid all further intimacy with them. I do not mean that you ought to cut them or do anything that will attract attention, but no more intimacy. And now, my dear boy, as to the rest of your letter. Mine must indeed have failed to express my meaning. God forbid that there should not be the most perfect confidence between us. There is nothing which I desire to value more. I only question whether special confessions will conduce to it. My experience is against them. I almost doubt whether they can be perfectly honest between man and man. And taking into account the difference of our ages, it seems to be much more likely that we should misunderstand one another. But having said this, I leave it to you to follow your own conscience in the matter. If there is any burden which I can help you to bear, it will be my greatest pleasure, as it is my duty to do it. So now, say what you please or say no more. If you speak, it will be to one who has felt and remembers a young man's trials. We hope you will be able to come home tomorrow, or the next day at least. Your mother is longing to see you, and I should be glad to have you here a day or two before the assizes, which are held next week. I should rather like you to accompany me to them, as it will give me the opportunity of introducing you to my brother magistrates from other parts of the county whom you are likely to meet elsewhere, and it is a good thing for a young man to know his own county well. The cricket club is very flourishing, you will be glad to hear, and they have put off their best matches till you return. So you are in great request, you see. I am told that the fishing is very good this year, and I am promised several days for you in the club water. September is a long way off, but there is nothing like being beforehand. I have put your name down for a license, and it is time you should have a good gun of your own. So I have ordered one for you from a man who has lately settled in the county. He was Purdy's foreman, with whom I used to build, and I can see understands his business thoroughly. His locks are as good as any I have ever seen. I have told him to make the stock rather longer and not quite so straight as that of my old double with which you shot last year. I think I remember you criticized my weapon on these points. But there will be time for you to alter the details after you get home if you disapprove of my orders. It will be more satisfactory if it is built under your own eye. If you continue in the mind for a month's reading with your friend Mr. Hardy, we will arrange it towards the end of the vacation. But would he not come here? From what you say, we should very much like to know him. Pray ask him from me whether he will pass the last month of the vacation here reading with you. I should like you to be his first regular pupil. Of course, this will be my affair. And now, God bless you, and come home as soon as you can. Your mother sends her best love. Ever most affectionate, John Brown. Englebourne Rectory, June 28, 1840-something. Dearest Mary, how good of you to write to me so soon. Your letters come like a gleam of sunshine. I am in the midst of worries already. Indeed, as you know, I could never quite throw off the fear of what might be happening here while we were enjoying ourselves at Oxford, and it has turned out even worse than I expected. I shall never be able to go away again in comfort, I think. And yet, if I had been here, I don't know that I could have done any good. It is so very sad that Papa is unable to attend to his magistrate's business, and he has been worse than usual, quite laid up, in fact, since I've written. There is no other magistrate, not even a gentleman in the place, as you know, except the curate, and they will not listen to him, even if he would interfere in their quarrels. And he says he will not meddle with secular matters. And poor man, I cannot blame him, for it is very easy and sad and wearing to be mixed up in it all. But now I must tell you all my troubles. You remember the men whom we saw mowing together just before we went to Oxford? Betty Winburn's son was one of them, and I'm afraid the rest are not at all good company for him. When they had finished Papa's hay, they went to mow for Farmer Tester. You must remember him, dear, I'm sure, the tall, gaunt man with heavy, thick lips and a broken nose, and the top of his head quite flat, as if it had been cut off a little above his eyebrows. He is a very miserly man and a hard master. At least all the poor people tell me so, and he looks cruel. I've always been afraid of him and disliked him, for I remember as a child hearing Papa complain how troublesome he was in the vestry. And except old Simon, who I believe only does it from perverseness, I have never heard anybody speak well of him. The first day that the men went to mow for Farmer Tester, he gave them sour beer to drink. You see, dear, they bargained to mow for so much money and their beer. They were very discontented at this, and they lost a good deal of time going to complain to him about it, and they had high words with him. The men said the beer wasn't fit for pigs, and the farmer said it was quite good enough for such as they, and if they didn't like his beer, they might buy their own. In the evening, too, he came down and complained that the mowing was bad, and then there were more high words, for the men were very jealous about their work. However, they went to work as usual the next morning, and all might have gone off quietly, but in the day, Farmer Tester found 2 pigs in his turnip field, which adjoins the common, and had them put in the pound. One of these pigs belonged to Betty Winburn's son, and the other to one of the men who was mowing with him. So, when they came home at night, they found what had happened. The constable is a pawn keeper, the little man who amused you so much. He plays the bass viol in church. When he puts any beasts into the pound, he cuts a stick in 2 and gives one piece to the person who brings the beasts and keeps the other himself, and the owner of the beast has to bring the other end of the stick to him before he can let them out. Therefore, the owner, you see, must go to the person who has pounded his beasts and make a bargain with him for payment of the damage which has been done, and so get back the other end of the stick, which they call the tally, to produce to the pound keeper. Well, the men went off to the constables when they heard their pigs were pounded to find who had the tally, and when they found it was Farmer Tester, they went in a body to his house to remonstrate with him and learn what he set the damages at. The farmer used dreadful language to them, I hear, and said they weren't fit to have pigs and must pay half a crown for each pig before they could have the tally. And the men irritated him by telling that his fences were a shame to the parish because he was too stingy to have them mended, and that the pigs couldn't have found half a crown's worth of turnips in the whole field, for he never put any manure on it except what he could get off the road, which ought to belong to the poor. At last, the farmer drove them away, saying he should stop the money out of the price he was to pay for their mowing. Then there was very near being a riot in the parish, for some of the men were very reckless people, and they went in the evening and blew horns and beat kettles before his house, till the constable, who has behaved very well, persuaded them to go away. In the morning, one of the pigs had been taken out of the pound. Not Betty's son's, I am glad to say, for no doubt it was very wrong of men to take it out. The farmer was furious and went with the constable in the morning to find the pig, but they could hear nothing of it anywhere. James Pope, the man to whom it belonged, only laughed at them and said he never could keep his pig in himself because it was grandson to one of the acting pigs that went about to the fairs, and all the pigs of that family took to climbing naturally, so his pig must have climbed out of the pound. This, of course, was all a story. The men had lifted the pig out of the pound and then killed it so that the farmer might not find it, and sold the meat cheap all over the parish. Betty went to the farmer that morning and paid the half-crown and got her son's pig out before he came home. But Farmer Tester stopped the other half-crown out of the men's wages, which made matters worse than ever. The day that we were in the theatre at Oxford, Farmer Tester was away at one of the markets. He turns his big cattle out to graze on the common, which the poor people say he has no right to do, and in the afternoon a pony of his got into the allotments, and Betty's son caught it and took it to the constable and had it put in the pound. The constable tried to persuade him not to do it, but it was of no use, and so when Farmer Tester came home, he found that his turn had come. I am afraid that he was not sober, for I hear that he behaved dreadfully both to the constable and to Betty's son, and when he found that he could not frighten them, he declared that he would have the law of them if it cost him 20 pounds. So in the morning he went to fetch his lawyer, and when he got home, you can fancy what a scene it was. You remember how poorly Papa was when he left us at Lambourne. By the time we got home, he was quite knocked up and so nervous that he was fit for nothing except to have a quiet cup of tea in his own room. I was sure as we drove up the street there was something the matter. The ostler was watching outside the Red Lion and ran in as soon as we came in sight. And as we passed the door, out came Farmer Tester, looking very flushed in the face and carrying his great iron-handled whip and a person with him who I found was his lawyer, and they marched after the carriage. Then the constable was standing at his door too, and he came after us, and there was a group of men outside the rectory gate. We had not been in the house 5 minutes before a servant came in to say that Farmer Tester and a gentleman wanted to see Papa on particular business. Papa sent out word that he was very unwell and that it was not the proper time to come on business. He would see them the next day at 12 o'clock. But they would not go away, and then Papa asked me to go out and see them. You can fancy how disagreeable it was, and I was so angry with them for coming when they knew how nervous Papa is after a journey that I could not have patience to persuade them to leave, and so at last they made poor Papa to see them after all. He was lying on a sofa and quite unfit to cope with a hard, bad man like Farmer Tester and a fluent, plausible lawyer. They told their story all their own way, and the farmer declared that the man had tempted the pony into the allotment with corn. And the lawyer said that the constable had no right to keep the pony in the pound, that he was liable to all sorts of punishments. They wanted Papa to make an order at once for the pound to be opened, and I think he would have done so, but I asked him in a whisper to send for the constable and hear what he had to say. The constable was waiting in the kitchen, so he came in a minute. You can't think how well he behaved. I have quite forgiven him all his obstinacy about the singing. He told the whole story about the pigs and how Farmer Tester had stopped money out of the men's wages. And when the lawyer tried to frighten him, he answered him quite boldly that he might not know so much about the law, but he knew what was always the custom long before his time at Englebourne about the pound, and if Farmer Tester wanted his piece out, he must bring the tally like another man. Then the lawyer appealed to Papa about the law and said how absurd it was, and that if such a custom were to be upheld, the man who had the tally might charge £100 for the damage. And poor Papa looked through his law book and could find nothing about it at all. And while he was doing it, Farmer Tester began to abuse the constable and said he sided with all the good-for-nothing fellows in the parish, and that bad blood would come of it. But the constable quite fired up at that, and told him that it was such as he who made bad blood in the parish, and that poor folks had their rights as well as their betters, and should have them as long as he was constable. If he got Papa's order to open the pound, he supposed he must do it, and 'twas not for him to say what was law, but Henry Winburn had to get his tally for his pig from Farmer Tester, and what was fair for one was fair for all. I was afraid Papa would have made the order, but the lawyer said something at last which made him take the other side. So he settled that the farmer should pay 5 shillings for the tally, which was what he had taken from Betty, and had stopped out of the wages, and that was the only order he would make, and the lawyer might do what he pleased about it. The constable seemed satisfied with this, and undertook to take the money down to Harry Winburn, for Farmer Tester declared he would sooner let the pony starve than go himself. And so Papa got rid of them after an hour and more of this talk. The lawyer and farmer tester went away grumbling and very angry to the Red Lion. I was very anxious to hear how the matter ended. So I went after the constable to ask him to come back and see me when he had settled it all, and about 9 o'clock he came. He had had a very hard job to get Harry Winburn to take the money and give up the tally. The men said that if farmer tester could make them pay half a crown for a pig in his turnips, which were no bigger than radishes, he ought to pay 10 shillings at least for his pony trampling down their corn, which was half grown, and I couldn't help thinking this seemed very reasonable. In the end, however, the constable had persuaded them to take the money, and so the pony was let out. I told him how pleased I was at the way he behaved, but the little man didn't seem quite satisfied himself. He should have liked to have given the lawyer a piece of his mind, he said. Only he was no scholar, but I've got all the feelings of a man, miss, though I mightn't have the ways of bringing them out. You see, I'm quite coming round to your opinion about him. But when I said that I hoped all the trouble was over, he shook his head, and he seems to think that the men will not forget it, and that some of the wild ones will be trying to pay farmer tester out in the winter nights, and I could see he was very anxious about Harry Winburn, so I promised him to go and see Betty. I went down to her cottage yesterday and found her very low, poor old soul about her son. She has had a bad attack again, and I'm afraid her heart is not right. If she will not live long, if she has much to make her anxious, and how is that to be avoided? For her son's courting is all going wrong, she can see, though he will not tell her anything about it. But he gets more moody and restless, she says, and don't take a pride in anything, not even in his flowers or his allotment. And it takes to going about more and more every day with these men who will be sure to lead him into trouble. After I left her, I walked up to the Harks Lynch to see whether the view and the air would not do me good. And it did do me a great deal of good, dear, and I thought of you, and when I should see your bright face and your happy laugh again. The village looked so pretty and peaceful, I could hardly believe, while I was up there, that there were all these miserable quarrels and heart-burnings going on in it. I suppose they go on everywhere, but one can't help feeling as if there was something specially hard in those which come under one's own eyes and touch one's self. And then they are so frivolous, and everything might go on so comfortably if people would only be reasonable. I ought to have been a man, I'm sure, and then I might perhaps be able to do more and should have more influence, if poor papa were only well and strong. But, dear, I shall tire you with all these long histories and complainings. I have run on till I have no room left for anything else. But you can't think what a comfort it is to me to write it all to you, for I have no one to tell it to. I feel so much better and more cheerful since I sat down to write this. You must give my dear love to uncle and aunt, and let me hear from you again whenever you have time. If you could come over again and stay for a few days, it would be very kind. But I must not press it, as there is nothing to attract you here. Only we might talk over all that we did and saw at Oxford. Ever, dearest Mary, your affectionate cousin, Katie. P.S. I should like to have the pattern of the jacket you wore the last day at Oxford. Could you cut it out in thin paper and send it in your next? July 1840 something. My dear Brown, I was very glad to see your hand and to hear such flourishing accounts of your vacation doings. You won't get any like announcement of me, for cricket has not yet come so far west as this, at least not to settle. We have a few pioneers and squatters in the villages, but I am sorry to say, nothing yet like matches between the 11s of districts. Neighbours, we have none except the rector. So I have plenty of spare time, some of which I feel greatly disposed to devote to you, and I hope you won't find me too tedious to read. It is very kind of your father to wish that you should be my first pupil, and to propose that I should spend the last month of this vacation with you in Berkshire. But I do not like to give up the whole month. My father is getting old and infirm, and I can see that it would be a great trial to him, although he urges it and is always telling me not to let him keep me at home. What do you say to meeting me halfway? I mean, that you should come here for half of the time, and then that I should return with you for the last fortnight of the vacation. This I could manage perfectly. But you cannot in any case be my first pupil, for not to mention that I have been, as you know, teaching for some years. I have a pupil here at this minute. You are not likely to guess who it is, though you know him well enough Perhaps I should say it too well. So, in a word, it is Blake. I had not been at home 3 days before I got a letter from him asking me to take him and putting it in such a way that I couldn't refuse. I would sooner not have had him, as I had already got out of taking a reading party with some trouble and felt inclined to enjoy myself here in dignified idleness till next term. But what can you do when a man puts it to you as a great personal favour, etc., etc.? So I wrote to accept. You may imagine my disgust a day or two afterwards at getting a letter from an uncle of his, some official person in London apparently, treating the whole matter in a business point of view, and me as if I were a training groom. He is good enough to suggest a stimulant to me in the shape of extra pay and his future patronage in the event of his nephew's taking a first in Michaelmas term. If I had received this letter before, I think it would have turned the scale and I should have refused. But the thing was done, and Blake isn't fairly responsible for his relatives' views. So here he has been for a fortnight. He took a lodging in the village at first, but of course my dear old father's idea of hospitality was shocked at this, and here he is, our inmate. He reads fiercely by fits and starts. A feeling of personal hatred against the examiner seems to urge him on more than any other motive. But this will not be strong enough to keep him to regular work, and without regular work he won't do, notwithstanding all his cleverness, and he is a marvellously clever fellow. So the first thing I have to do is to get him steadily to the collar, and how to do it is a pretty particular puzzle. For he hasn't a grain of enthusiasm in his composition, nor any power, as far I can see, of throwing himself into the times and scenes of which he is reading. The philosophy of Greece and the history of Rome are matters of perfect indifference to him, to be got up by catchwords and dates for examination and nothing more. I don't think he would care a straw if Socrates had never lived or Hannibal had destroyed Rome. The greatest names and deeds of old world are just so many dead counters to him, the Jewish just as much as the rest. I tried him with the story of the attempt of Antiochus Epiphanes to conquer the Jews and the glorious rising of all that was living in the Holy Land under the Maccabees. Not a bit of it. I couldn't get a spark out of him. He wouldn't even read the story because it is in the Apocrypha, and so, as he said, the D-D examiners couldn't ask him anything about it in the schools. Then his sense of duty is quite undeveloped. He has no notion of going on doing anything disagreeable because he ought. So, here I am, at fault again. Ambition he has in abundance, in fact so strongly that very likely it may in the end pull him through and make him work hard enough for his Oxford purposes at any rate. But it wants repressing rather than encouragement, and I certainly shan't appeal to it. You will begin to think I dislike him and want to get rid of him, but it isn't the case. You know what a good temper he has and how remarkably well he talks. So he makes himself very pleasant, and my father evidently enjoys his company. And then to be in constant intercourse with a subtle intellect like his is pleasantly exciting, and keeps one alive and at high pressure, though one can't help always wishing that it had a little heat in it. You would be immensely amused if you could drop in on us. I think I've told you, or you must have seen for yourself, that my father's principles are true blue, as becomes a sailor of the time of the Great War, while his instincts and practice are liberal in the extreme. Our rector, on the contrary, is liberal in principles, but an aristocrat of aristocrats in instinct and practice. They are always ready enough, therefore, to do battle, and Blake delights in the war, and fans it and takes part in it as a sort of freelance, laying little logical pitfalls for the combatants alternately with that deferential manner of his. He gets some sort of intellectual pleasure, I suppose, out of seeing where they ought to tumble in. For tumble in they don't, but clear his pitfalls in their stride. At least my father does, quite innocent of having neglected to distribute his middle term, and the rector, if he has some inkling of these traps, brushes them aside and disdains to spend power on anyone but his old adversary and friend. I employ myself in trying to come down ruthlessly on Blake himself, and so we spend our evenings after dinner, which comes off at the primitive hour of 5. We used to dine at 3, but my father has conformed now to college hours. If the rector does not come, instead of argumentative talk, we get stories out of my father. In the morning we bathe and boat and read. So you see, he and I have plenty of one another's company, and it is certainly odd that we get on so well with so very few points of sympathy. But luckily, besides his good temper and cleverness, he has plenty of humour. On the whole, I think we shall rub through the 2 months which he is to spend here without getting to hate one another, though there is little chance of our becoming friends. Besides putting some history and science into him, scholarship he does not need, I shall be satisfied if I can make him give up his use of the pronoun you before he goes. In talking of the Corn Laws or foreign policy or India or any other political subject, however interesting, he never will identify himself as an Englishman. And you do this, or you expect that is forever in his mouth, speaking of his own countrymen. I believe if French were to land tomorrow on Portland, he would comment on our attempts to dislodge them as if he had no concern with the business except as a looker-on. You will think all this rather a slow return for your jolly gossiping letter, full of cricket, archery, fishing, and I know not what pleasant goings on. But what is one to do? One can only write about what is one's subject of interest for the time being, and Blake stands in that relation to me just now. I should prefer it otherwise, but Siona pas suku amil, fu amir sikuana. I have no incident to relate. These parts get on without incident somehow and without society. I wish there was some, particularly ladies' society. I break the 10th commandment constantly, thinking of Commemoration, and that you are within a ride of Miss Winter and a cousin. When you see them next, pray present my respectful compliments. It is a sort of consolation to think that one may cross their fancy for a moment and be remembered as part of a picture which gives them pleasure. With such peace of sentiment, I may as well shut up. Don't you forget my message now, and believe me, ever yours most truly, John Hardy. P.S. I mean to speak to Blake when I get a chance of that wretched debt which you have paid, unless you object. I should think better of him if he seemed more uncomfortable about his affairs. After all, he may be more so than I think, for he is very reserved on such subjects. Englebourne Rectory, July 1840-something. Dearest Mary, I send the coachman with this note in order that you may not be anxious about me. I have just returned from Betty Winburn's cottage to write it. She is very, very ill, and I do not think can last out more than a day or two, and she seems to cling to me so that I cannot have the heart to leave her. Indeed, if I could make up my mind to do it, I should never get a poor white eager face out of my head all day, so that I should be very bad company and quite out of place at your party, making everybody melancholy and uncomfortable who came near me. So, dear, I am not coming. Of course, it's a great disappointment. I had set my heart on being with you and enjoying it all thoroughly, and even at breakfast this morning knew of nothing to hinder me. My dress is actually lying on the bed at this minute, and it looks very pretty, especially the jacket like yours, which I and Hopkins have managed to make up from the pattern you sent, though you forgot the sleeves, which made it rather hard to do. Ah, well, it's no use to think of how pleasant things would have been, which one cannot have. You must write me an account of how it all went off, dear, or perhaps you can manage to get over here before long to tell me. I must now go back to poor Betty. She is such a faithful, patient old thing, and has been such a good woman all her life, that there is nothing painful in being by her now, and one feels sure that it will be much happier and better for her to be at rest. If she could only feel comfortable about her son, I am sure she would think so herself. Oh, I forgot to say that her attack was brought on by the shock of hearing that he had been summoned for an assault. Farmer Tester's son, a young man about his own age, has, it seems, been of late waylaying Simon's daughter and making love to her. It is so very hard to make out the truth in matters of this kind. Hopkins says she is a dressed-up little minx who runs after all the young men in the parish. But really, from what I see and hear from other persons, I think she is a good girl enough. Even Betty, who looks on her as the cause of most of her own trouble, has never said a word to make me think that she is at all a light person, or more fond of admiration than any other good-looking girl in the parish. But those Testers are very wicked set. You cannot think what a misfortune it is in a place like this to have these rich families with estates of their own, in which the young men begin to think themselves above the common farmers. They ape the gentlemen and give themselves great airs, but of course no gentleman will associate with them, as they are quite uneducated, and the consequence is that they live a great deal at home and give themselves up to all kinds of wickedness. This young Tester is one of these. His father is a very bad old man and does a great deal of harm here. and the son is following in his steps and is quite as bad or worse. So you see that I shall not easily believe that Harry Wenburn has been much in the wrong. However, all I know of it at present is that young Tester was beaten by Harry yesterday evening in the village street, and that they came to Papa at once for a summons. Oh, here is the coachman ready to start. So I must conclude, dear, and go back to my patient. I shall often think of you during the day. I am sure you will have a charming party. With best love to all, believe me, ever dearest, your most affectionate Katie. P.S. I am very glad that Uncle and Aunt take to Tom and that he is staying with you for some days. You will find him very useful in making the party go off well, I am sure. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Tom Brown at Oxford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Little Miss Clumsy. Tom Brown at Oxford by Thomas Hughes. Amusements at Barton Manor. "A letter, miss, from Englebourn," said a footman, coming up to Mary with the note given at the end of the last chapter on a waiter. She took it and tore it open, and while she is reading it, the reader may be introduced to the place and company in which we find her. The scene is a large old-fashioned square brick house, backed by fine trees, in the tops of which the rooks live, and the jackdaws and starlings in the many holes which time has worn in the old trunks. But they are all away on this fine summer morning, seeking their meal and enjoying themselves in the neighbouring fields. In the front of the house is a pretty flower garden, separated by a haw-haw from a large pasture, sloping southwards gently down to a stream which glides along through watercress and willow beds to join the Kennet. The beasts have all been driven off, and on the upper part of the field, nearest the house, 2 men are fixing up a third pair of targets on the rich short grass. A large tent is pitched near the archery ground to hold quivers and bow cases and luncheon, and to shelter lookers-on from the midday sun. Beyond the brook, a pleasant, well-timbered country lies with high chalk downs for an horizon, ending in Marlborough Hill, faint and blue in the west. This is the place which Mary's father has taken for the summer and autumn, and where she is fast becoming the pet of the neighbourhood. It will not perhaps surprise our readers to find that our hero has managed to find his way to Barton Manor in the 2nd week of the vacation, and having made the most of his opportunities, is acknowledged as a cousin by Mr. and Mrs. Porter. Their boys are at home for the holidays, and Mr. Porter's great wish is that they should get used to the country in their summer holidays. And as they have spent most of their childhood and boyhood in London, to which he has been tied pretty closely hitherto, this is a great opportunity. The boys only wanted a preceptor, and Tom presented himself at the right moment, and soon became the hero of Charlie and Neddy Porter. He taught them to throw flies and bait crowfish nets, to bat fowl and ferret for rabbits, and to saddle and ride their ponies, besides getting up games of cricket in the spare evenings which kept him away from Mr. Porter's dinner table. This last piece of self-denial, as he considered it, quite won over that gentleman, who agreed with his wife that Tom was just the sort of companion they would like for the boys, and so the house was thrown open to him. The boys were always clamouring for him when he was away, and making their mother write off to press him to come again, which he, being a very good-natured young man, and particularly fond of boys, was ready enough to do. So this was the 3rd visit he had paid in a month. Mr. and Mrs. Brown wondered a little that he should be so very fond of the young Porters, who were good boys enough, but very much like other boys of 13 and 15, of whom there were several in the neighbourhood. He had indeed just mentioned an elder sister, but so casually that their attention had not been drawn to the fact, which had almost slipped out of their memories. On the other hand, Tom seemed so completely to identify himself with the boys and their pursuits that it never occurred to their father and mother, who were dotingly fond of them, that after all they might not be the only attraction. Mary seemed to take very little notice of him, and went on with her own pursuits much as usual. It was true that she liked keeping the score at cricket, and coming to look at them fishing or rabbiting in her walks, but all that was very natural. It is a curious and merciful dispensation of Providence that most fathers and mothers seem never to be capable of remembering their own experience, and will probably go on till the end of time, thinking of their sons of 20 and daughters of 16 or 17 as mere children who may be allowed to run about together as much as they please. And, where it is otherwise, the results are not very different, for there are certain mysterious ways of holding intercourse implanted in the youth of both sexes, against which no vigilance can prevail. So on this, her great fête day, Tom had been helping Mary all the morning in dressing the rooms with flowers and arranging all the details, where people were to sit at cold dinner, how to find the proper number of seats, how the dining room was to be cleared in time for dancing when the dew began to fall. In all which matters there were many obvious occasions for those little attentions which are much valued by persons in like situations, and Tom was not sorry that the boys had voted the whole preparations a bore, and had gone off to the brook to grapple in the bank for crayfish till the shooting began. The arrival of the note had been the first contretemps of the morning, and they were now expecting guests to arrive every minute. "What is the matter? No bad news, I hope?" he said, seeing her vexed expression. "Why, Katie can't come. I declare I could sit down and cry. I shan't enjoy the party a bit now, and I wish it were all over." "I am sure Katie would be very unhappy if she thought you were going to spoil your day's pleasure on her account." "Yes, I know she would, but it is so provoking when I had looked forward so to having her." "You have never told me why she cannot come. She was quite full of it all a few days since." "Oh, there is a poor old woman in the village dying, who is a great friend of Katie's. Here is her letter. Let me see," she said, glancing over it to see that there is nothing in it that she did not wish him to read. "You may read it if you like." Tom began reading. "Betty Winburn," he said when he came to the name. "What, poor dear old Betty? Why, I've known her ever since I was born. She used to live in our parish, and I haven't seen her these 8 years nearly. And her boy Harry, I wonder what has become of him." "You will see if you read on," said Mary, and so he read to the end, and then folded it up and returned it. "So, poor old Betty is dying. Well, she was always a good soul, and very kind to me when I was a boy. I should like to see her once again, and perhaps I might be able to do something for her son. Why should we not ride over to Englebourn tomorrow? They will be glad to get us out of the way while the house is being straightened." "I should like it of all things, if it can be managed." "Oh, I will manage it somehow, for I must go and see that dear Katie. I do feel so ashamed of myself when I think of all the good she is doing, and I do nothing but put flowers about and play the piano. Isn't she an angel now?" "Of course she is." "Yes, but I won't have that sort of matter-of-course acquiescence. Now, do you really mean that Katie is as good as an angel?" "As seriously as if I saw the wings growing out of her shoulders, and dewdrops hanging on them." "You deserve to have something not at all like wings growing out of your head. How is it that you never see when I don't want you to talk your nonsense?" "How am I to talk sense about angels? I don't know anything about them." "You know what I mean perfectly. I say that dear Katie is an angel, and I mean that I don't know anything in her, no, not one single thing, which I should like to have changed, if the angels are all as good as she." "If! Why, I shall begin to doubt your orthodoxy. You don't know what I was going to say. It doesn't matter what you were going to say. You couldn't have brought that sentence into an orthodox conclusion. Oh, please don't look so angry now. Yes, I quite see what you mean. You can think of Katy just as she is now in heaven without being shocked. Mary paused for a moment before she answered, as if taken by surprise at this way of putting her meaning, and then said seriously, "Indeed I can. I think we should all be perfectly happy if we were all as good as she is. But she is not very happy herself, I am afraid." "Of course not. How can she be, when all the people about her are so troublesome and selfish? I can't fancy an angel the least bit like Uncle Robert, can you? I won't talk about angels any more. You have made me feel quite as if I had been saying something wicked. Now, really, it is too hard that you should lay all the blame on me when you began the subject yourself. You ought at least to let me say what I have to say about angels. Why, you said you knew nothing about them half a minute ago. But I may have my notions like other people. You have your notions. Katy is your angel. Well then, what are your notions? Katy is rather too dark for my idea of an angel. I can't fancy a dark angel. Why, how can you call Katy dark? I only say she is too dark for my idea of an angel. Well, go on. Then, she is rather too grave. Too grave for an angel? For my idea of an angel, one doesn't want one's angel to be like oneself, and I am so grave, you know. Yes, very. Then your angel is to be a laughing angel. A laughing angel, and yet very sensible, never talking nonsense. Oh, I didn't say that. But you said he wasn't to be like you. He? Who in the world do you mean by he? Why, your angel, of course. My angel? You don't really suppose that my angel is to be a man? I have no time to think about it. Look, they are putting those targets quite crooked. You are responsible for the targets. We must go and get them straight. They walked across the ground towards the targets, and Tom settled them according to his notions of opposites. After all, archery is slow work, he said, when the targets were settled satisfactorily. I don't believe anybody really enjoys it. Now, that is because you men haven't it all to yourselves. You are jealous of any sort of game in which we can join. I believe you are afraid of being beaten by us. On the contrary, that is its only recommendation, that you can join in it. Well, I think that ought to be recommendation enough, but I believe it is much harder than most of your games. You can't shoot half so well as you can play cricket, can you? No, because I never practice. It isn't exciting to be walking up and down between two targets and doing the same thing over and over again. Why, you don't find it so yourself. You hardly ever shoot. Indeed, I do, though, constantly. Why, I have scarcely ever seen you shooting. That is because you are away with the boys all day. Oh, I am never too far to know what is going on. I'm sure you have never practiced for more than a quarter of an hour any day I have been here. Well, perhaps I may not have, but I tell you I am very fond of it. Here the two boys came up from the brook, Neddy with his Scotch cap full of crayfish. "Why, you wretched boys, where have you been? You are not fit to be seen," said Mary, shaking the arrows at them, which she was carrying in her hand. "Go and dress directly, or you will be late. I think I heard a carriage driving up just now." "Oh, there's plenty of time. Look what whackers, Cousin Tom," said Charlie, holding out one of his prizes by its back towards Tom, while the indignant crayfish flapped its tail and worked around with its claws in hopes of getting hold of something to pinch. "I don't believe those boys have been dry for 2 hours together in daylight since you first came here," said Mary to Tom. "Well, and they're all the better for it, I'm sure," said Tom. "Yes, that we are," said Charlie. "I say, Charlie," said Tom, "your sister says she is very fond of shooting." "Aye, and so she is, and isn't she a good shot too? I believe she would beat you at 50 yards. "There now, you see, you need not have been so unbelieving," said Mary. "Will you give her a shot at your new hat, Cousin Tom?" said Neddy. "Yes, Neddy, that I will," and he added to Mary, "I will bet you a pair of gloves that you don't hit it in 3 shots. "Very well," said Mary, "at 30 yards. No, 50 yards was the named distance. "No, 50 yards is too far. Why, your hat is not much bigger than the gold." "Well, I don't mind splitting the difference. We will say 40. "Very well, 3 shots at 40 yards. "Yes, here, Charlie, run and hang my hat on that target." The boys rushed off with the hat, a new white one, and hung it with a bit of string over the centre of one of the targets, and then, stepping a little aside, stood, clapping their hands, shouting to Mary to take good aim. "You must string my bow," she said, handing it to him as she buckled on her guard. "Now, do you repent? I am going to do my best, mind, if I do shoot." "I scorn repentance. Do your worst," said Tom, stringing the bow and handing it back to her. "And now I will hold your arrows. Here is the 40 yards." Mary came to the place which she had stepped, her eyes full of fun and mischief, and he saw at once that she knew what she was about, as she took her position and drew the first arrow. It missed the hat by some 3 inches only, and the boys clapped and shouted. "Too near to be pleasant," said Tom, handing the second arrow. "I see you can shoot. Well, I will let you off still. Gloves and all? No, of course you must pay the gloves. Shoot away then. Ah, that will do," he cried as the second arrow struck considerably above the hat. "I shall get my gloves yet," and he handed the third arrow. They were too intent on the business in hand to observe that Mr. and Mrs. Porter and several guests were already on the hand bridge which crossed the haw-haw. Mary drew her third arrow, paused a moment, loosed it, and this time with fatal aim. The boys rushed to the target, towards which Mary and Tom also hurried, Mr. and Mrs. Porter and the newcomers following more quietly. "Oh, look here, what fun!" said Charlie, as Tom came up, holding up the hat, spiked on the arrow, which he had drawn out of the target. "What a wicked shot!" he said, taking the hat and turning to Mary. "Look here, you have actually gone through 3 places, through crown and side and brim." Mary began to feel quite sorry at her own success, and looked at the wounded hat sorrowfully. "Hullo, look here, here's Papa and Mamma and some people, and we ain't dressed. Come along, Neddy," and the boys made off towards the back premises, while Mary and Tom, turning round, found themselves in the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Porter, Mrs. Brown, and 2 or 3 other guests. End of chapter 30.